oh my God, Slocum. Okay. I did. Anyway, so he's a friend of Kevin's. It's a short little testimony. And then we're going to show 2 body cam videos. One was on January 23rd, 2024, when they go back and talk to Kevin at his home. And then they go back again on the 31st and talk to him after the medical examiner's report. But in between those 2 body cams, we're going to see the forensic pathologist testify because she explains in detail things. And I thought it was all very, very interesting. So I'm just going to go ahead and get started because, yeah, it is a very unfortunate last name. I cannot even. Okay. So let's go.
His name is SLOCUM.
Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you. What is your occupation?
I'm an EMT firefighter for Kansas Fire Department.
And how long have you been with the Kansas Fire Department?
Y'all let me know if you can hear okay.
I volunteered, started in 93 and was hired on in 2000.
Okay. And do you know a person by the name of Kevin West?
Yes.
And do you see Kevin West in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you identify him by an article of clothing this morning?
Black jacket, light blue tie.
Let the record reflect witnesses identify the defendant.
It does.
How long have you known Kevin West?
Since he was hired on at the fire department in 2001, I believe.
And had you met Marcy?
At that time, he was hired.
And no, just over the course of your relationship.
Yes.
When did you first meet Marcy?
Shortly, probably after he was hired, I think they started dating.
Now, prior to January 8th of 2024, how would you describe your relationship with Kevin West?
One of my good friends at the fire department.
Okay. Best friends?
Best friends.
How long were the two of you close friends?
Probably we started becoming close friends probably 2002-ish.
Did you take trips together?
Yes.
And how often?
Multiple times a year.
Did you ever work together?
Yes.
How often would you see Kevin West?
Usually multiple times a week, probably 3 or 4 times a week I would see him at work.
And who is Kevin Belines?
He's another one of our close friends and firefighters.
Who was in the inner circle, so to speak, of your friend group?
Me, Kevin West, and Kevin Belines.
Were you and Kevin West ever neighbors?
Yes.
Was that when he lived at the house when Marcy died?
Yes.
So, safe to say that you've been to that house?
Yes.
How long were the two of you neighbors?
He moved in that house, I believe, in 2017, and I had already been living in that neighborhood, and I moved out in 21.
Okay, so approximately 4 years.
4 years.
And at work, was Kevin a paramedic or an EMT?
Yes.
Which was he?
Oh, sorry, a paramedic.
Okay. And how long was he a paramedic?
The whole time until he was became a battalion chief.
Okay. So safe to assume that he's had more advanced training on resuscitation efforts and things of that nature.
Yes.
How would you describe Kevin and Marcy's relationship in the time leading up to her death?
I would describe it as rocky.
Did you know about Kevin's affair with Cynthia Ward?
Yes.
And when did you learn about it?
Probably September of 23.
Was that on a hunting trip?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know about the first time they had the affair?
I had heard something possible at the affair.
Did you hear that from Kevin or did you hear that from Cynthia?
From Kevin.
And when was that?
Quite a while ago. I couldn't put an exact date on it.
So you learned on that hunting trip that he had restarted the affair. Did you observe him talking with Cynthia often on that trip?
Yes.
And,
Keep your voice up, I'm recording the procedure.
Yes.
and what was Kevin telling you about his relationship with Cynthia?
That he had started a relationship with her and was talking with her a lot while we were on that trip.
As far as you know from Kevin, did he introduce Cynthia to any members of his family prior to Marcy's death?
Not that I was aware of.
During your discussions with Kevin, did he ever bring up divorce?
Yes.
And when did that start?
That would probably be, I'd say about October, November of 23.
And was that the first time he'd ever brought up divorcing Marcy to you?
No.
So when was the first time he brought
Oh,
up?
the very first time. I know they separated years earlier, and I think he talked about it at that time, possibly.
And so started talking about it again in fall of 2023?
Yeah.
And how often would he bring it up with you?
I didn't see him much after our last hunting trip together, and so probably I talked to him. He came over to my house in October-ish, and we kind of talked about how his relationship was going at that time.
Okay. And what did he tell you?
That it wasn't looking good. That he was looking at filing for a divorce and separating.
And did you get the impression that Marcy knew that he was going to divorce her, or no?
Objection, relevance. Sustain the objection to the form of the question.
Did Kevin ever express any reluctance to you about divorcing Marcy?
No.
Did Kevin ever express to you that there were financial hardships in their relationship?
Occasionally, yes.
And what did he express?
Frustration with just money issues and stuff and spending issues.
On January 8th of 2024, did you learn of Marcy's death?
Yes.
What did you learn, or when did you learn it?
Early that morning,
Okay, and how did you learn?
Kevin Blinds called me.
And what did you do after you heard of her death?
I went over to Kevin's house.
And I
Kevin
know we have
West.
two Kevins, so
Sorry,
Kevin
Kevin
West.
West's house.
And what time did you arrive at the residence approximately?
It had been probably around 7:38ish. I don't know exact time.
Were you there in a professional capacity or a personal capacity as his customer?
Personal.
Did Kevin West tell you what had occurred just prior to calling 911?
He said that he was awoken in bed, thought it was the dog possibly shaking the bed. Saw that he said it was Marcy. That then he assisted her to the floor and then called 911.
Did he say where he got his phone from?
He didn't say exactly where, or I believe it may be on the other side of the bed.
After Marcy's death, did you assist with cleaning the house?
Not that day, no.
On what day? Did you eventually assist with cleaning the house?
I assist not cleaning the house, no.
Did you assist with removing furniture items from the house?
Yes,
Okay. And on what day was that?
that was a couple weeks after her passing, probably.
Okay. What furniture items was removed from the house?
The bed, a couple nightstands, a small entertainment center console, some exercise equipment and the exercise bike.
And what did you do with the items that were removed from the house?
I moved them into my shop.
And are they still in your shop?
No.
And so what happened to them from there?
He asked me to take him, to hold on to him so I could Facebook and sell them.
Okay. And did you sell them?
Yes.
Do you recall how long after Marcy's death it was that you sold those items?
It was probably a week or two.
And was the understanding when you took those furniture items always that you were going to get rid of them,
Yes.
not fix them up and return them or anything like that?
No.
And what ultimately happened, or I'm sorry, what happened to the mattress, if you know?
Kevin West had taken the mattress to the dump. When we moved the furniture, he moved the mattress to the dump.
So beyond the furniture, did you remove any of Marcy's personal effects, clothing, things of that nature?
No.
Did Kevin tell you what happened to those items?
No.
After Marcy's death, did you ever meet Cynthia?
Yes.
And when was that?
When I went to go visit him when he was living in Toronto. And that was probably a little after he was arrested.
Do you recall how long after Marcy's death that was?
Probably a couple months.
And what is your understanding of their current relationship?
Hey, I won't be in chat as much just because, working from home and the ice storm. So this, again, is day 3 that we're covering, the Kevin West trial, who is on trial for murdering his wife, Marcy, who just mysteriously died of natural causes of a seizure on January 8th, which happened to be the same day he was going to file for divorce. And this guy on the stand knew Kevin, and God, look at his face. You can tell he's like very serious, kind of furrowing his brow. He knew that something was off with the death that just happened. And Kevin was a fire chief and also, a EMT. So he knew a lot of things and he had connections.
That they are together.
And do you know whether they're married, engaged, just living together?
Objection, no foundation. I understand she's asking if he has knowledge. You can ask that question.
I heard that they are engaged.
Objection, non-responsive, let's sustain. Disregard the last question and response.
Has Kevin told you anything about the current state of their relationship?
That they are engaged.
Has Kevin told you whether or not they're living together?
Yes, they are living together.
They are living together. And on the day of Marcy's passing, when you were with him at the residence, was there a point that just you and Kevin West were alone together?
Yes.
And when was that?
As I was leaving the household, we had driven up to Seattle to get his daughter and brought her back. And then I was in the entryway leaving.
And was this in the evening or midday, morning?
Evening.
Did he say something to you about Marcy's passing?
Yes.
What did he say?
That he was relieved and that a burden had been lifted off his shoulders.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Slaughter.
Morning.
Now, you say you were neighbor.
So that was the prosecutor for those of you that are just listening. And the friend or whoever he is, he just said that Kevin said he was relieved because Marcy was a burden, I think was the word. But now the defense attorney is going to cross.
With Kevin for about 4 years, correct?
Yes.
Like same side of the street, just down the street?
Yes.
And you were very close to Kevin, weren't you?
Yes.
And your families were kind of similar. You had 4 daughters, one of whom was about Ted's age, right? One of his
Yes.
kids. So your families were kind of close?
It's more me and him being close than our families.
All right. And did your kids hang out together, get along, or something else?
They never really hung out together, no.
Okay. When you would come over to his house, typically you go to his garage, would you?
Yes,
And was it pretty much always the garage?
yes.
Because that's where the bar and whiskey is?
Yep.
And did you spend much time in the house?
Very little.
Did Marcy ever come out and join you out in the garage?
Not join us, no. She
Okay.
would be there in passing.
Okay. How many times over the years do you think you went to his garage?
Probably a dozen.
And did you get to know Marcy very well over all those years?
I wouldn't say like really well, but I got to know her.
Now, Kevin had talked to you about his plans for the future. He's talking about divorce, correct?
Yes,
Now, when he separated in 2015, you say he talked about divorce then too, right?
yes,
But then he and his wife reconciled and things became okay again for a while?
yes.
Okay. So then he didn't divorce her?
No.
When you got to Kevin's house, you say you got there about 7 o'clock?
Maybe. I don't have an exact time.
Okay, where was Kevin when you got there?
He was upstairs.
Okay. Where upstairs?
I'm not sure where he was upstairs.
Okay, so he just wasn't with you.
He wasn't with me.
Was he upstairs with Ted as far as you know?
Not that I know of.
When did you first see him when you got to the house?
When I was in the kitchen and he came downstairs.
Okay. Is that when you saw Ted also?
Yes,
Okay. Was that the time they were up saying goodbye to Marcy?
possibly, yes.
And how was Kevin doing when you saw him?
You could tell he was emotional.
Emotional. Okay. You gave him a hug?
Yes,
Gave Ted a hug too?
yes.
And Kevin seemed kind of like a deer caught in the headlights, didn't he?
Yeah.
Now, moving the furniture, how did you get noticed to come over to his house to help move the furniture?
He asked me.
Okay. And was there a reason that it was on that date that you can recall?
No.
Was there any sense of urgency or just a desire to move the furniture?
He just wanted the furniture out.
Okay. And did he tell you that he had the furniture that came with the house and they always planned to get rid of it?
Objection, hearsay?
Overruled. I mean,
Yeah, one more time.
did he ever explain to you that the furniture had come with the house and that they had always planned to get rid of it and he was just gonna get rid of it?
No.
Okay. Did you help move the mattress or dispose of it?
I did help him move it downstairs.
It was soiled, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
You didn't look at it very
Didn't
carefully?
look at it.
Okay. Are you aware that it had been urinated on?
No.
And you say this was a couple weeks after she passed?
Yes.
And how, you say it took you about a week or two to sell the furniture?
Yes.
So you got it a couple weeks after Marcy passed, right? And then took another, week, 2 weeks to sell it?
Probably, yeah, a week or 2 weeks, somewhere in there.
Would you say it was around the end of January that you sold it?
I don't know.
Okay. So you went on that trip to Seattle with Kevin and Ted, right?
Yes.
And you were there when he,
So the attorney just went over and consulted with Kevin, the defendant, about what to ask him about. I have to say, I think if I was a juror, I think that would upset me. It would look very calculated, manipulative. Like, why didn't you talk with your attorney before?
explained to me what happened.
I was not there with them. I
You were
waited
waiting in
in
the car?
the car.
Okay, then they came out to the car and traveled back together, right?
Yes.
And how was Kevin's demeanor on that?
Quiet.
Anything else?
No, they sat in the back while I drive.
Okay, so you weren't paying much
I
attention.
wasn't.
Okay.
Okay. So we heard from that friend who, again, is just telling us that Kevin is terrible. So this is going to be body cam footage of. So Marcy was picked up by basically the EMTs on January the 8th in the early morning hours. So this is January 23rd. And the police go back to the home to talk with Kevin. And then after this, we're going to watch the medical examiner or the forensic pathologist who explains what she found. And then we'll go and see the next time they interview him at the home based on what the medical examiner found. Or just some more follow-up questions, I guess, at that point. Because I think here they would have already known some things. So 23rd, 8, 10, 30. So this is like 2 weeks later. I want to say too, the guy that's doing the questioning, he sounds pretty young, but I think he does a really good job. So at this point, I think what's her face was there, and they were in the garage having sex. I think that comes out later.
I don't see any. Looks if you look through your table, most of the lights are off.
For those listening, so they're kind of going to the front door and then they're going to walk around to the garage, but they're just kind of walking around the house. So you're not missing anything right now, but we're just seeing on the body cam footage them walking around. And last pause, I am working from home today too, so I'm not going to be as much on the mic, but I'm in the chat some.
Somebody will be here. I think it was Lamb's the man. Looks like it's enough. I guess we don't know what kind of schedule he was on. Yeah, I think a day shift, but they're not.
You think so?
Hello, is anybody in there? Sounds like maybe the man door.
Yeah.
I just realized I was muted. Did y'all hear music in the garage? Because I thought I heard them, like maybe they were, getting freaky with some. It almost sounded like rock, like what was heavy metal back in our day? I don't know. Just sounded like rock and roll music.
There we go. There's a puppy.
Here we don't go.
What's that?
Maybe here we don't go.
Well, I know, puppy, I know. I'm sorry.
Somebody's
Sorry, guys.
No worries. My name's Ian Tellison. I'm with the Clark County Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
This is my partner, Lawrence Zapata.
Okay, yeah.
Do you have a few minutes to chat with us?
Yeah, for sure. Come on in.
Oh, thank you. How's it going?
Good.
Hi, puppy. What's your name?
That's Sadie.
Sadie?
Yeah. Come on in, please have a seat.
Thank you. And just so you know, my fancy new doohickey, the body cam's rolling. So
Okay, no worries.
audio and video.
I'm sorry, I thought you guys were like being prepared or whatever. I have no idea.
Not the first time we've been
Yeah.
mistaken for that, and it won't be the
Yeah.
last. So, it's nice to meet you. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances. We've been asked by the medical examiner to just come out, follow up with you, routine interview, and make sure that we're not missing anything.
Sure.
Our understanding is Marcy was in her 40s or late 40s. So obviously, younger, kind of unexpected death at this point. So just wanted to come out and chat with you, hopefully get a little more background
Yeah, of
information
course,
on,
yeah.
on Marcy, if that's okay.
That'd be just fine.
And do you go by Kevin or?
I do, Kevin.
Kevin? Okay. It's our understanding you and Marcy were together a long.
I just want to share this real quickly with people that are just in listening mode, which I totally get. So Kevin, is in his blue jeans and like a tight kind of black t-shirt and brown, not quite cowboy boots, kind of square-toed. And he sits down on the leather couch and does his leg like he's trying so hard to look so chill. But we all know he's like about to crap his pants. But I just kind of wanted to paint that image. So he's sitting on their leather couch, and I guess the police are across from him.
Time.
22 years.
Oh, okay. So that's about half your life. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a long time to spend with somebody.
Yeah.
Where'd you guys meet, or do you mind talking? Eugene.
Yeah.
Okay.
I work for Eugene Fire and did transport to work on the 6th floor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And oncology and I was doing transfers to the cancer center and and that's how we met.
Gotcha.
Copy,
And rest was history.
the rest is history.
And then I guess
Yeah, so the cop is, you can just tell he's young, like just listening to him. And he's just adorable. He's got his we're looking at his camera. So you can see he's got his planner there and he's very organized. And he's, if this was Wendy, she'd be trying to shag him.
how soon, or are you able to talk to me about like when you got together and then from there?
So we lived in an apartment in Eugene, and then I got hired in Camas as a firefighter.
Okay.
And she moved up when I got done with the Vancouver Fire Academy.
Mhm.
We had an apartment on 164th.
Okay.
Bought our house on 3 in Washington, just across the river,
Okay.
and lived there for 15 years, and then got our house,
Mhm.
and
Is this a newer subdivision?
05.
05. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And then did either of you guys have any previous marriages or any children before?
I had a previous marriage, but it was less than a year.
Okay.
I got married in 97, and yeah, it was basically old. There was nothing there. I mean,
Okay.
It was just court papers, and we signed it. That was it.
Okay.
Yeah.
99, and then when did you and Marcy get married?
2002.
Okay.
May 24th.
Gotcha. And then are you able to talk to us about like your relationship more recently?
Okay, so Marcy was his second wife. He said the first one was like no big deal. Yeah. Wouldn't you love to know more about that?
Like just in general?
So our relationship for, the better part of our lives together has just been busy,
Mhm.
crossing paths. I worked a lot, like overtime to cover my daughter's dance. And she was that incredible mom taking care of all the dance things, school,
Okay.
everything. And yeah, we were married for 22 years, and
Mhm.
like any marriage, we had our bumps. In 2015, we had a bump,
Mhm.
But that was when we had our old house.
Okay.
And I was trying to, I don't know, we basically, it's like, what is it? It comes down to like money or finances or whatever. But at that time, I just wanted her to save and do some things. And so we went to the beach and we kind of reconnected.
Okay.
And I stayed at a big conference house that I work with.
Okay.
Just for like maybe 20 days or something like that. I had my trailer up there.
Gotcha.
But we finally got to the point where like our daughter's at UW, and we're able to like rediscover what we have and then kind of go that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Ted is still living here for now, or is he moving
He
out?
lives here 1 every 3 days. In fact, he just texted me. He's started his internship with Fire District 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is he excited?
Super excited. Just got his EMT, and he's doing that.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Is he full time then, or how does that work? I'm not as familiar with like the fire side of it.
Yeah, no. So he is a resident at Station 34.
Okay.
And so then he lives there part time. He has to work like 200 hours a month or something like that.
Okay.
And then he does every C shift. He goes to Station 31 in Hawkinson and does his shift like he is right now, his 24-hour shift.
Oh, okay.
And then he goes and he comes here for one night and then back to 34 because it's closer to the station. He doesn't have to get up quite early, and then he gets down there.
Gotcha.
So
7 minutes.
I'm prepping him meals because he can't cook and just trying to like scoot it.
Yeah.
Help him like be productive.
Kevin loves to dog everybody. So he's talked about how his wife's not great or she spends too much money. And then what'd he say about Ted? He can't cook. And then Kevin's like, yeah, I'm working this overtime, pay for the daughter's dance. So it's all about him. And he thinks he's being so coy, but he's not. But I do think he's getting a little nervous. And I'll just go ahead and plant this out here so y'all can listen for it, because I had to listen to it 3 times. But he said something like, yeah, I was really surprised how long it takes to get a toxicology report back from the medical examiner, which I thought was so weird to say. And in the chat, when we did this on day 1, somebody else suspected like, hey, maybe she was being poisoned with something because she was having these headaches and sick. And so I have to wonder that too, if it wasn't like antifreeze or something.
To be there early, watch the rigs, do all that stuff.
Sure.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That first year I can imagine is challenging as a rookie. So
Yeah.
anything to help.
But he's just an intern for a year, and it's just an incredible opportunity.
What happens after the year?
Yeah.
What's that? Does he look at getting hired after the year?
Yeah, I mean, he could test right now and try and get a job, but I've always been just like, don't let you guys know. I mean, like you get into a career, it's like you've done a certain amount of prep, and I wanted him to have a year of solid experience.
Yeah.
It's like, don't just go get hired and then maybe not make probation or whatever. I kind of get it over yet, so I just try to support him that way. Try and,
It's like, you've walked that path, like you're giving them good advice.
yeah, I mean, April 9th, I have 23 years. So,
Wow.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
How long before you retire? Or you closing in or?
I could probably, I was planning on going to 62. Like I wanted to get 35 years, and they just did that left two thing where you get that extra 5%.
Yeah.
Whatever, so that gave me 40 years of credit.
Okay.
But I'm a battalion chief, so I just thought my body can hold up. Maybe I can do it, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And then more recently, with the days leading up to Marcy's passing, are you able to talk to us about, was it normal days? Or are you able to go through kind of?
Yeah, I tell you, like right at the very last day, we had a really great, like I went and I told her I was going down to, we watched movies all day.
Okay.
I went down to Ichi and they were closed. And then I texted her and said, hey, I'm going to go get you noodles. So I went to the Chinese garden, watched noodles,
Okay.
or whatever it's called. And we had dinner. We had a good night.
Did you guys go out to eat then?
No, I brought it home to her.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, that's right. Sorry, you said watching movies.
Yeah.
What'd you guys watch?
What did we watch? We watched like 3 movies, but
Marathon.
yeah, I can't tell you. Sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure if, your spouse just dies unexpectedly and y'all had just watched movies, wouldn't you know exactly what you were watching? Because I remember when my daughter passed, and I can tell you exactly what movie we had watched that day. I can tell you exactly what it is.
Been a busy month.
It's been the worst 2 weeks.
You can only imagine.
I just got my daughter back to Seattle yesterday. Got her
Okay.
feet.
How are the kids doing with everything?
They're very strong. They're it's hard to hear when they say, I want my mom, it gets me to say, how are you doing, Dad? They're checking on me. They want me to.
Okay, so some people are asking what time did he call 911? I think it wasn't at like 6 a.m. or something. So it was during whatever said event. Whimsical asks, is he inventing hours of evening activity? He's trying to build like their marriage was okay. He's just trying to show like, yeah, we're a good couple. Because the last thing you want to do is be like, yeah, we don't get along and we fight and we're about to get a divorce. So he's trying to act like, oh yeah, we watch movies and made love and ate Chinese.
Text them whenever I'm going somewhere, when I'm landing, and my daughter's like, yeah, I'm just afraid of you dying now, And Ted was talking to me about going back to a shift, and I was just like, hey, take your time. When you're ready, we can do it. We decided on today. Buying pizza, so we got some food, kind of to the station at 34, and then 31. Yeah, so bought some Ziploc bags and for sandwiches, and I was just like, hey, how you feeling? And he's like, well, I just feel kind of numb. And I'm like, it's okay. We've got a name of a counselor for the 3 of us that will have a long view. That's hopefully going to do some Zoom meetings, and the peer support at 3 has been amazing. Canvas Fire has been beyond amazing. Extended family, friends surrounding my kids, was able to feed them all.
Mhm.
Kept up with all the text messages and wanted people to like know how much I appreciated them. Let me know when you're here so I can just say thank you. And I haven't even gone to the station, haven't looked at the schedule, haven't like done anything. I just said, February 10th, I'm gonna probably go back, but I want to make sure that they're landed in there.
Yeah.
They're able to continue. Like this is just the start. I just want to make sure that they can continue. And I can always leave work, if I had to, but it's like make sure they're rolling forward.
That makes perfect sense. And
Yeah.
it's like you said, when it's time, need to rush back into it. And it's good to hear that, fire and law enforcement are pretty similar in that vein of like brotherhood and
First,
yeah.
take care of each other. Yeah.
So I'm glad to hear that they've been receptive and helpful. That's incredibly supportive.
Covered the funeral home costs, mother-in-law came up and, it's like things you don't expect. You're like, I don't need to go on a funeral.
No.
But I just, the urn, it's like, there's dimensions and it's like, well, the cemetery's in Eugene where we're going to go with, and she wanted to be with her dad.
Okay.
Or her mom thought that maybe she has a closer tie to Eugene and her dad's there. And so, what are the rules at the cemetery if the dimensions correct and all this? And she's handling a lot of that for me.
Okay. It's good to have help.
Yeah.
It's always like a unthinkable amount of questions that need answered and stuff that has to happen when, especially an unexpected loss.
Yes.
So that's super understandable.
Yeah.
The days, a couple days before she passed that weekend, what'd you guys do? Were you here? Was she working? Anything like that?
I worked the January 1st because we just switched to a new shift and then I had to work a debit day on the 2nd.
Okay.
And then I was on my first string of 4 days off on the new schedule. And I have no idea what we were doing on those 2 days. I just know that the day that I worked the 1st, the 2nd, I had 1 day off. 3rd, I went back for the 4th, and then I was on my 4-day stretch off. I just remember we had a good last day, and that's what I remember.
Sure. Does Marcy normally have weekends off, or?
She worked relief at the hospital, so she could pick up shifts. She wasn't part-time. We did that so we didn't have to have daycare, and so if I had overtime, she would pick up shifts. And then if I didn't work, then I was used to working as much as I could to cover.
Yeah.
And then when the overtime's available, I'm always saying yes, always doing it.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Same with law enforcement, and I know we're working overtime, and I'm sure the fire service is the same way with staffing, and it's busier than we have the numbers for. So,
Right.
Anything as far as like health issues or sickness that Marcy was experiencing?
She complained of say back like October, November, talked about chest pains.
Okay.
Of course, didn't want to call the fire department. I signed her up for a life scan.
What's
life scan is something the union puts on the fire department.
okay?
So we have union members through Northwest Firefighters Trust. It's 100% covered, and they do ultrasound, they do everything, like all the cancer checks, and then fentanyl tests and everything.
Okay.
It was this year, or in 2023, they opened it up to spouses and retirees and everything. So I signed her up, and so she got in there and did everything. I've not seen the report. All I know is when she came back, she said that she had PVCs when she got off the treadmill, but it wasn't like something where they said you should go get see a cardiologist. We've had plenty of guys at work that have gone in and like have discovered ablation procedures or bridging of their heart. And one guy, Paul Van, retired from it.
Okay.
So it's been a lifesaver.
Yeah.
But that was like the most comprehensive. She would have the dentist. I'm not sure that she would go for a physical, so this was just an opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I ask what PVC is?
Oh, premature ventricular contraction.
Oh, okay.
So it's generally not threatening, right? But during the cool down period had some, but that's all she told me. I never looked at the report. It's available through LifeScan.
Okay.
So I could find it, but she would have told me if there was something concerning and needed to see a cardiologist.
Sure.
But I think it was, we used to treat them if they were like more than 4 to 6 a minute, we treat them with lidocaine and that's completely gone away. We don't treat PVCs anymore.
Okay. It's like go to your general doctor or
they're
cardiologist?
symptomatic along with it. They have like crushing chest pain, they're sweating, and they're nauseous and all those things, but she's never had that. She's never had any of those things.
And when did you say like November-ish she was having that?
It was like off and on, October, November, maybe a couple times in December, but it was like, I want to say around the 6th of December or the 7th when she did the live scan.
Okay.
Something like that. But it was just that night she had the headache, came down from bed, had a headache, and then took ibuprofen, or so I thought. She said it. I didn't watch her take ibuprofen. I just remember that she was vomiting, so I went upstairs to check on her. And that's always a concern, right? Like you're almost a little more paranoid as a paramedic. I'm not a paramedic anymore. I dropped it when I got a PC, but she didn't have an unstable gait, right? She wasn't dizzy. She didn't have visual changes. Kind of check those things out. I grabbed her separate in case she was going to throw up again. Went to bed and then a seizure,
Did she often have headaches?
She didn't have migraines. She didn't have headaches.
Okay.
She didn't have, she had a sinus infection.
Did he just say she didn't have headaches when that's what they've said the whole trial? Yeah.
Or what anyone else would get to go to a clinic to get some antibiotics, maybe, she had the COVID shot, the follow-up.
Recently, or when was that?
No, it was in initial phases of everything. But like no flu shots or anything like that. I guess that's why. But she had nothing. She had nothing. We don't have narcotic painkillers in the house. We don't have. She had just, I don't know, man. There's no possibility. She doesn't drink, she doesn't smoke, doesn't do anything like that. She's not going to overdose. There's absolutely nothing that's going to show up in that toxicology report. I was shocked to find out it's 2 to 3 months.
Oh, really?
I had no idea it's 2 to 3 months to get a toxicology report.
Did you just hear what he said? Yeah, I was just shocked. It takes 2 to 3 months to get a toxicology report. That is not something people usually would say. And he's already dogged her like, well, supposedly she took ibuprofen.
Sometimes I've seen it as long as like 6 months, depending on, but it seems like it ranges.
And, this is my first time experiencing this firsthand, so I just don't know. There's just a lot of new. I haven't done anything about her cell phone, just make sure the kids have her photos and they have her phone. And I dropped into Verizon. They're like, it's going to be an hour today, we won't be able to talk to you. And I was like, if I drop her plan, We come up paying the bills for the first time. She always did all that. So I'm like trying to gather so many things.
Yeah.
So it's been 2 weeks and he's already going to Verizon. Insane. But he did throw her a compliment or shade or whatever, but he said, well, she'd have paid all the bills. I think that's the only nice thing he's ever said about her.
But anyway, just learning I need a death certificate, or what have you, just for a cell phone. Like I had no idea, right? I mean, there's so many things. But
That makes sense.
yeah.
The chest pain previously when she was having that, any other symptoms?
It wasn't like something that I go, yeah, you're sick. I mean, we always have this sick, not sick, and she's got chest pain. And so, what is the nature? Is it sharp? Is it dull? Is it heavy? Is it travel anywhere? And it's just like, no, it's just kind of like, worse. You take a deep breath, and there's nothing to lead me to feel like, yeah, I need to call 911 or anything like that. But
do you know if did she ever follow up with like primary care or anything like that?
nothing like that.
Okay.
No, it was intermittent, but there wasn't. But like I'm reaching for things because she didn't have a medical history that was of concern.
And no epilepsy, no previous seizures.
Previous seizures, nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Family history.
No. Her mom has had bouts with. Her mom's had a triple bypass in the last 2 years, but she's in her 70s. Her dad died of alcoholism. That's why she doesn't drink.
Okay.
Sure.
Had she ever drank in the past or smoked in the past?
Never smoked.
Okay.
No marijuana, no cigarettes, no recreational drugs of any kind. She would have like the Costco pre-done margarita, maybe one in the summer camping or something like that. But that was the extent of Marcy.
Few and far between.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I guess going real quick back to the Chinese restaurant, anything like out of the ordinary? Did she get what she normally gets?
Some noodles and some orange or lemon chicken.
Okay.
That sort of thing. And I just got a combo like whatever,
And any like discomfort after eating or anything like, man, this food tastes off today, and nothing like that?
Nothing like that.
Okay. And then how long was she throwing up that night?
It was only like one major episode that, I mean, I could hear her.
Okay.
And so, yeah, it was just that one time. She said I asked, did you feel a pop in your head? Because people go, I feel a pop. It's the worst headache I've ever had.
Mm-hmm.
You're thinking of brain bleeds or something like that. She didn't say anything like that. I could see her walk. She didn't have unstable gait. No dizziness, no visual changes. It's like, got her in bed and she was tired, just wanted to go to bed. And I'm like, it was just kind of normal. I was like, well, I doubled up some garbage bags, set them on the floor.
Okay.
And I was just kind of ready, but I wasn't ready.
Any other symptoms that she described having or feeling?
No.
Okay, just the headache and then obviously the vomiting.
Yeah.
If you had to guess, like roughly how long she had that vomiting episode?
A minute or two.
Okay.
Yeah.
And had she been sleeping before that, or was it just awake, have the headache?
I don't know.
Okay.
It wasn't a long period of time, so maybe she hadn't been sleeping, maybe she had, and I don't know.
Okay. And then would she normally take ibuprofen when she was sick?
Ibuprofen frequently.
Okay.
Tylenol, aspirin. Not aspirin as much. We had aspirin because of sick and Monopoly got it free, so it was whatever, But she, her only fault was just drinking way too much Diet Coke.
Okay.
Like she was just a Coke fiend. Coke fiend.
Any history?
Did he just say her only fault was too much Coke or her Kind of reminds me of when Wendy was talking about Dan. Like, no, I mean, he didn't have addictions. He didn't do drugs. He didn't owe anybody money. I mean, me, but I find it interesting. And also how he's talked about food. They say a lot of times that's what killers talk about. Like a whole delicious lunch, and I was stirring my oatmeal.
Maladies with the throwing up, or was that more or less a one-off?
I don't understand. Sorry.
Like, was it a regular occurrence for her to vomit, or was that like very abnormal, unusual?
That was pretty abnormal.
Okay.
Yeah. There was no blood in the vomit, you know, like
Okay.
I was there quick enough that she wasn't, you know, I always ask the kids, like, don't flush, you know, whatever, type of thing, I guess, whatever.
Okay. And gross question, but was there anything like in the vomit that you did see? Was it just food? Was it?
Just digest food, noodles.
Okay. And that was down in the bottom floor?
No, it was upstairs.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. And then as far as sleeping, was it like a pretty regular time that you guys went to bed that night? Or was it?
Yeah, I turned 50, so going to bed at 9:30 is pretty normal.
Seems like having kids is like, I go to bed now at like 8 or 9. It's
know,
like
right?
I used to stay up late. Okay, so was that typical then? I might have missed that as far as like bedtime and routine and.
Yeah, you know, routine's totally changed since my daughter got out of high school. She was in dance, and so we were up late doing homework and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But 9 to 10.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty routine.
And then outside of coming down to get ibuprofen, did you realize, or did you get out of bed any other times?
No.
Okay. And then I know this might be difficult. Are you able to talk us through kind of what happened or when it first happened?
Yeah. So my dog was whimpering, and I woke up and then realized she was having a seizure.
Okay.
I went around the bed. She was close to that end table to the right of the bed.
Okay.
I slid her down just a little bit, I rested her on my knee, and it helped her to the floor. I got her on her side, and then I ran around the bed, got my phone, called 911. She stopped seizing, and I was on the phone with dispatch. I had her on speaker, phone was right in front of me, and she wasn't breathing.
Okay.
So I started CPR. Did the CPR, and then I had to run down and unlock the door for the guys. I realized when I heard the sirens, and that's when it clicked with me that my door was open, the door was locked.
Okay.
I did the compressions. We always do like continuous compressions. We never stop. Dispatch was like, you have to breathe for her, you know.
Okay.
I know countywide we do just compressions, right? But I was compliant with what they were saying.
Oh, okay.
I gave the breaths. I was following. They were helping me count. I was just following along. The guys came in and took over.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then as far as like symptoms of the seizure, are you able to describe like what she was experiencing?
She was very stiff and locked up.
Okay.
And so it wasn't like a clonic tonic type, like jerky.
Okay.
She was very stiff. She was rolled in like so.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then do you remember where she was at as far as like positioning when you first woke up?
Yeah. So she was on her back near the edge of the bed.
Okay.
near the we just had a table that was like really close, kind of eye of the bed, and so she was just right there.
Okay. Like end table or?
It's just that table next to the bed, like an end table,
Okay.
right?
Gotcha. And then was she under the sheets, on top of the sheets?
She was under the sheets in the cover.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then from there, move her to the floor. Anything unusual? You must have been on hundreds of cardiac arrests in your career. Anything like unusual or noteworthy from?
Just how like confident you are when you have your equipment, you have everything, and when you have nothing, you might as well not even be a paramedic. Like I just, yeah, no, there's nothing. I mean, it's like I just checked her breathing, had my hand on her chest, and I just was verbalizing to dispatch what I had because I knew I needed another engine and a battalion chief, you know, and so I let them know what was happening so I get what we normally get in a response.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Did she, or would she ever like previously get up in the middle of the night, or was she light sleeper, heavy sleeper?
She snored. She slept pretty well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ever any issues or thoughts that she may have like sleep apnea or any things like that?
No.
Okay.
No.
And then, did you guys both sleep in a master bedroom? Is that correct? Okay. Gotcha. And I think we reviewed the photos. Is she closer to the closet side then?
That's correct.
Okay. And then does the dog normally like sleep with you guys upstairs or somewhere else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Since a puppy, she sleeps on pillows.
Okay.
Yeah.
Her house, you're just living in it? Yeah. Got 3 myself, so I know the feeling of losing your own space. Okay. And then when you were moving her, are you able to describe that motion again from the bed to the floor?
Just to get her to the floor, I needed to clear that table, so I slid her down, and then I just rest her on my knee and eased her to the floor.
Okay.
And then got her over so I could get her on her side.
Into the, was it recovery position or?
Yeah, just on her.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess how long, was she still like that tensed up at that point?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, which actually made the lift a little easier.
Okay. And then was the clothing that she was in, was that pretty normal? Or I guess we'll start with, do you remember what she was wearing?
I think her Disney stuff off her, I believe.
Okay.
She was always like, she'd sleep in a sweatshirt, she'd sleep in t-shirt, she was always cold, you know.
So that was pretty normal as far as like typical clothing or what she would normally be wearing.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. I think that's all I have. Do you have anything else?
I just want to ask a little more about her diet. Would it be a typical like breakfast or lunch?
She doesn't eat, like I would always eat the keto meat vegetables. It's just what I do.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I didn't go off your question, but she loved pastas, those breads, lots of sweets. And I guess what I could tell you is that she's very picky about what she eats. No fish.
I have to tell y'all, this kind of cracked me up. He's just like, oh, well, she just ate a bunch of carbs and chips and she's, basically ate like a kid. And he's like, I eat keto and all meat. Well, he was in for a rude awakening in jail because we've heard from Donna that it's like pasta and potatoes and it's all these fillers. So I can't wait to see fat Kevin.
No mayonnaise, hamburgers are plain and dry. Like I could go anywhere and I could tell you what she orders, so it's very plain Jane kind of stuff.
Okay.
Would she eat breakfast? Or was she like a coffee toast?
She never drank coffee.
Oh.
Right. Tea? No. Coke. Yeah. She's Diet Coke.
Diet Coke.
Diet Coke, Diet Pepsi.
breakfast.
Yeah. So then it was just constant they're really, what she eat? I mean, like sandwich meat and 2 slices of bread. Peanut butter on a spoon. No, just like I tell you, it's like, yeah, that was her.
Okay. And then the other thing I want to ask about the scan.
Yeah.
I think that would be good for the ME's office to at least be able to take a look at it, even if there might not be anything on there, because there could be a proof of them on there.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
So if we can get a copy of that, that would probably.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know.
Yeah. I'd be happy to give that.
We can like
Okay.
info.
Yeah.
I can forward it to them.
Okay. Yeah.
Um,
The live scan was my way of getting her checked out.
Mm.
It was nice to review the card to the firefighter trust. We just pay that $650 or whatever, that it costs and come off the deduct.
He's trying to look like he was such a good husband. The life scan, it sounds like it was a physical or something that was a benefit through the fire department. And have you noticed how he gives so much extra information? Like they've asked just some basic questions and he's like on and on. Reminds me of somebody else.
Or whatever we had in our, account. Yeah. So it was just a convenient way. Dr. Hagen retired from Camas, and so we lost our primary, It's kind of like Peace Health Clinic that used to be Lackman's Medical Group. That's where we would generally go.
okay.
I mean, myself, I don't get sick. I never see a doctor. I'm not one to point fingers or whatever, but I'm not certain she went to a gynecologist. I had concerns, with complaints, any complaint that she would have. But yeah, life scan was pretty complete. They did ultrasound. I mean, for us, it's testicles all the way up through your neck.
Oh, that's so good. They did a scan of his testicles. Well, it's a good thing he doesn't need doctors because you don't really get any in prison from what I'm hearing.
I can check the carotids and every organ and just all that. So maybe, I don't know, but I'd be happy to get that to you.
Couple other questions popped up over her life. Looking back, trying to figure out if there was anything more.
Yeah.
Outside of that chest pain, any other big medical stuff or conditions, complaints, anything like that?
No, I mean, she had a lot of dental bridging done, if that's even the right term.
Okay.
But 2 kids, no complications with the pregnancies. I delivered Megan, my second.
Okay.
She's pretty awesome. But no, it's just a shock. I mean, there's just nothing. She just was unhealthy, healthy. I mean, I don't know how to explain it. Just she didn't exercise.
Okay.
We worked out a lot, but I'll get older. I don't work out like I used to either. But yeah.
And then probably obvious, but just wanted to ask any big events recently, no car crashes, falling, nothing,
No.
outside of that.
No. like nothing.
Okay, nothing that would have like
No.
trauma or
My car's
injuries.
been hit 3 times, including just the other day in the snowstorm. But it's parked out here. The van ended up in my front yard after hitting the bumper. But yeah, no traffic accidents.
Okay.
No. I mean, there's literally like no history, like of trauma. Like our biggest medical history is dental and having 2 kids. You know,
Yeah.
sinus infections, getting COVID shot, doing. I got so sick from the first one, I didn't have the second one.
Mhm.
You know, I don't know. There's just nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember when she had that sinus infection? Was that more recent or was that?
No, she would just like, you know, it's either like she didn't have seasonal allergies, but then she had, she would get colds maybe once a year. And, you know, she would develop a sinus infection or whatever, but I this is like maybe last year.
Oh,
you
okay.
know.
So not recent. Okay.
No.
And then did she have any other like allergies, food allergies, medication allergies, nothing?
No.
Okay.
And I don't, yeah. It's funny, we look at family and it's like, I keep talking about myself, but yeah, it's like all the cancers on my side of the family, all the morphine family allergies. I've never had, you know, anything, but she doesn't have anything either.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I think my last question, was she like typically a early riser or what time was she normally waking up?
I'd say early. I mean, well, early, 7,
Okay.
you know, probably.
Perfect. I don't think I have anything else. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Thank you so much for your time. Sorry to bug you.
Okay. I was going to share the short. Oh wait, let me take this off the screen. So I don't know if y'all saw this, but look what happened this morning. So I was trying to take a little video of the sun out to melt off the branches, and look what happened. How the morning started. Oh, the sun is shining. Let's get a quick video of it. And then Marsh, are you a little cold? Yeah, you got the fire now. Poor buddy. You're okay. You're drying off pretty well. This all happened before 8 a.m. He is fine. I think he's a little ashamed, but he's all dry now, and I think my heart is still pounding. So yeah, that was our morning. It was really exciting, but he's fine. I think he thought it was like a continuation of the patio or whatever. I mean, I don't know. They know better, but I can tell you this: neither of the dogs is going near it right now. So, poor guy, but he's fine. But yeah, if you're listening, you'll have to go back and watch. And he's actually a golden doodle, but he's flat haired, and so everybody thinks he's a golden retriever, but he's not. Okay, so this is the forensic pathologist, and this is critical to watch. She talks about all the ways they identified it. And I think they talk about it in this, but I'll go ahead and mention it. Basically, when, you know, the other ladies that we saw testify, I think yesterday, that had worked with Kevin and were suspicious, her body was in the van leaving the medical examiner's office, and they had ruled it basically like inconclusive. It was on the way to the funeral home. And I think it had got to the funeral home, and then the medical examiner got the body back. So just keep that in mind.
Like you mentioned yesterday that you want to do the autopsy as quickly as you can, right?
Within the constraints of the resources we have. Yes.
Well, sure. Ideally, you'd want to do it right away if you could. Isn't that right?
There are a lot of variables to consider in that question.
You did the first. Well, first of all, why do you want to do it so quickly? Why is it important to do that early on?
Can you define quickly?
sooner than later? Why would you do it the next day rather than 3 months later? Why would that be a good idea?
Even with refrigeration, the body does go through the decomposition process.
And, all right, so now you did the first autopsy on the 10th, you say, correct?
Yes,
And you started that about 10 in the morning, you said?
about, yes.
And then the second one was on the 11th. And when did you start that one?
I believe about 10 a.m. as well.
When did you finish that second?
I believe we probably finished in the afternoon.
2, 3? How many hours did it take?
I don't exactly recall the afternoon.
How about the first one? How long did that one take?
I believe we were done within about 2 hours.
Now, and then you completed your report on June 24th of 2024, correct?
Yes,
And that's because you're waiting for the toxicology report.
the toxicology report had been received, I believe, in March.
Now, when you first did the autopsy, you're doing the work and you're giving instructions to someone who's taking notes, correct?
There's a team of people that assist me.
Well, let's just talk about this particular one. You did the work and you're telling a tech basically what to write down. You're making comments and they're writing down your comments, correct?
During portions of the exam.
And someone else took photos. You didn't take the photos.
Yes.
Who took the photos?
I would have to refer to the photographs to address that. I don't exactly recall who took the photographs.
When did you first look at them?
The photographs?
Yes.
Probably within a day or two of the examinations.
And then you, within a day or two of the first or the second examination?
Both.
And then you looked at it again when you wrote your final report in June?
I suspect I looked at them a number of times between the exam and I finalized my report.
You know, you misspelled her name. You know that, correct?
Objection relevance.
I mean,
Uh,
seriously, you misspelled her name? I'm not saying that's like a great thing, but I've seen in the affidavits and all that with Leon County and things, I've seen multiple grammar misspellings, all that stuff.
The spelling of her name is what was given to us through documents.
You referred to her as Marcel instead of Marcella. You know that, correct?
I am not aware of the pronunciation of her name.
But is Marcel the name that's actually on the final death certificate that you issued?
I am not in control of the demographic information that is on a death certificate.
Are you not responsible for your own report that you write?
I do write my own report.
Now, you say that when you finished the first time, you finished after a couple hours, so maybe we're about noon, 1 o'clock, something like that?
About,
And somebody came to get the body, right?
yes.
When did they get it?
I believe the funeral home representative came about 2:45 or 2:50 in the afternoon.
Okay, who was the funeral home representative?
I do not know.
What standards do they use for transporting bodies after autopsies? Do you?
I'm not aware of those.
Now, you say it's not uncommon to re-examine a body, right?
Yes,
But that's usually, ideally, when they're still there and they're in the cooler, you can take it out and look at it again, right?
yes.
Yeah, so sending it off with, some individual you don't know to go off for a few hours and then come back, that's probably not best practices, is it?
I would agree with that.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 101. You saw this earlier, and I think you identified that, correct?
Yes,
Now this, I'll just show you for a minute. There's a lot of like bloodshot eye around there, right?
I would call those congested blood vessels.
And that's on the white part of the eye.
That's the the sclera or the conjunctiva.
Okay. Some people say conjunctiva, is that right?
Yes.
Now, you didn't notice any discoloration or bruising on the front of her neck.
Can you define the front of her neck?
The anterior side of her neck?
The neck is curved, so there was some bruising that I would consider anterior lateral.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 1.
Okay.
And Doctor, this one, you say shows some kind of bruising, maybe a little bit of abrasion on the back?
Yes.
It's kind of darkened, isn't it?
That is one way to characterize it.
And that would suggest that maybe it's been there for a while.
Can you define a little while?
It looks like the blood has coagulated, correct?
I can't speak to the coagulation status.
And it looks like if there's bruising, that means that the heart was still beating and they may have happened at least sometime before she passed away, isn't that right?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you what was marked as exhibit 122. Just ask you to look at that again.
All right.
I think you mentioned on direct examination that some of these are artifacts, correct?
They may be artifacts.
Okay. And don't they also line up with the things that you identified as injuries?
They do not.
Okay. Does this not fold up and meet this part right here?
It does not.
So you're saying that the two shadows at the bottom,
I would ask your honor that he allow the witness to see where he's pointing.
okay, well, that's public. Okay. So I'm referring to the two darkened areas at the bottom, which you refer to as possible artifacts,
Yes.
which means it might be something that you did perhaps during the process. Is that right?
Yes, potentially.
And then we're looking at the upper portion where there's a couple areas that you've identified as injuries, correct?
Yes.
And so the ones on the lower portion, that was actually kind of severed and pulled down from the upper portion, correct?
No.
And so they kind of meet up, don't they? Common sense would tell us that.
I'm not sure what you mean by meet up.
In your testimony yesterday on exhibit number 123, you said you couldn't say what caused that little red dot.
That specific one, no.
Okay. So sometimes a red dot is just a red dot. Is that right?
sometimes it is indeterminate between artifact and injury.
I'm showing you exhibits 144 and 145.
Okay?
And the purpose of those was to show that there's some bruising on her elbow, correct?
Yes,
And again, they're darkened, correct?
that is one way to characterize them.
Well, how would you characterize
I would characterize them as contusions.
it? Okay. Darkened contusions?
It's a relative term.
Okay. And that again would suggest that it happened sometime before she passed away. No way to age.
You know what? I think I started with the wrong one because we haven't seen the prosecutor and I heard him say that. Did y'all hear that? Hold on. This is the one we want to see first. I apologize. That's my fault. Wait, maybe not. Hold on. I can't figure out how this court does their testimonies because we haven't seen the prosecutor get up there. I apologize. Hold on. There's another one where they do. Anyway, I'll start this again.
Doctor, I'm showing you what was entered yesterday as exhibit 154. Just ask you to take a look at that, please.
Okay?
Where would the vertebral arteries be?
The vertebral arteries in this cross-section are not accurately depicted because this particular cross-section is using a thoracic vertebra, not a cervical vertebra, which is where the vertebral artery travels. This particular cross-section is below the level in the neck where the vertebral arteries enter the vertebra.
Now, the vertebral arteries, that's just another blood supply for the brain, isn't it?
It is.
You get blood supply from the carotid arteries, you get blood supply from the vertebral arteries that are kind of right by the vertebra, right?
Yes.
Okay, and they're protected.
I found it. Sorry. But I think it's really important to see this first.
And you indicated that you performed an autopsy on an individual by the name of Marcy West or Marcy West in this case.
Because he was asking her questions about things she's already testified to. So they broke them up between prosecution and defense. So, but it's all good.
Yes.
What time did you first, or what date did you first examine the body?
The initial examination took place on January 10th.
Was that when her body arrived at the ME's office?
No.
And when did her body arrive?
I believe her body arrived at the medical examiner's office on January 8th.
And where would the body have been stored between the time that it arrived and the time that you conducted your autopsy?
Her body would have been in the medical examiner cooler within the office.
Is it unusual for a couple of days lapse between the time of the body's arrival and the time of the examination?
No.
And with regard to the first examination of her body on the 10th, what time of day was that approximately?
I believe we started about 10 a.m.
And how long did it go?
The autopsy, I believe, lasted about 2 hours. I believe we were wrapping up around noon on that day.
And what information did you have at that point?
The information that I had was limited to what the death investigator had collected while at the scene. I don't believe we had much more information from either law enforcement or other sources other than verbal reports from law enforcement.
So was it primarily based on the reported information from Mr. West?
Yes.
And what was your thought process with regard to the initial autopsy?
Can you be more specific?
What were you focused on ruling in or ruling out with regard to the initial autopsy?
In the beginning, when first presented with this death, one of the first concerns was whether or not she had a chronic seizure disorder or epilepsy. In folks with chronic seizures or epilepsy, particularly if they're not well controlled, those can result in death. So one of the first things I wanted to address was whether or not she was having chronic seizures or whether this was her very first seizure. So that question we were able to address very early. I don't remember exactly when, but fairly early within the death investigation process. Once we had established that she didn't have a chronic seizure disorder, but that we have a report of a seizure, then my next sort of questions I wanted to answer and that I did answer is to identify those things that can present as a first-time seizure in an adult. And so there's a lot of other things that we are doing that I'm investigating and documenting, but that was because the seizure was such a prominent part of her dying process. That was at the top of the list.
And when you say it was part of her dying process, her reported dying process?
Yes.
And so were you able to determine whether or not you believed Marcy died from the seizure?
Yes.
And what was your conclusion?
So after performing the autopsy, I came to the conclusion that the seizure was not due to a primary brain lesion. So in an adult who has a seizure and dies, those are almost always from a catastrophic event in the brain, which are diagnosable at autopsy. And so after I had completed the autopsy and the examination of her brain, I had excluded all of those catastrophic things that could present as a first-time seizure in an adult.
When you say catastrophic things, what sorts of things are you referencing?
So those types of things are like a ruptured aneurysm. Different parts of the blood vessels in our brain can develop bubbles, little sacs that then rupture. And those, unfortunately, they're very hard to diagnose when a person is alive. But when they do rupture, they generally kill people. So that would be one. Arteriovenous malformations in the brain are another one where the bleeding can be so abrupt that it kills a person. They have a seizure and they die. Some other things would be tumors in the brain, blood clots that travel to the brain, infections of the brain can rarely present as a seizure followed by death. There's probably a few more I'm not thinking of, but they are generally catastrophic and easy to see once we open the brain.
And did you open the brain in this case?
Yes.
And did you see any of those catastrophic events?
No.
In your 25 years practicing as a forensic pathologist, have you ever had a person die of a first-time seizure without being able to identify what the catastrophic event is, or brain lesion?
I don't recall that ever being the situation.
So when you've ruled out the seizure as the cause of her death, what are you looking at then?
So, we've excluded epilepsy, so chronic seizures. We've excluded catastrophic things in the brain, and so my next sort of area of inquiry or things I want to consider are things where there's a seizure, but the initiating process is outside of the brain. And another way to say that is that the person was dying from something else, but because of the dying process, had a seizure.
So would it be fair to say, in that case, that the seizure would more be a symptom of dying than the cause of dying?
Yes.
So what sorts of things do you look at to determine whether that?
So when opening up sort of that avenue of inquiry, the causes and the mechanisms are incredibly broad. And they generally originate outside of the brain. They can be any part of our body that malfunctions enough, our heart, our lungs, liver, kidneys, if it becomes very severe, can result in a seizure. So it's a very broad area of inquiry.
Were you able to find any process beyond the injuries that we'll discuss later that could have caused that seizure?
No.
At the conclusion of the first examination, were you prepared to give an opinion on cause and manner of death?
No.
Were you prepared to call it suspicious?
No.
Why not?
At the end of the first day, I did not make any observations and I didn't have any information to suggest that this was anything other than a natural death, and I just needed to find the answer.
Now, did something occur that caused you to want to look at the body? Well, let me back up. So shortly after you finished examination day 1, what happened to the body?
So we finished the exam around noon on the 10th. Her body was released to the funeral home that afternoon, I think around 2:45, 2:50 in the afternoon was when her body was released to the funeral home.
Who needs to make those funeral home arrangements?
The family, the legal next of kin.
Okay, so it's not the medical examiner's office calling the funeral home saying, come get the body.
Not usually, no.
So the body leaves around 2:15?
2:45, 2:50.
And did Marcy's body ever make it off the van at the funeral home?
No.
Okay. Did the driver bring the body back?
Yes.
How long was the body gone for in total?
Her body was in transport for about, I think, 25 to 30 minutes.
And is it common for the body to have left that soon?
Not necessarily, no.
Do you have any concerns that the van ride caused any of the injuries that you ultimately documented?
I have no concerns, no.
Why not?
The way bodies are packaged and prepared for transport generally does not allow for any movement of the body, barring a major collision. There's that, but also after the autopsy, almost all of the blood has been drained from the body, and so even if there was blunt impact or any sort of impact with the body, there would not be a lesion that looks like it occurred before death. It will have a very different appearance.
And so the body came back. When did you conduct the second examination of Marcy's body?
The second exam was the following day, so that would have been the 11th. And I believe, again, we started around 9 or 10 in the morning.
And were you able to see things in the second evaluation that you weren't able to see or fully appreciate on the first?
Yes.
And why was that?
On the first day that when we did the initial examination of her body, she had, like many people do, very dense lividity or that pink, deep purple discoloration. That made it very challenging to see a lot of the lesions I later identified on her head and neck. Then the next day, because a lot of that blood had been drained, those areas became more prominent visually.
All right, I'm showing you what has been I'm showing you what has been marked for identification purposes as P99. Is that?
This is a composite of two images of the left side of her face. The bottom image is from the first examination. The top image is from the second examination.
And what does it demonstrate?
The two photographs demonstrate the change in lividity, most importantly, and then and as a result of that, the distinctive appearance of some lesions.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the left side of Marcy's face as it appeared during the first examination and then in the second examination?
Yes.
Move to admit P99.
No objection. P99.
P99. All right, showing you P100.
Council, we don't use P and D, we use numbers, so. Exhibit is number 100.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. This is exhibit 100. What are we looking at?
This is a composite of images from the right side of the face with the top image from the first day and the bottom two from the second day.
And again, does this show the difference in lividity?
Yes, it does.
True and accurate depiction of how she appeared on both the first day of the examination and the second day of the examination?
Yes.
On the right side of her face?
Yes.
Move to admit 100.
No objection.
100.
Move to publish.
Grant.
All right, Dr. Burke, so this image that we're looking at on the left-hand side as we stare at the screen, would this have been from day 1 or day 2?
That is from the first day.
Okay. And this image on the right-hand side of the screen?
That one is from the second day.
And when you say the difference in lividity, is that this red discoloration on the left side of the screen?
On the cheek, it's red. On the portion of her neck there, it's a red to almost a purple.
And that had dissipated to some extent on day 2?
Yes.
And the exhibit number come?
99.
99 you're right? 100. And then 100 next. All right, Dr. Burke, so this photograph on the upper left-hand side as you stare at the screen, is that day 1 or day 2?
That is from the first day.
And on the right-hand side of the, upper right-hand side of the screen,
That's from the second day.
and the bottom.
Yes, that one is also from the second day.
And again, does it depict less lividity on day 2?
Yes.
Right. So you're able to see external injuries better than on the second day.
Yes.
Is that accurate? Okay. And can you describe the difference between the first examination and the second examination with regard to the internal structures of the neck?
Are you asking about the procedures I did?
Yes.
Okay. So on the first day, I did a very standard autopsy. That involves examining the structures of the mouth and the neck. In order to do that, what we have to do is take the skin from the chest and it's called reflecting, where we take the skin, we don't remove it, but we open it so that we can see the neck and the base of the tongue and the salivary glands. So on the first day, we removed what's called the neck block. It consists of the tongue, the larynx, and the esophagus. So that all was removed and examined on the first day. On the second day, what I did was I opened the skin between the bottom of the dermis and the adipose tissue, the fat layer. So we all have a layer of fat that's sort of our cushioning between our skin and our other structures. And so typically, normally in a normal autopsy, those two come up together. But what I wanted to do was to look between the skin and the fat. So I opened that and looked at it. After I did that, then we went back to what we had done the day before, which is to document all the changes in her neck and to photograph them and measure them.
Was there additional dissection of the neck?
A little bit. So the additional dissection involved taking this skin flap piece. Normally we stop right below the jawbone. In order to photograph the under the jawbone, I took it up just to the edge of the jaw so that we could photograph this part. And then after that, we don't normally open the carotid sheath, but I opened the carotid sheath as well along its length.
Okay. And why is it that you don't normally take the skin up above the chin?
The reason we don't do that is we run the risk of damaging structures that the funeral home will use to prepare the body for a viewing. And so there's a balance that we try to maintain in seeing as much as possible, but also not impeding a viewing for the loved ones.
And so when you took the skin up above the jaw, did that make it easier for you to visualize some of the internal injuries?
Yes.
And can you describe the difference between the first examination and the second examination with regard to the back of the head and scalp?
Yes. On the first day, I observed a bruise on the back of her head on the left side that was over the bone. There's a bit of bone that's a little bit of a, I'm gonna call it a nodule, but prominence. So I noticed a bruise there. On that first day, I stopped. I did not examine that further, so I stopped with the dissection right at the base of the skull. On the second day, again, we call it reflecting the skin. So I extended the incisions down the back of the neck, and I traced this bruise as far down as it went, which was down onto the neck part, not the skull part.
So starting with your external examination findings, did you observe any injuries to Marcy's head or neck externally?
Yes.
What did you see?
So the injuries that I observed were some petechiae, little tiny areas of hemorrhage in her eyes, on her cheeks, and on her neck. Behind both of her ears were bruises, contusions, and then on both sides of her neck, in addition to some very small areas of petechiae, were very faint bruises.
Can you describe the bruising that you observed behind the ears?
The bruising behind her ears was in this place that has a couple of different names. It's where the earlobe meets the jaw right in front of the skull. So it's this depression behind the earlobes right next to the jawbone. A lot of people are familiar with TMJ, so just right in that depression is where those were. On the right side, the bruise was a deep purple, and it had these very tiny areas where the skin had been rubbed off. On the left side, the bruise was a deep purple color. It was smaller than the one on the right, and it didn't have any of that, the rubbing characteristics that the right side had.
Can you describe where the mastoid region is generally anatomically?
Yeah. So the mastoid region is in that same area. The mastoid region is this bony area behind the ear, what we call the helix, the ear helix, this bony region. So that's the mastoid region.
Is that region behind the ear have a lot of blood vessels, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And is bruising behind both ears a common accidental injury?
I will say bleeding behind the ears both from bruising or from blood leaking, does show up behind the ears.
But is it at a place where people typically would have an accidental injury?
It's a relatively uncommon place to have an accidental injury.
Is it something that could have been caused by CPR or chest compressions?
Objection, no foundation.
All right. So, show you. Dr. Burt, I'm showing you what has been marked as 151, an illustrative exhibit. What is that?
This is an anatomic diagram rendering of the left side of the head without the skin. So the blood vessels.
Hey, welcome, McCoaching. I just, for those of you that are listening, because I know we're working, I'm doing the same thing. There are photos of this online, and I would recommend you go and see because the bruises were so like tiny. I mean, it's something I would never even notice. I mean, obviously, I'm not a medical examiner, but pretty impressive what she saw.
And the muscles are identifiable.
And understanding that it is an illustration, is it generally anatomically accurate?
Yes.
We would admit for illustrative purposes, 151.
No objection. All right, 151 is admitted for illustrative purposes. When an exhibit's admitted for illustrative purposes, it's used to by the witness during their testimony. It does not go back with you to the jury.
All right, and then I'm going to show you 119 through 121 inclusive. Can you take a look at those? What are those?
These are photographs from the examination on the second day of Marcy's, the right and left sides of her head about her ears.
Are they true and accurate depictions of the areas around Marcy's ears during the autopsy?
Yes.
Admit 119 through 121.
No objection. 119 to 121.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So, this is what is an illustrative exhibit. Let's see, 151. So, can you describe for the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
This is a view of the left side of the head, with the left ear, and the face is a little bit out of our view. Most of what's visible is the back side of the head in this image.
And now, is it possible for jugular compression to result in bilateral bruising behind the ears?
Yes.
Can you explain that process for the jury using this study?
The jugular vein is the vein that drains the head. When the jugular vein is compressed, blood will collect in the veins that are uphill from it. If the pressure gets high enough, blood vessels can rupture. Or they can just become very dilated. And then when we look at it from the skin surface, it looks like bruising behind the ear because there's a number of veins that drain from the side of the head into the jugular vein. So although we call it bruising, it looks like bruising, but it's not necessarily from blunt trauma. It can be from the blood vessels just being really, really congested and then leaking. So that's how compression of the jugular vein can create the appearance of an injury in that part of the head.
And can bruising behind the ears also be caused by directed trauma from the outside?
Yes.
How is that?
Bruising in this specific location behind the ears and on the sides of the head can be from skull fractures in very specific locations where the blood then travels from those fractures to this area. There's very little fat tissue and muscle tissue, and so any blood that collects there is really easy to see. And so with skull fractures in certain areas, bruising right there can be one of the first indications of a fracture before the person makes it to a CT scan or an MRI scan.
Can it also just be from like some sort of hard force?
Yes, it can also be from just a traditional impact that ruptures blood vessels.
So it could have an internal or an external cause or both.
Yes.
We go to So are we looking at the right or left side of Marcy's head in this photo?
This is the left side.
The exhibit number.
Apologies, Your Honor.
So for all y'all listening, Law and Crime has this like all blurred. We can't see anything, but they are online and I would recommend looking at them. I don't want to put them up because I think YouTube gets all freaky about stuff and strikes a video. So just look them up. I mean, they're like pinpoint little bruises like around her earlobe. They're small or whatever she calls it. I'm calling it a bruise, but it's very interesting how what the body tells us.
119. Okay. And what do we see in this particular photo?
The two lesions that I documented were a linear pattern of petechiae in front of the ear there.
Is that what I'm looking?
Yes. That line of petechiae there. And then some very tiny bruises just below the earlobe there, yes.
Am I pointing to the correct place?
Yes, those are the bruises, yes.
Okay. And if we could go then to 120. Right, is this that same ear?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what are we looking at?
So this is with the earlobe and the ear helix pushed forward so that that area behind the earlobe is visible, and there's that dense purplish blue discoloration, which is a bruise.
And that's what we're looking at?
Yes, that is it.
Is this the same mark that we saw below her ear in 119?
Yes,
And again, this is the left side of her head?
yes.
If you go to 121. Is this Marcy's other ear?
Yes, it is.
So the right side of her head?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
So this is that area behind her earlobe that's demonstrating that purplish blue bruise. And then the very tiny areas where the skin has been rubbed off. Yes, those. Also, in front of her earlobe are 2 red spots. Those are petechiae there.
Is that the here and here?
Yes.
And again, it's your opinion that these are abrasions?
Some of those are abrasions. Some of those are just deeper colored bruises. So towards the tip of her earlobe, those are bruises, whereas if you go down and backwards, that's an abrasion where the skin has been rubbed off.
So do you have an opinion about whether this particular constellation of injuries resulted from internal injuries, external injuries, or both?
Whew. I believe the bruising is from an external injury. The petechial hemorrhages are more challenging. They are in a distribution that could be from local compression of the blood vessels, but they could also be from increased pressure in the blood vessel distant from that caused them to rupture.
All right, and we've talked a lot about petechiae. Did you observe petechiae at Marcy?
Yes.
And what is petechiae?
Petechiae is a word to describe an area of hemorrhage that is tiny. Different textbooks have different definitions. In general, it's an area of hemorrhage that is less than 3 millimeters. The term petechiae does not necessarily tell you how it came about, just that it is an area of hemorrhage. But in general, petechiae happen when there is enough pressure inside the blood vessel to cause it to rupture, and then blood leaks out.
And how do you determine whether a spot is petechiae versus a normal skin imperfection?
Most red skin imperfections are clusters of blood vessels that are just visible from the skin surface. And so the easiest way to differentiate the two is to push on the area of redness. If it's a skin imperfection from a cluster of blood vessels, they will generally blanch, or the blood will squeeze out, and then it will refill again. Because it's in the blood vessels, it can move. Whereas a petechia is blood that has leaked into the tissues, and by pushing on it, you're not going to change where the blood is. So that's the easiest way to tell the difference.
And what causes petechiae?
So petechiae result from the rupture of blood vessels. Every bruise is rupture of blood vessels, and blood leaks out. Petechia are just the super tiny blood vessels that rupture by themselves, and then we can see them as little tiny dots.
What does petechiae indicate to you, generally speaking?
In general, petechiae mean there's been an increase in the pressure in the blood vessel. That's what they mean.
Now, on Marcy, was there a lot of TKI or was it more limited?
I would say it was very limited.
And are TKI present in every strangulation death?
No.
Can TKI be limited or even absent in some forms of neck compression?
Yes.
Can TKI also be caused in other ways,
Yes.
including vomiting?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that it's corroborative of a strangulation event, but not necessarily conclusive on its own?
Yes.
Great, Dr. Burt. Handing you 99 and 101 through 116. Take a look at those for me.
I do. These are images from the second day of examinations at the outside of Marcy's body.
And with the exclusion of the first image, which is 98,
Yes.
do those images depict what you observed as far as the TPI?
Yes, they do.
And are they true and accurate photographs?
Yes.
Right, this time move to admit 98 and 101 through 116.
16. Do you have any objection, any of the
I've
documents?
got the 106 and 113.
On what basis?
They're altered photographs. They're not original photographs, they've been altered.
Okay, 98 and 101 through 105 and the other images up to 115 except 113 are omitted.
All right, what is it that we're looking at here?
This is a photograph taken during the examination of one of her eyes. We don't always take our photographs so that they're easy for other people to orient. So for everyone in the room, that is upside down.
Okay, so, right, so, where I'm pointing here at the base of the photograph, that would be the top of her head,
That's correct.
and this is where her chest is, right?
Yes.
On the top.
Yes.
Generally speaking, with regard to these measuring devices, do they, are they oriented so the writing is, the top of the writing is facing the top of the head?
Yes.
All right, so this would be her left eye, is that accurate?
Yes.
And what do you see in this eye?
So in this image, at the lateral part of her eye is a very small red area.
Is that where I'm pointing here?
Yes.
And what do you believe that is?
That is most consistent with a petechial hemorrhage.
And 102. All right, again, we're upside down. So top of her head is here at the base,
Yes.
correct? And this is her mouth at the top?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the inside of her upper eyelid. And there's a very dark, almost linear looking area of hemorrhage on the inside of the eyelid.
Okay, is that where I'm pointing here?
Yes.
And what do you believe that is?
It's hemorrhage, and it's surrounded by tiny hemorrhages, which would be petechia. That's large enough that we wouldn't call it a petechial hemorrhage, but it is hemorrhage.
Do you have an opinion on what the cause of this hemorrhage is?
Only in very general terms.
What are the general?
Objection, relevance. Overruled.
So an area of hemorrhage on the inside of the eyelid of that size and shape is most consistent with a blunt impact to that region.
And then you indicated it was surrounded by petechia?
Yes.
All right, 103. All right, what are we looking at here?
This is the right ear and the part of the cheek that's just in front of the right ear. So we have the earlobe that's visible, and then the ear canal. And then just in front of that are two red dots, and those are petechiae.
Is that where I'm pointing here?
Yes.
Just to give everybody an update, there's like 15 minutes left of this lady, but it's important to hear what she's talking about and what she noted, because then the next thing we're going to see is the second interview with Kevin and body cam. So it'll be interesting.
And 104. Is this just a closer view of those two petechiae dots in front of her right here?
Yes.
All right, 105. Okay. What are we looking at here?
This is the right side of the lower part of her face and the right side of her neck. And the ruler is framing a oval, some crescent-shaped, roughly crescent-shaped area of petechial hemorrhages.
Is that what this is here?
Yes.
Is there anything else noteworthy on this particular image?
There are other petechial hemorrhages that are a bit washed out in this photograph, but on the right side of her jawline is a very small cluster. Yes, in that region, yes.
And then these are the two that we previously identified in front of her ear?
Yes.
Okay. Now, these are somewhat faint. Did you put or develop another slide with black dots placed on what you observed to be the petechiae?
Yes.
So now I'm showing what has been admitted for illustrative purposes only, 106. Okay. So is this a copy of the same photograph we just looked at,
Yes.
which is 105? And these black dots that are here, did you place those?
Yes, I did.
And are those placed on top of what you identified as petechiae?
Yes.
Okay. So specific to this region here on the neck, do you find any significance to the formation of the petechiae?
I can say that it is consistent with and not consistent with certain things,
Okay.
but I can't tell you exactly what it is.
Would it be consistent with a finger?
Yes.
And is it placed, where is the location of this particular crescent-shaped cluster of petechiae?
That particular distribution is at the anterior edge, so the front edge of the big muscle that comes down the side of the neck. So it is just in front of that muscle on the side of the neck.
And did you identify a hemorrhage in this particular location?
Yes.
And was that the hemorrhage to the carotid sheath on the right side?
Yes.
Okay. Now, petechiae can be developed by restricting blood flow, correct?
Yes.
Can it also be from direct pressure?
Yes.
And
One thing we're also not able to see in this because it's so blurred out. When they were showing or pointing to the screen, the prosecutor, so she's got this thing and it looks like a really long antenna pointer stick. I mean, it reminds me of the antennas that we would pull out of our cordless phones in the 90s, you know, the ones that retracted like 3 feet. But as she's pointing to the bruising, Kevin is like watching a lot of it. Usually you don't see defendants doing that. I thought that was kind of interesting.
on to
Oh yeah, like our car antennas too, Beach Bum. Remember if you drove through the car wash, you like ruined it and you'd see people with bent antennas around. See, our kids don't understand all this.
got a little bit out of order here. Okay. All right, moving on to 107. All right. Which side of Marcy's face is this?
This is the left side.
And do you see anything noteworthy in this particular photograph?
In this photograph, although very faint, there is a linear distribution of petechial hemorrhages just in front of her left ear.
Is that right pointing here?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any significance about this formation of petechiae?
Yes.
And what is that?
The distribution suggests that the skin was pinched in that area to create a linear distribution of injury.
Now, if petechiae had developed from, say, vomiting, would you expect for it to develop in this particular formation?
No.
What sort of formations would you expect to see?
With vomiting or sneezing, what I would expect to see is a generalized distribution of petechia across the face. In those situations, the petechia are easiest to see around the eyes and on the eyeballs, but they can be across the cheeks or down the neck.
But they're generally more dispersed and generalized?
Yes.
(108). All right, is this just a closer view of those same linear petechiae on
Yes.
the left-hand side?
Yes.
(109). All right, what are we looking at here?
This is the inferior surface of the left earlobe, where there's two small red dots.
Is that here and here?
Yes,
And what do you believe those are?
those are most consistent with petechial hemorrhages.
Any significance to the location of those?
Not specifically, no.
All right, showing 110. All right, so we're still looking at the left side of Marcy's face, correct?
Yes,
And this is the linear formation of the petechiae here.
yes.
And what is this here?
That is a small cluster of bruises that are just below the left earlobe.
111. All right, what are we looking at here?
This is the left side of her neck. For reference, her left ear is at the bottom right corner. And then her jawline, I know it's really hard to appreciate, but it would be diagonally across that. Yes,
Like that?
no.
Okay.
It would go from the corner of the ruler
Uh-huh.
more towards her ear canal. So
So from here, like this?
yes, that would be her jawline.
Okay. And is there anything significant on this particular photograph?
Yes, on the part of her neck that's closest to the 2 and 3, there's a very faint bluish contusion, so bruise, and within that is a cluster of petechial hemorrhages.
And where is the location of this bruise? Could you just show the jury on yourself?
Yeah. So this is on the left side. So it's again in front of this large muscle right here, just in front of it, and then below the ear.
And is the location of this bruise over the carotid artery?
Yes.
(112). All right, so in this particular photo, we have the same linear pattern of the petechiae, the contusion that we just talked about, the bruise. Is there anything in addition to those two things in this particular photograph?
Yes.
And what is that?
A little bit lower and more towards the front of her neck is a cluster, another linear cluster of petechiae that's a little bit on a diagonal orientation. Yes.
Is that where I'm pointing here?
Yes.
Okay. Do you find any significance to the pattern of that
Not specifically, no.
All right, now, 113, is this another situation where you put black dots over what you observed to be the petechiae
Yes,
to make it easier to see?
yes,
And publishing 113, which has been admitted for illustrative purposes only. All right, so in 113, we have the black dots. Is that what you observed to be the petechiae just next to her ear?
yes,
And then down here lower, that's the linear pattern of petechiae on her neck.
yes.
And then this here was the bruise.
Yes.
Anything else that's noteworthy about this particular photo?
No.
Yeah, I think she was like passed out or he had done something to sedate her and then he strangled her because there's not like what y'all are talking about in the chat. Forensic RNN, hello, good to see you. Usually you see scratch marks on necks and face after trying to get free to breathe. So I do think it's interesting. I'm thinking he drugged her and then maybe that's why she got sick. I mean, you kind of start putting all this together and then he was worried about the toxicology. You know, roofies don't stay in the system long. I was just, as I was talking out loud. I just know that because in Nashville, it's a big problem down at the bars. And then they say a lot of times when they get to the ER, if they go, they can't even find it because it quickly, whatever that word, metabolizes or whatever. Nurses, y'all can help me.
114. Is this a close-up version of that linear pattern of petechiae on her neck?
Yes.
All right, 115. What are we looking at here?
This is the left side of her cheek and the part of her chin just below her lower lip. There's a red, pinkish red area of skin discoloration that also had a bit of a rough or flaky texture to it.
And what did you determine the likely cause of this was?
That is most consistent with a very minor superficial skin infection, sometimes referred to as impetigo.
So we don't necessarily think this is related, this isn't indicative of any sort of a strangulation event or trauma.
No.
And 160. Right. What are we looking at here?
This is the inside of her scalp. So in order to remove the brain, we have to invert the scalp. So this is the part of the scalp that sits right next to the skull. And in this image of the inside of her scalp are a number of deep red, pink to deep red spots.
And what is the significance of those to you?
These are hard to assign significance because this type of change is common in a lot of different types of death. So it is not unusual when a person dies for their scalp to become very congested and to look like this, but it can also be indicative of blood that has pooled in the head for other reasons.
Okay. So this is interesting. Thank you, Tater, for sharing this. I've just put on the screen symptoms of an EpiPen overdose. This is just from a Google search. And he would have access to EpiPens, right? Through the fire department and EMT. Can cause high blood pressure, rapid heart rate, heart rhythms, chest pain, shortness of breath, anxiety, tremors, complication like pulmonary edema and heart attack. Signs and symptoms of overdose can be neurological, severe headache, dizziness, anxiety, confusion, tremors, agitation, seizures, and loss of consciousness. That's like actually really good call on that. Well, I have that on the screen in case anybody wants to see that. So next we're going to see the last police interview, which was on January 31st. And this is, again, they go back to his home. And this is about 40 minutes. So similar dress. He's got on jeans, but this time he's got on a black hoodie. And forensic, I don't think we ever heard anything about the toxicology report. So I'm thinking if there was something on it. But if it was, would they know to look for high epinephrine? I mean, I don't know what a classic panel test they do in a autopsy. Okay, I'm going to share this. So back at the house, here we go.
How's it going, sir? Hey, come on in. Oh, thank you. You're okay.
I'm right.
You're okay. Smell my pops. Okay. How's it going?
I'm okay.
Good.
Okay. Come on in.
Had some follow-up and a couple other things we wanted to touch up on.
Yeah, sure.
Now's an okay time?
Yeah, let's come on in here.
Sure. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I had the hairy shot on you guys.
Oh, no worries. Puppy. Hey, puppy. You're okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, thank you. I don't remember you from last time.
One of the that's the nice guy. The other one's not so nice.
It seemed always, it's that dynamic. Like there's an evil one and a good one.
An evil one, like totally adopted Marcy and son, and the rest you can't even get up the stairs with.
So again, same police officer. He's doing a really good job, just casual. I know it's annoying they're in the home, but I bet that gets them talking more. Cat Wright asked if I met Joseph Scott Morgan at CrimeCon. I did not. But yeah, Kevin's just trying to be like so chill with him, right?
Believe me.
Still getting used to these. Still audio and video recording, so. Sorry. Only used it a handful of times so far. Perfect. So let's see.
I appreciate you guys being good to my kids on the phone. They both had, of course, you know, I sent Ted up to his room and he came out and I was just worried about him, you know, but I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, of course. And are you good with it recording? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. So almost in February. It's crazy. There. Come on, together.
She, Marcy and I bought her in Goldendale in 2015, brought him back. My mom and I went and picked her up in Goldendale and brought her back. So she's going to get us. She'll be 9 in October. Third of this spring.
Yeah, they're about to ask him some real personal questions about the affair and did he have sex with Marcy that last night?
I think that I grew up with one, and then we just lost Brooke a little while, 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Okay. Sorry.
That's
It's hard to.
Oh, she was my girl, yeah.
Well, one of the reasons we came back out here, we wanted to follow up. It's typical in these investigations. Sometimes it takes a couple times. One thing we should have asked or talked about last time, do you still have Marcy's cell phone?
I do.
Would we be able to take a peek at that?
Yes, and I put it in my daughter's room.
Okay.
Got it real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Here's the brief outline of one of the. Okay.
I did try to get into it the other day because I was paying bills and all the codes. So I went to her phone, so I had to contact all my everyone I owe money to every month to get my number and my email attached to it. So she can pay the bills, but I can call my daughter. I know the numbers. I don't know the order.
Gotcha.
And it locked me out. But
Okay.
would you like me to call Megan?
If you think she would maybe know the passcode, that would be outstanding.
Doing laundry and stuff today. It's a great task. Hey, sis. Do you remember? I remember the numbers to Mom's cell phone. It was 141320. Okay. Say that one more time. 141320.
So we got it.
I got it. Okay, thank you, sister. Okay, I love you. Bye. There's all my Xfinity codes coming through.
That was just so weird. Like, oh, hey, can I get the pen to your mom's phone? Thanks, sister. So he's calling his daughter sister. And if y'all recall, when he was texting with his mom, we went through those yesterday. He calls his sister sis. So I'm guessing Ted and Megan call each other sis and bro. I don't know. This family is really weird, but all too casual. That was odd to me.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Sometimes, like, especially now in the age of the cell phone, going through like digital stuff, just on the off chance, like a text was sent or a message was sent, maybe. In this case, maybe not, but it's one of our investigative steps, if that makes sense. Perfect. Good battery.
Okay. Wait a minute. I missed this comment a second ago. Dean McKenzie says, I retired from the county CWFD in 2019. Wes was my captain my final 18 months. And you say he was good to work for? He was good to work for. I was shocked when it all came out. But the evidence is overwhelming. I know most of the fire department folks who testified. Do you want to come on alive and talk? Like tonight or tomorrow? My email is truecrimeinaminute@gmail.com. But we would love to have you come on just to talk about it. You don't have to show your face. It's up to you, but just share anything or yeah, we would love it. Thank you for sharing. We're happy you're here.
Were you able to get all your bills and utilities?
I did. I got it all sorted out, but then excuse me, I went and she would always call me for the code, so I couldn't understand why they were going to her phone, like our Rocket Mortgage and our the other one. But anyway, that was
okay.
yeah.
And then one other thing, or a couple other things, as far as the life scan stuff, first off, thank you for sending that. I know we talked kind of at length about like the heart issues. Just wanted to circle back on that, like the chest pain and stuff that she was feeling.
Yeah, so I thought about it a lot, and she would complain of headaches. She complained of I didn't mean to go away from the chest pain. But
No, that's perfect. And then was there anything in particular, this may be a broad question, but anything, I guess, specific that prompted getting the life scan in December?
No, in fact, to do it in December, we had to schedule, like right now, we're scheduling for next year.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we never, just knowing she doesn't go in for physicals and all these, I was like, and that's
D. McKenzie, please come on. We would love it. I swear we will not, we will all be nice. We have a ton of moderators and we'll get rid of people, but you can just talk. You don't have to show your face. People would really enjoy that. I know I would.
this year was the first year it was opened up to spouses.
Oh, okay.
So it was line personnel, spouses, and then retirees, then volunteers. And it was based on how much space was available, how many appointments were available. So I was like, I worked hand in hand with Dan Hammond, who runs the coordination of all that live scan. And I was one of the first ones to sign up and just make sure that Marcy was on that, because my experience the first year was like, man, you knew everything. Like your carotids are clear, all the, I don't have a fatty liver. Apparently Marcy had a fatty liver, I guess, and I was like, it's just good information. Like cancer prevention in the fire department is huge and for everyone.
Yeah.
But like, man, if I can have this available for her, take advantage of it. It's just through my Viva, $650, and so well worth it. It doesn't come out of my pocket, and we can just get it done. And so she did.
Okay. And do you remember when you signed up for that? Because was it like a year ago, or was it like November?
Probably, it was either December of 2022 or January of 23, probably.
Gotcha. So like long time
Well
before.
before the appointment, yeah.
Okay. Is that like one of our boss was going to swing by as well?
Okay.
Yes, justice for Marcy. And we also want to ask you, D. McKenzie, that's right, JJ Ferris, great point. You can change your username. Like you can type it as, Jane Doe or Bob Doe or whatever you want to do. Also, we want to know, did you meet Marcy?
Do we want to get into this?
Just so moving the way we are. Yeah, at some point we have to.
Okay. Hello. So we were just talking about some of the life scan stuff. And then was that like with benefits at all? Like, did that affect like lower your guys' premiums or insurance, anything like that?
No, it's something that's offered through Northwest Firefighter Trust. And so departments can take advantage of it or not.
Just peace of mind, and it's up to the individual.
Yeah, and Dane is, his mom passed with cancer, and so he's taking that on as his mission at the fire department, to help everybody.
Okay. That's awesome. That's what you guys need. So.
Yeah, for sure.
And then we talked a little bit about you and Marcy's relationship last time, and you've mentioned like any relationship, there were some bumps along the way. Are you able to talk to us about those bumps or like when those were?
So in 2015, we were spending a lot of money on my daughter's savings.
Okay.
We didn't have a savings account. She basically, I guess at the time we couldn't come to resolution on finding a balance. It's always in June when we have to do decide how many dances your daughter's going to be in. That includes choreography fees for however all those dances, costumes are included, all those things, right? And it would always worry me that I don't have money for incidentals, the whatever, how the auditor goes up, and I just wanted balance, and finances were one of the things we had a tough time with.
Okay.
So it wasn't, communication was difficult.
Okay.
Right. Our communication model was very much round robin. Sometimes like we couldn't talk about just one thing. Like one topic, it would be maybe she would bring something back.
Okay.
Right. And so I would try to get back to just that main topic and find some resolution.
Okay.
I sat her down and the kids and explained that I needed a break. And so I decided that I was going to take my trailer to the conference house, and I stayed there for about, I don't even know the exact amount of time, maybe 20 days or something like that, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that. I didn't want the kids to feel like I was not part of their lives, taking them, as coaching Ted's basketball. I was involved in their lives, whatever it was, and driving Megan to dance, or I was involved in Ted's school, or whatever it was, and so I was always around. And she made a really big effort. And so we decided to have a couples weekend. We went to the coast. We had a really good weekend. We talked and agreed to have a savings account and to do some of those things.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just got
Nobody's. Oh, okay.
So he just got some emergency call on his phone, but he's trying to look so chill. My question is, why is he always home in the middle of the day? This is 23 days after Marcy died. This is January 31st.
Cool. Okay.
Okay. Sorry. Going quicker.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. So we agreed to have a savings account, and moving towards, it didn't change how much we were spending, right? I would go through the year and I would tell her, like, it's always hardest in June knowing what I'm going to spend, but then seeing my daughter dance, it's like all worth it, right? We go to the recitals. She tap ballet, or hip hop. She did tap. It was like not the common one. Anyway, I always felt bad about talking about money. But what we would do is I had a separate account at Selco in Eugene, and we put money there, and that was incidentals.
Okay.
It was my fuel. I paid mostly all my fuel, so it wouldn't come off hard. Just trying to have somewhat of a reserve.
Mm-hmm.
And then, dance ended this last June. She's a senior, so she was done and off to UW. And we communicated well about, we set up, I think it was maybe October, set up a savings account for college and for weddings. We're paying for my daughter's wedding, which is one of the most difficult things we're going through right now, because Marcy's not going to be at that wedding.
Mm-hmm.
And she was coordinating all of that. Sorry.
Take your time.
So Kevin's getting nervous and he's acting like he's getting emotional. And he didn't go to her funeral. Wow. What a low piece of scum.
Did she expect to be there to see her? Marcy started working a lot more to help me. I told her that probably in November. We started talking about the fact that I thought our union was going to vote to go to a 4-2 schedule where I had better days and my overtime would go away.
Okay.
And I said that with my overtime, I would always get
Have not been able to find an obituary for her, which I think is super strange, but I have tried.
about 36 hours a month just covering our Kelly days. And that was something that was a constant that I knew I wouldn't have anymore. And that was a significant amount of money in a year. And so she started working a lot, and basically everything she made, she was paying for Megan's wedding that was due this month in June, or January, excuse me. And we were able to make that payment. It was nearly $8,000. You know, I still have, you know, a little ways to go, right? So I think in December, we decided to do a Parent Plus loan to pay for college. Took out $18,000 to be able to pay for Megan's college. And so that freed up a little bit of money to be able to make that payment in January. But she's making big efforts to be a partner and working more.
Okay.
Mostly she was relieved at the hospital, and we balanced it well.
Okay.
Whole life, so we would never have to have childcare, right? We would just, if I was working overtime, she just wouldn't schedule herself to work. If I wasn't working overtime, she would pick up shift. So we were really good parents, and we were at that point of having time for ourselves.
Kids out of the house a little bit.
Maybe through every weekend, you know, she's Amtrakking her way down here. Ted's here 1 out of every 3 nights. We're starting to have just nights where it's just us. We could watch a movie, you know. She wanted to take me to post on my birthday. And we were gonna plan that. So my birthday was the 18th, and turned 50, and she wanted to do something.
As far as it's outside of 2015, any other like stretches in the relationship where any strain or?
No, I mean, I think maybe early on when we were looking to buy a house, she had Ted, you know, she had some, you know, her, this going way back, you know, her sexual desires after having her first kid, having Ted went away. That was temporary. I would run a lot. Like I'd run from 164th to downtown Camas, back and forth to work. I was a runner. But we made it through, you know. It's like, I think the first few years of our marriage were tough. But I don't think we were much different than any other couple.
And these are some uncomfortable questions. You said no one else is here right now. Okay. As far as the medical examiner's office, some of these follow-up ones that we're more or less required to ask, or we need the answers to. Are you able to remember when the last time you and Marcy were intimate?
That night.
That night? Okay. So the 7th, leading into the 8th?
First night of that.
Okay.
So I don't know why, but this bothers me. So if they're asking that, I mean, maybe the medical examiner saw nothing, or maybe they did see evidence that they had slept together. But we all know they wouldn't have slept together. They were about to get divorced. I mean, did he do something perverse to her when she was unconscious? Is anyone else thinking that, or is it just me?
And then again, I apologize for the making you relive it and be the brightness of the questions.
I understand you guys are just like me. You're doing your job. You know. So.
It's okay. And that night, was it sexual intercourse? Okay.
We got a good date.
And like I said, if you need a second, feel free.
He's a worse actor than Wendy. Yeah, I feel like maybe he did something to show, like, yeah, see, we were together. I mean, this guy is sick, really sick. I'd love to look back at his ENT calls and stuff he was on. Something is strange, other than what we already know.
And you mentioned that was before bed. Where was that at in the bed? And then was that before or after she got sick or wasn't feeling well? Before. And then kind of an odd question, but we have to ask. Any like rough sex or anything like that? Okay.
No, not.
At any point in the relationship, rough sex or anything like that? Okay.
Yeah, for those that are listening, it's interesting how he's sitting. He's got like one leg pulled up to his chest, so he's sitting on his lazy boy faux leather couch or something, and he's got it pulled up to his chest, and then he's got his arms around it. And it almost looks like he's wearing, I don't know, that's Crocs. I'm not really sure. But to me, that's kind of that closed up language. You know, when we've watched them analyze Wendy, how she puts her head down and puts her hands over her face. It's like trying to, it's kind of a self-soothing tactic, I would say.
No. Okay.
And then I think we were, last time we spoke a little bit about like what she would typically wear to bed. And I think we even covered what she was wearing that night. And it sounded like that was pretty typical for her to wear, right?
She would wear a bra always. She had breast implants. So that goes back to like 2005 or 6. Like 2 t-shirts. She was always really cool. He was always hot. She always wore a sweatshirt. Not really. She would sometimes wear a sweatshirt.
Okay.
Sometimes mine, and I couldn't find them. Her leggings, or she really didn't own like sweatpants. It was mostly leggings.
Okay.
Sometimes even socks.
And then again, kind of an odd question, but the when we reviewed the photographs, it looked like some of her clothes were, like her pants were inside out. Can you think of any reason, like, had you ever seen her wear them inside out before, or do you know how that might have happened?
So she was body conscious. She may have put them on in the dark.
Okay.
I have no idea what that would be.
Okay.
I have no idea what that would be.
And if it's leggings, I'd imagine it's probably the same material inside and out.
I'm sure. Yeah.
And then you mentioned the bra. Would she wear a bra when she slept even?
Oh, yes.
She would?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Always. And if I remember right, it was something to do with the implants and it was recommended.
Okay.
What a pig. So he's like, yeah, she was body conscious. See, this makes me think he might have graped, you know what I'm saying? Something is weird here. I need to see this autopsy report because they said her clothes were on inside out. Well, we know when the kids testified, they were like, oh yeah, she would just always not really care and wear stuff inside out. I mean, and we were like, what? This is all very weird.
And then it was the different kind of, it's like a gel. It was supposed to be more natural, I guess, or whatever. So they said to wear. She has ever since.
Okay. And then again, kind of an odd question, but it's in our list. Did she ever ask you for like assistance getting dressed or anything like that? Figured that was the answer, but just gotta make sure.
She would. The only thing it had nothing to do with getting dressed. She would have calf cramps, and I'd always jump out of bed and like put her toes to her knee just to get. I don't know, whatever. I don't know why I thought of that.
Help stretch.
Yeah, right.
Well, she would always have calf cramps. I've always thought he was saying cat craps, but I guess like Charlie horse, that is the worst. But he's like, but I would help her, God, he's such a pig. He is such a pig. And this does show how coached they were because he was out on bond for like a year. So yeah. Oh, it makes me sick.
All right. And then sorry to keep bouncing back and forth. Just want to make sure I'm hitting all my notes. As far as the relationship goes, did you guys ever have any time periods? It sounds like there was one. Was it like 20-day stretch where you guys were separated? Were there ever any, like since you guys have been dating, ever any other instances of either separation or anything like that? Okay. Ever any talk of like impending divorce or like seeking a separation?
We talked about that.
Okay.
That was back in 15.
15?
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess when did that resolve? Like, was it acute or was it more spread out?
She made a big effort and went to the beach. And we did that.
Okay.
Yeah.
In 2015?
Yeah. Probably would have been. Maybe it was January of 16. And I remember, I don't know why 2015 is in my head, but it was towards the end of 2015.
Okay. And Lawrence, do you have anything at this point? I got some more, but just wanted to see if you had any follow up from Wilbur. No. Okay, perfect. One other note that we wanted to ask was, as far as when the seizure was happening, moving her off the bed, and reviewing the Washougal body cams, it looks like the light wasn't working. Was it dark in the room at the time?
So this is the weirdest thing because my heat went out. So there was a wire in my thermostat.
Okay.
So that day it didn't work. We kept touching the screen. We would kick on the fan just by touching it.
What another coincidence. Just that night, the ceiling light didn't work in the bedroom because just so happened he had messed with the wires and everything. Come on. Just another crazy coincidence, just like Trescott.
Okay.
And then it wouldn't do anything. That night, I don't know when, but it wouldn't turn on. And you'd have to flip the switch and have to use the remote I ended up taking that ceiling fan down, testing the wires, and I had good power there.
Okay.
I think the fan burned up. So the
Gotcha.
fan's off the ceiling. I took it to the door. But there's no recessed lighting in that room. So when we bought this house, that was our only main lighting of the bed. I replaced the bulbs. It wasn't the bulbs, and so then I tested the wires, and it was good. But that happened like in that same time period.
Gotcha. So that was simultaneous with the HVAC
And so
issue.
guys were saying, did you guys have a power surge, or whatever? 'Cause
Yeah, I want the toxicology report too. I know nothing about Washington State and FOIA requests. I know they're a pain in Leon County, Florida, but I'm on it. I'm gonna try to get it. We'll see.
I wired my thermostat myself, but it was just, we restripped the wires and put them right back in, and there might have been a little kink, and wondering if.
So Whimsical's asking, why is he lying about the lights? I don't understand the relevance. Because if he had strangled her, which is what it showed, maybe her neck would have been red or whatever. So we did notice from the body cam footage that they were having to use spotlights in there, which I did kind of wonder, why aren't they just turning on the lights? Because that way it wouldn't light up her whole body. They would be more focused on another area. That's my guess.
A power surge, which I don't know, it wouldn't affect that light. That wouldn't do that, I don't think.
Okay.
Anyway, but
Gotcha. And then I think when you were talking about, moving her from the bed to the floor, do you remember where the end table was, or was the end table there on her side?
yes, it was on her side.
It was on her side?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We moved a bunch of furniture because we had her family come out in December and we did carpet cleaning. We're classic procrastinators. The dresser was still in the walk-in closet,
Oh, okay.
So even when I went through her clothes and had the kids pick out what they wanted to keep, I got to move the dresser.
Okay. Where was the dresser at before?
So the dresser was at the foot of the bed.
Okay.
Against that wall, you can see there's like I did some wall repair because there was, the previous owners had like a TV or whatever. We just have never painted.
Okay. Gotcha.
The dresser side against that wall.
Okay. Perfect. And then we don't have to go up yet, but is the bedroom still more or less in the same configuration, or?
No, because what I did is the mattress had cat urine stain on it.
Oh, okay.
But I was having a hard time. I want new furniture. So the guys helped me last Monday.
Okay.
Came by. We took photographs. I took photographs of the furniture without the mattress, and then we took apart the frame. I took it up to they all helped me take it up to my buddy Scott's house, his shop. And my other buddy Jeff is selling on Facebook Marketplace.
Okay.
Whatever. And the Peloton and the entertainment center that was in the other room. Just my daughter's probably gonna move back here with her fiance. She gets out of college, and so that big room's gonna be there, so I'm trying to prep that.
Gotcha.
But I needed different furniture. When we bought this house, that furniture came with the house.
Oh, okay.
With those bar stools and a dining table, and all these other things, and we paid with at closing like $1,600 for all the furniture and stuff. So
Gotcha.
we didn't pick it out together, but at the same time, I just need to change.
Sure.
So that's where it's at right now.
Okay.
I found the cat vomited like 8 times underneath the bed, so I have to get a carpet cleaner up there. I've been vacuuming and stuff.
Okay. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. And then moving forward, and again, this is another couple questions that I apologize for, being blunt, but do you happen to know Cynthia? And how do you know her? I guess what's your relationship?
So I had an affair
Okay.
Cynthia. And I'm struggling with my choice of doing that. And I knew of her in the early 2000s.
Okay.
And yeah.
I guess going back, did you meet her like early 2000s or when did you first?
I met her because she was a Washington volunteer.
Oh, okay.
So that's what I knew.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And as far as like timeline of the affair, when was that happening?
Right now.
Right now? Okay. How long has that been going on?
Like, I talked to her once on Messenger in July.
Okay.
And I didn't see her until late August.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been intermittent meetings.
Okay. And again, we're not here to judge.
It's hard for me because I'm being honest with you on having that affair.
Mm-hmm.
I feel a lot of guilt for that. So we have that.
Okay. And prior to messaging in July or August timeframe, had this happened before?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you able to tell us about like when that was or how long ago that was?
It was right after my son was born.
Okay. And
So 2004.
okay. So about 2 decades ago.
I'll tell you how long. I don't think that was very long.
Okay. And more recently, you said some messaging in July and then August.
Another, yeah.
Okay. And where would you guys meet or how?
I would go to a hotel.
A hotel. Okay. And then I guess how long or how frequently has this been happening since then?
Once a month.
Okay. And do you happen is her last name Ward?
It is.
Okay. And then when you guys were talking or messaging, was that on your phone or like a different means or media? Your phone. Okay. Are you guys on like Facebook or anything? All the
I'm not
kids
on
are
Facebook.
okay.
No. You're asking what we communicate on WhatsApp.
WhatsApp. Okay. Actually, I'm slightly familiar with it. It seems like all the kids and everybody's using something different these days. And I guess more recently was that you said it was current or ongoing.
It is, yeah.
Okay. And when's the last time you saw Cynthia?
I went down to Shankly State Park, and we walked her.
Okay. And when was
I'm
that?
sorry, that was not yesterday, the day before.
Oh, okay. And it's, I guess as far as like plans, and I know the last month has been a ton to deal with and process. Have you guys talked about the future or what the plan is now?
You know, there is no plan. Like
That's okay.
There's no plan. He was texting Cynthia's brother-in-law about, hey man, can you carry the note on my share of the commune and all this. And of course, WhatsApp. Of course.
Absolutely, just simply we're having an affair. She came here. She was here the night you guys were here on Tuesday. We were in the garage and having a drink when you guys came.
Okay.
And I told her that you guys were here when I went out there, and I told her that I expected, to tell you guys everything about it, and we we're having sex.
Oh, there it is. So he couldn't come up with anything, and he's like, well, yep, we were having sex. And that guy's like, mm-hmm.
I shouldn't have, but I did.
And your guys' connection, was it people? It happens for different reasons, right? It's not uncommon. Would you say it was more of like a physical connection, an emotional connection, something different?
I think it's physical connection, and I think it is. You can have an emotional connection. I feel like there probably is an emotional connection. I think she's been a big comfort for me since this has happened. It's a big part of having down there. She's helping me. I think it's fair to say, as a friend, I think she's pretty incredible to be able to talk to. I was missing that. Everyone left Sunday, right? I had 2 weeks and everyone was here and the house was crazy. And Sunday, everyone left. Finally, the fire department stopped bringing food. Monday was my first day to be here.
Okay.
Chris Castle comes by Monday night. He was on that call. And I think he talked a lot about the call and how hard it was, and want to make sure the crew is okay because I'm their climate change and they're suffering. See, I'm going through and knowing Marcy, and it was hard to talk about it. Tuesday, Cynthia came over, talked about that, and to just maybe have, and then not any fault of you guys. You guys came by to do the work. I had to say it again, go through all that. But Mondays when I took my daughter back to Seattle, walking the dog was one of the best things I did. It's like being outside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Walking the dog was the best thing he did. I feel bad for those pets because we've heard the dog crying, barking, and that cat is like nonstop. I think they're like, he is a, what? I have not seen an arrest video, but I've seen a picture of him in a turtle suit. Yeah, the cat is saying Cynthia's in the garage. Yeah, she was in the garage the other time. Okay. So I don't know if anyone needs to go take a potty break or what, but I'm gonna go ahead and start this. This is our boy Kevo is taking the stand. So it gets really good here. I've turned it to 1.25 speed. So here we go. Oh, I also just want to let y'all know that in Nashville, with all this ice, I feel so fortunate. One, that we get power. And I think y'all know I'm in the healthcare, senior care industry. So many places are evacuating these seniors' places. It's like a real big mess because inside their apartments and things, it's down to like 40 degrees in there. Thank God my place got power back and everybody's good. But we also had a generator and everybody was warm. Okay.
Now, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you? And you see that. Now that you're seated, please state your name in full and spell your last name for the court's record.
Kevin William West, W-E-S-T.
Go ahead, Counsel.
Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning.
Just to get a little bit of background on you, what do you currently do first?
I'm retired time chief.
And now we understand you grew up in Eugene, is that correct?
Yes,
And how long did you live in Eugene?
28 years.
And so when you, how and when did you first meet Marcy?
I worked for Eugene Fire Non-Mercy Transport System. That was a pilot project. I would transport cancer patients from Willamette Valley Cancer Center to the 6th floor at Sacred Heart Hospital where she was employed. And that's when I first met her.
And that's what kind of patients were those?
Cancer patients.
Oh, and so then,
Oh, he cared for cancer patients. So we're all supposed to love him. So scripted.
I understand you were pursuing your paramedic degree at that time?
Yes, I was.
And did you get that?
I did.
Where did you get that?
At Lane Community College in Eugene.
What year was that?
In 2000.
And so 2000, you're still living in Eugene at the time, I'm sure.
Yes, I am.
And then, how did your relationship with Marcy develop in those early days?
So in those early days, we after we met at the hospital and some time had passed, we moved on to living together in an apartment, and we continued on until I moved up into Camas when I was hired by the city of Camas.
And that's before the two departments joined forces?
That's correct, in roughly 2011.
And did you and Marcy get married at some point?
We did in 2002.
And where did you get married?
May 24th, 2002 at Edgefield McMenamins in Troutdale.
So how's your marriage starting?
Well, I would race down there just to see her during the academy. We were very much in love.
And so you had a couple kids, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the children, who were your kids and when were they born?
Ted and Megan West. Ted was our first, born in 2003. Megan was born in 2005.
So everything starts out good.
Yeah.
Okay. And so did things change in your relationship?
They did. When she moved to Vancouver, things were really good. I was new to the fire department. It was a special time. We were just starting out up there. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Can you repeat your question?
So you're talking about how
things changed.
the relationship much.
He lost his train of thought. Yeah, he lost his memory of what he was supposed to say. It is impressive how he turns on the tears. I can't say I can do that.
Let me start the question back up this way. Okay. When you first had children, did you arrange your schedules in any way to accommodate raising kids?
We absolutely did. I was fortunate enough to have a pretty fixed schedule, and she had a position that was deemed a relief position at Peace Health. So she could choose to pick up shifts if I wasn't working extra hours. And consequently, when I wasn't working, she was able to work, and I was able to pick up extra hours, and she wasn't. So if there was abundant overtime, I would be primarily the one working, and we wouldn't have to have childcare. Although we did go to I think it was the Early Learning Center, Furstenberg Early Learning Center, just to give Marcy and I a little bit of a break when Ted was really young. That was the only daycare we ever had to employ.
Was that kind of a value that you shared?
We did.
For those of you listening, one is he's talking super fast because he's got this somewhat memorized. but he is in one of those like swivel office type chairs, and he is spinning back and forth, and he's like trying to look at the jury. But he looks super nervous, in my opinion.
So how did you, as parents, how did you function together?
We were a very good team as parents, and we right from the start. I was very engaged as a father, as she was a mother. Marcy was always very much engaged in the academics of both our kids. Marcy was talented. She was in choir. She was a musician, played violin. She gave those gifts to our kids of the arts. Things that I wouldn't have given them without her. Things that I wouldn't be able to give without her.
Sorry, I'll overrule the objection.
So her gift to the kids was the artistic side of their education?
Yes, and her level of engagement with them, no matter what it was, whether it was singing lessons for Megan, guitar lessons for Ted, the support of her grandparents, initiating paying for some of those initial lessons. Supported. Yeah, I was the writer, so I'd help out with writing assignments, and she was the math. We just whatever I couldn't pick up, she could, and we were a good team.
Would you say that Marcy was pretty dedicated to the kids?
Oh, she was more than dedicated. She was an amazing mother.
Made your job easier?
Yeah, I mean, I did. I worked a lot, but I loved being a dad. I did. I still do.
And so life goes on. Now, at some point, you bought a house, right?
I did.
And you've seen pictures of it. Is that the house that you've seen pictures of?
Yeah, that was our second home we had purchased.
Where was that second home? The one you just lived in recently, where was that?
2573 34th Street, Washington.
And we had heard about this bedroom set. Can you tell me about the bedroom set in the master bedroom?
Yeah, so the bedroom set came along with many other items in the house. When we moved in, there was an old elderly couple that lived in California. They didn't want to take it with them, so they gave it to us very cheap. But it wasn't our bedroom set or our bar stools or any of that.
But you paid for them?
And we did. We paid at closing a meager fee for all of it.
But was it would it be the furniture you would have chosen?
No.
What was the plan with the bedroom furniture?
We wanted to replace it. It was a bigger home than we had initially, and so we didn't have the money to go buy all new furniture. It was a wonderful convenience at the time, but our plan was always to get things that fit us.
And Kevin, I'm going to show you Exhibit 313. You just have to look at that.
Yes,
Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
So this is
Don't show it. Just tell me.
okay. It is the bed frame without the mattress and an end table on the right and left side of the bed.
And that photo, is that a fair and accurate representation of how the furniture was staged?
Yes, it is fair and accurate how it was staged in the master bedroom.
Move to admit Exhibit 13.
Objection.
There you are.
313.
And Kevin, can you just kind of describe the features that we're looking at, where they were placed and so forth?
Yes. So the entrance to the master bedroom was the French door that sat right here. The walk-in closet sits there with the window to the west, just the left side of the photo. You see the bed, end table on the left, and end table on the right.
And these end tables, permission to publish that? These, you're calling them end tables. We've been referring to something as a nightstand, or what it's worth. Is that the same thing?
Same thing.
And so, were they in that spot in 2017 when you bought the house?
Yes.
Were they ever moved or rearranged during the time that you had it?
No, that bed weighed so much you had to take it apart to be able to move it. It was exactly how it was set up for the previous owners.
Was there a time when you moved it, at least, or moved some of the furniture temporarily?
Yeah, the dresser and both end tables we moved into other areas while we were having the carpets cleaned that December.
Why were you having the carpets cleaned?
Because we had our in-laws, our guests arriving in December. We did just the upstairs because the downstairs was all wood floors. Clean carpets.
And when you were done with the shampooing, did you put the furniture back?
No, we were procrastinators. We didn't do that.
I'm sorry?
We didn't do that. We were procrastinators. We did not put the main dresser out, but we put the end tables back out.
Okay, so the two nightstands went
The
back.
two nightstands went out, but the dresser remained in the walk-in closet.
And over the years, did you get used to that furniture being in those positions?
Yeah.
Were you able to navigate your way around the furnishings even in the dark?
Yes.
Kevin, I'm showing you what has been admitted as exhibits 16 and 17, just as you take a look at those.
Yeah.
And if you can actually show those to the jury and explain what we're looking at.
Okay.
When I say jury, make sure I can see what you see.
Okay, I will. So This is a picture angled into our walk-in closet. This is the dresser I was just speaking of that we did not move back in. That was Marcy's dresser, fully loaded with all of her clothes. Behind the dresser that's not photographed, it's stacked with her clothes on the floor, about halfway out to the dresser. All of these clothes along this side, not all the space is photographed there, are all her clothes, and including this cubby. And there's a chest beneath the photo, the firefighter photo there, that contained various items. And then my cubby right here.
And what was kept in your cubby?
I had t-shirts in one, socks and underwear and other random clothing items.
How about in the next one? Can you tell us what exhibit number that is?
The bottom corner is 17.
What do you see?
So you can see a side angle of Marcy's clothing. I have some of my uniform items in the back. My jeans are stacked on top. I have Rubbermaid bins with some of my hunting clothing and gear. A few of my clothes here and my t-shirts and some health food items that are just sitting on the cubbies. I have a towel that's hanging on my towel on the ground.
Is there, before Marcy passed, is that generally how the closet was kept?
Okay, so he's holding up these photos of their closet, and obviously they're trying to show like Marcy was messy and he was neat. I can tell you this. You can go into my closet and it's about the same way. So, God, he's such a pig. And did he say he had health food in his closet? Did I just hear that?
Yeah, aside from having the dresser in there,
Okay, so if we went back a month or two before, it would have looked kind of like that?
it would have, yes.
Now, in a house, we all divide up duties, whether that's something dad does, something like that. What were your primary duties as far as household chores and so forth?
I did all of my own laundry. I would only get into the laundry when it kind of got out of control. I was so busy, I was working a lot, and so was she at that time. So I would do that. Generally, I did the majority of the cleaning. Marcy would joke that it was her way of cleaning, sweep things off the counter. And
A lot of people are asking, why didn't he go to the funeral? And I don't know, but I have a feeling the prosecutor will be asking him. I know I've heard it, but it's not sticking with me.
a box and put it in a closet. Okay, the room is clean. And it was more of a family joke. But I would do majority of the cooking. I enjoy cooking. It just wasn't something she enjoyed.
Was that a sort?
I mean, once again, just trying. I enjoy cooking. I did the laundry. Well, he's just like an old regular Mr. Mom, Mrs. Doubtfire. Ooh, that's a good one, Miss Doubtfire for the firemen. Kristen, thank you. You said he further testified that he did not go to Marcy's funeral, though he was not permitted by the court to explain why. He did say he wanted to go. Maybe because he was being investigated, you think?
Of controversy or trouble between the two of you?
It came up. I mean, there was times when I'd come home 7 o'clock. I'd get done with a night shift or a day half overtime. We'd go from 0700 or 7 a.m. until 7 p.m. or 1900. I would come home and because I'm hungry, and I would be frustrated that they hadn't been fed, and it was kind of expected that I would cook when I got home. That would be a point of frustration.
So the kids are born. Now you stayed pretty fit over the years, right?
I've tried, yes.
Is that because of your jobs?
Yes.
And Marcy, what were her fitness?
She would walk on the dike in Washougal along the Columbia periodically. Maybe go a couple weeks without. Would do it for maybe 3 days on and off, a day here, a day there, without regularity. But that would be the majority of her exercise. We purchased a Peloton. She wanted one. She was motivated. She wanted to lose weight, get healthy. I purchased the Peloton, and like most items that exercise equipment, we used it. It was not comfortable. The backside hurt from sitting on the seat, and she chose not to do it, and it collected laundry. So for me too, it's the same story for me. I didn't enjoy it.
Over the years, all the way up to the last moment, I guess, was she pretty dedicated to her kids still?
She beyond words. She was very dedicated.
Now, marriages have their ups and downs. Did your marriage have its ups and downs? Can you give us an idea of how that went?
There was, the ups and downs. We had so many good times. We have so many good memories and happy memories of raising the kids. And in the difficult times, our conversations, our arguments were round robin. Try to keep on one topic, and we couldn't solve one issue. It would come back, and somewhat what you heard when the text messages were read. I wanted to just answer the question, and I couldn't get that question answered. I wanted to resolve things. I solve things as who I am, resolution oriented.
Fair to say there were some kind of unkind text messages going back and forth in December.
Yeah.
So did that represent one of the good times or one of the bad times?
No, that was a difficult time.
These good times and bad times, did they last for weeks, months? Kind of what would be the ebb and flow of this?
So, we'd have 3 or 4 days that were really good. And then we'd have maybe an item that would separate us for a day. And we'd have, maybe we need a day cool off period. Sometimes those periods would take 3 or 4 days. And then we'd have a period of some good times. It wasn't, we didn't only communicate through text. We had cordial conversation. We also had kind text messages that weren't read also.
Now, we've heard that at some point you met Cynthia Ward.
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
The first time I met Cynthia was in, we believe, 2004.
And you met, how did you meet her?
At Dr. Stadium. She was on the track. I was introduced to her. I was on EMS standby for the football game. And I was just introduced to her that night.
Okay. Which stadium?
Dr. Stadium in Camas High School.
Okay. And that's when you met Cynthia.
That's correct.
And then that was in about 2004, you said? Yeah. Did that turn into any kind of relationship at that time?
Yeah, it did.
Okay. How so?
We had instant attraction, and it is exactly what it is. And it grew from there.
Was she married at the time?
She was.
So were you?
Yes, it was.
Was she also affiliated with the fire department somehow?
Yes.
How so?
She was a Washougal Fire Department volunteer. And City of Camas and City of Washougal were not merged at that time.
Okay. But was she at the stadium for the same reason you were?
I can't remember if she was on standby or if she just walked up to somebody that was a firefighter that she knew. I don't know.
So as a volunteer, was she kind of under your supervision to supervise her?
Not in the slightest. 2 different departments.
And so the relationship became more, how long did it last?
We've discussed it. It's a short period. I just can't remember. I think maybe 4 months, 5 months maybe on the outside.
And did it become physical?
It did, yes.
And 4 or 5 months, what happened after that?
We went our separate ways. She went through a divorce. And Marcy and I had our daughter Megan.
Did you stay in touch with Cynthia over the years?
No, I did not.
So after she left, it was just cold trail and that's it?
I only knew her married name. I didn't know her maiden name. I knew she dated oddly someone else with the last name of West. I did not know her maiden name. So I did search for a lot of years, but I never found her.
And
not never, because I finally did.
Sure. And so
that means Cynthia. So Cynthia, his paramour, babysat Ted when he was baby, toddler, whatever, and they were having a fling. And then they went to marriage counseling, and then Cynthia went and got a divorce, and then supposedly disappeared for a while. Then I guess she got remarried, because when they met recently, she was getting a divorce too the same time he was. These people are total trash. Yeah. The kids apparently definitely seem to be brainwashed by Dad, because their testimony was basically the same script he is saying.
she leaves and you and Marcy continue married.
Yes.
And was there a time when the marriage became turbulent and you separated?
Yes, in 2015.
What was the cause of that?
The cause was both intimacy and balancing what Marcy was spending. Not that we were having financial troubles as if we didn't have enough money to live, but that we could have more if we were more responsible. And so that was what I was.
His salary, just FYI, was $160,000 a year.
Moving forward with. That's what my concerns were that weren't being met.
Okay, so things just kind of bubbled up and separated?
That's right.
Where'd you go?
I took my trailer to a firefighter's house that I work with, and I stayed there for a period that I can best estimate to be 2 to 3 weeks, probably. 3 weeks would be close.
So during the separation, did you continue to communicate with Marcy?
Oh, absolutely. The night I left, I sat Marcy, Ted, and Megan down on the couch, and I told them the reasons I was leaving, why I was choosing to leave, that I would be active in their lives, they would be able to get a hold of me, I would not be absent, And I made a point to follow through with that. Well, I went through those days,
And I'm sorry, the separation lasted about how long?
roughly 3 weeks.
Okay. And then how did you reconcile?
So I came home and we had a real, what you'd call a heart-to-heart. We chose to put things aside and go to the coast and discuss those things at the coast. What we discussed was that I wanted her to spend. So the costs involved with my daughter's dance were quite extensive. And so there's choreography fees, there's costumes, there's the driving both there and back, and studio fees, travel. It's very expensive. And so when you add 1, 2, and then maybe 3 solos for recitals, and then you have 3 teams, and then you
See, Megan, it's all your fault. It was all your dance recitals. Okay, this is just a minute, little short, but I'm going to share this with y'all so you can see Kevin's mom. Kevin West murder trial. This is his mother on the witness stand.
My given name is Lorna.
Okay, but you
And
like
it's
to
only
call.
on my driver's license.
Okay, so we'll call you Lori, is that okay?
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, Lori, do you know Kevin West?
I do.
And you see him in the courtroom?
I do. My handsome boy right there.
Okay. And so does that mean he's your son?
He is.
Were you first aware of Kevin's affair with Marcy, or with Cynthia?
I believe it was late August or something.
Did you know about the affair when it originally began in 2004?
I see dead people. I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. Did you know about the affair?
Okay. So just had to share that.
so each team that you take to a recital throughout the year, each recital costs money. So if we reduce the number of dances she was in by 1 here or 1 there, just find a little bit of balance with all I was asking for to be able to save a little bit more.
Thank you, D. McKenzie in the chat, who used to work here and knows or worked under Kevin. His salary was $160,000 before overtime. The battalion, whatever it's called, chiefs got tons of overtime. So he was probably pulling in over 200. And then she was working maybe because he was spending money on Cynthia at the Motel 6.
Money. We're moving into college time. We're just trying to prepare.
Okay. So you kind of came to an agreement how to move forward?
We did.
And how are things after that?
There was a big turnaround. She was very present in my life. She was, we never did reduce the number of dances that Megan was in. Those choices would happen after the spring recital. Then it'd be like July, and you would try out. You have tryouts, and of course she was talented. She could make just about any team.
So you learned how to get along better for a while?
No, we absolutely did. It went on for it went for a while, but then it just went back to the way it was.
Did you ever have any like firefighters functions, like, I don't know, banquets or parties or anything like that?
We did.
And did you go to those?
I did.
Did Marcy go?
She only went to 1
How many were you?
my whole career.
But that was her choice. She didn't have to go, did she?
I wanted someone who
Oh my God.
So when you separated in 2015, was there talk about divorce?
yes.
And so that was kind of on the table at that time?
And I did see an attorney at that time for a consult only.
How about in the years following that? Did you two have arguments often or once in a while?
Yeah, it was just always good and then frustrating. Good and frustrating.
Did you fight in front of the kids?
I think I made a point. She did too. That we wanted to keep it always separate.
D. McKenzie, thank you. Great comment. He didn't manage money well, always buying vehicles and RVs. Yeah, I noticed that RV trailer thing he had in the driveway. I mean, those aren't cheap. And then I'm assuming that huge 4-door Dodge truck was his. I mean, those are usually like $80,000 trucks, or maybe 60,000, but yeah, good point.
We never wanted to involve them in our arguments. And I have a firm belief that is our business, and it's not for them to have to witness. We're just better parents than that.
So let's just kind of look at the last couple of years before Marcy passed. Was the marriage still kind of going up and down, or was it getting worse? How would you describe it, Joe?
I think it was always kind of the same. It ebbed and flowed. It was just always the same, and we just never really. I always desired to have more. I always desired to have a strong love, not be lost in the shuffle a little bit. So I always just desired more, and it just never came. I was just very much there to pray that our marriage would turn around, and also be there for the kids until they were in high school the best I could.
And did you two have any kind of plans for the future of your marriage after the kids graduated?
Marcy and I did not have any plans such as moving from Washougal or having a retirement home somewhere. We didn't have those kinds of plans. She was very much into Megan's college and where she was going, as she should be.
What about with regard to the actual status of whether or not you would stay married? Was there any kind of plan that you two had?
The two of us didn't have a plan. She threatened to leave many, many times. I would ask her not to threaten that. I wanted to work on things. Over all the years, especially after 2015, I came to the decision that I was going to wait until Megan got out of high school and graduated, and then I was going to move forward with a divorce. At the end of her graduation, she immediately became engaged, and her wedding was set for the following July. And I knew immediately I was not going to start the divorce process until after she was done with her wedding.
The idea that you're waiting for her to divorce Marcy and you're going to do it after Megan's wedding, did you share that information with anybody in the family?
I really only shared that with Cynthia. I think I may have mentioned it to family members, but that was always, well, I did. I told my daughter, Megan. I prepped Megan for that.
So you chose to tell Megan but not Ted?
I did. I felt Megan, this is two years ago, 2 years and a month or so, that I talked to Megan over the phone, and I let her know that I was going to wait until after her wedding, that I wanted to allow her mom to plan, wanted her to have that time with her mom, and I wasn't going to disrupt that and be the center of attention.
So as a backdrop to this, you understand that you ran into Cynthia again, or you looked her up again, is that right?
I did.
When did that happen?
That was July of 23.
You said you kind of looked for her off and on over the years?
I did.
And what did that include?
Well, I mean, I was searching on the social media site, Facebook. I was looking for her, and I never did find her. But I just entered Cynthia W. I didn't know if she was in there, and of course, her last name's Ward. I found her that way.
And so you found her. What did you do?
I was shocked. I couldn't believe I found her, and I sent her a message to see if it's her. I had a strong feeling it was.
Turned out to be her.
Yeah, it's been a lot of years.
And then did you two start communicating after that?
We did.
How long did that go on before you met? If you did.
No, we did. We texted through Messenger for a short period. We transitioned to WhatsApp, and we didn't really make a phone call we made a phone call probably within that first week. We spoke until August. She was telling me she wouldn't be able to see me till October, but we actually first saw each other late August into early September or something.
Why did you use WhatsApp?
It was just an application that we could text on that I could hide from Marcy. And she could hide from her ex.
Now, did Marcy ever complain to you about any health conditions or any pains that she had?
She did.
What was it?
So she complained of headache type pain frequently. This was a normal complaint. She complained of chest pain also. It was not.
Yeah, but he told the police in the interview we just watched a couple hours ago that she didn't have headaches.
Very cardiac specific. Or it's not, women present differently with chest pain. I never wanted to take it for granted that I knew everything. I don't have any equipment with me when I'm at home. She would complain. I'd ask her some questions. What does it feel like? Does it go anywhere? Heavy, is it sharp? Some generalized questioning that we would do. Nothing ever presented as something that's cardiac or emergent. Feeling her pulse, it feels strong and regular. Those are kind of the simple things you can do at home. But always advising her to see a doctor. Like she would just never want to go see a doctor.
So you said she had headaches.
Yes.
You say frequently, how frequently?
Daily to every other day. At some point, some lasted longer, some were shorter, some were more severe than others.
It wasn't always like that, was it?
No.
When did that start?
You know, it's hard for me to give a date on, or a time frame of what it was, but I would venture to say that it was within the last year that it really seemed to ramp up.
What about the chest pains? When did she start complaining about those?
I know it was easily within that September to January that she passed, somewhere in there, that she was complaining about it.
How often did she complain?
It was not as frequent as her headaches. Yeah.
Was it more than once or twice?
Oh yes, it was at least a dozen times.
Well, now, she's got chest pain, she's got headaches. How bad were her headaches at times?
Where we needed the lights off, we needed sounds to be lowered. But that was fairly infrequent that we had to go to that extent. But it wasn't. She was never diagnosed with migraines. It was, and it wasn't like she had visual disturbances with it or some visual migraines. I can't remember if that's what it's called when you see some spots and then kind of precursor to having migraine. She never had those kinds of things.
As a paramedic, are you trained to kind of look for red flags and ask follow-up questions and so forth?
Yeah, I'm trained to be paranoid. Yeah,
Paranoid paramedic.
that's right.
And so would you ask her these follow-up questions?
Always.
And you're married to her for 22 years.
Mhm.
You know that the record she went to urgent care from time to time and so forth. Do you know who her primary care physician is?
Yes.
Who is
It was Dr. Hagan in Kansas.
Is that your state?
It was.
And are you aware of Marcy ever going for a regular routine physical or annual check?
No.
Not just to Dr. Hagan, but how about during your marriage?
Other than prenatal care, never.
So then we've heard about this lifespan process. And how long has lifespan been, I guess, well, sorry. How did you learn about lifespan?
I worked on shift with Dane Hammond, fire captain. His mother passed of cancer. He took that on as his mission in the fire department, as cancer prevention in the fire department. Kills more firefighters than anything else. So this was a very big thing to bring for health purposes for the longevity of our firefighters. It extended to family and volunteers and retirees in the second year. I did it myself the first 2 years that it was available. The second year it was going to be available to the expanded group. And that would have been December of 22 or January of 23 when I signed both Marcy and I up for the lifespan the following December of 2023.
Is there a pretty good waiting list for it?
They had a limited number of spots. And so if they capped out, you just couldn't get any more in there. And so I tried to get in there as soon as I could.
And her scheduled appointment was not until the following year in December, is that right?
That's right.
Okay, we've heard that it's December 6th. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Was there any purpose other than health concerns for having her take that lifespan?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
What was the purpose of having her take the lifespan?
I framed it that I wanted her to get it because she wouldn't go to a doctor. I felt like this was my opportunity to get a comprehensive, generalized look at her. That's how I view it for myself. I know I don't have a fatty liver. I don't have any hardening of my arteries. Everything checked out really well. But never has she had like blood drawn or except for when I think we had kids possibly. But it was
just the purpose of checking out her health.
Absolutely.
Sweet Kevin is in perfect health. That's perfect because good luck in prison. Hope he doesn't have narrow ear canals.
So she told you about the results?
Not the only thing she told me is when she stepped off the treadmill that the person conducting that station mentioned that she had some PVCs when she stepped off. That's the only thing I heard about it. I never even looked at the report.
So you never really had any idea that she had any kind of chronic or other kind of health risk?
No.
When we've heard others testify here, were you pretty open about your relationship and things in your life with the coworkers?
Yeah, our coworkers at the fire were family, and I was open, but I wasn't always the one just going and spouting out information. They want to know how I'm doing. They're asking questions, you know, and just as I do, it's like we're raising their families raising families together.
Did you tell a number of your coworkers that you were considering divorcing Marcy fairly soon?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell them that you were planning to move out?
I did.
Did you tell them that you're worried about finances?
I did.
Did you tell them that you're worried about your retirement?
I was, yes.
What would happen if she divorced you or you divorced her? What was going to happen with your retirement?
Whatever I paid into my pension, how many years I had served, half of that would be hers. I understand. And whatever I was responsible for paying her, I would pay her.
And did Marcy also have some kind of a pension?
No, I don't think she had a pension through Peace Health. I received a letter from Peace Health that after 20.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. All right. So, but during your marriage, you were never aware of her having any kind of like life insurance or some kind of retirement program?
No.
Were you say you had good times and bad times, but you only separated one time before you got married?
Yes, that's right.
Were you always sleeping together in the house?
No.
How about when the kids were home?
Not always, no.
And would you hide that from the kids?
We would.
How would you do that?
We'd wait till they went to bed. And then it was either I would be in bed and she'd go to the couch downstairs or the guest room. Whoever, felt stronger about an argument and wanted to leave, I guess, would go to another spot. There'd be times we would be in bed together for days straight, but then one thing might make it so we're sleeping in different areas. It just was turbulent that way.
How about in the last, let's say, 6 months of your marriage, were you sleeping together at all?
Yes.
Like same kind of pattern?
So I asked about his pension on AI. So, I don't know that it's right, but it says under current Washington state law, there's no general statute that automatically forfeits the firefighter pension solely because someone is convicted of a felony or goes to prison. But it does say things that can be exceptions or adjustments would be survivor benefits, slayer role. If someone kills a spouse or a dependent who would have been the pension beneficiary, it can bar the killer from inheriting or receiving pension survivor benefits, but also garnishment. So I hope that her mom sues, or at least the kids. And then they could garnish his wages because he's going to have a hell of a lot of commissary getting $4,500 a month.
Yeah. So you described good times and bad times. Were you sleeping together during both the good times and the bad times?
Sometimes.
And were you having any intimacy with Marcy in, let's say, the last 6 months?
Yes.
How often?
Once a month or once every other month.
Of course, at this time, you're seeing Cynthia, correct?
Yes.
You're being intimate with her in the last few months, is that right?
Correct.
When you would, there's talk from Ms. Hahn, who testified earlier, who worked with Marcy. Would you still transport patients to the hospital and see Marcy at times?
Oh, yeah. Anytime she was working and I was working, when the kids were older in school, she'd pick up shifts. And so we would actually work at the same time. So I would see her.
Even as a battalion chief, you see her?
No, that's when I stopped going to the hospital when I promoted to battalion chief in 2020, I believe. And even as a captain, I wasn't working on the ambulance and going to the hospital that often, but on occasion, I would be on an ambulance and transported still to the Peace Health.
Do you know who Connie Hahn is?
Yeah.
And so in that last year, was there ever a time when you actually went to drop off a patient at the hospital and your wife was there?
Yes.
How many times in the last year of her life?
It was very limited in the last, maybe once, because as a battalion chief, I'd go to Peace Health and pick up when an ambulance would go to the hospital with a cardiac arrest. When they needed extra hands, they would take the fire engine crew with them. So I would run in the battalion chief to the hospital and pick them up and get them back in service as fast as I could. And I would be able to see her there, and I would say hi. And there wasn't just one section of the.
Okay. And so, go ahead, tell me. You said that you would see her there, and then what would you do?
I would look for her. She wasn't always right in what they call the main, where the paramedics come in. It's been called different names in the past, and I don't know what it's currently called right now. But as you walk into the main, you have the main, and the unit secretaries are there, and the charge nurse, and then to the right is a hall that goes to what was EDE or East, I don't know, but she would work over there sometimes, and then sometimes she'd be in another wing in Pete's, behind another desk. So it wasn't always just where the paramedics came in.
Now, you weren't able to go there very often because your job had changed.
My job had changed. Yes.
Did you do anything to kind of let her know you were thinking about her during those times?
I did. So as a captain, I had probationary firefighters. We did mild fun hazing. So I would ask them to provide my wife, Marcy, a cold beverage. So they had a soda machine, and they would take her a cold beverage, make sure she had a drink. And I'll ask her if he did it or if he didn't, so we'll find out. But I would do that.
And going back to, just go to the, let's say, Christmas of 2023. Do you have a good recollection of that?
I do.
Where'd you go? If you went anywhere.
I did. I went to Eugene to my mom and Bill's house.
Yeah, anybody go with you?
I can't remember if I had to go by myself because I was getting off shift and Ted and Megan were already in Eugene, or if they rode with me. I don't remember.
Okay. But when you got down there for Christmas, who was there?
My sister, my nieces, Marcy, myself, Ted, Megan, my mom, just at that Bill.
Did Marcy stay at your mom's house that night?
No.
She stayed with her mom?
Yeah, that was pretty common.
Okay, so this last week, going from Christmas forward, how was your relationship with Marcy in that period of time? Just generally.
It was okay. It was okay.
Not a lot of fighting?
No.
Maybe a few messages here and there that were too kind?
Yeah. And I just remember it not being one of the really difficult times.
And so we understand from Megan that she came home for Christmas, as she testified. Correct?
Yes.
And was Ted still staying at the house at that time? This is before talking about right around before the time that Megan went back up to campus. Was Ted still staying in your house?
Yes, he was.
And then going forward from that, do you recall when Megan went back up to school?
Megan spent a couple weeks. Her professors were extremely accommodating with her work and was able to stay and complete her work from our home in Washington.
Okay. Do you remember what day she went back?
It was so the gathering was probably the 20th. That Monday, I think that following Monday was the day I took her back up.
I'm going to back up just a little bit to she'd come home for the Christmas holidays, right?
Yeah.
After Christmas, you recall her going back to school at least for a while.
Yes.
And what day was that?
I don't remember what day she went back. I know Marcy drove her back, and I'm not sure if Ted went with her. Yeah.
We saw some Christmas cards that there's a claim that you wrote them to say that. Did you write those cards?
I did.
Wow. D. McKenzie says his retirement is likely higher than $6,000 a month. Wonder if he still owes his attorney for the trial.
Those are your words?
They are my words.
And they were in the garage in a wooden chest.
They were.
Why were they in there?
Because I never gave them to Cynthia. I read them to her, but she did not want them at her house to be found. So that's why they were there.
And she was still in a relationship with you.
She was.
And so you kept them out in the garage. Did Marcy ever come out in the garage?
She did. Not to stay. Not often. It was not warm out there.
Did you think she would find the cards? You put them in there so she wouldn't find them.
Correct.
I'm going to ask about January 7th. On January 7th, you have a pretty good recollection of that day for the most part.
Pretty good.
And how did it start?
It was a good morning. Ted was making pancakes. I was not a pancake eater at the time. I'm just vegetables and proteins. That's what I was doing. They played cards. I remember it wasn't raining that day.
And what card game did they play?
They played Spike and Mouse.
Is that like a family game?
It was my mom and my grandma used to play when I was a kid and play for times.
And were you around when Ted and Marcy would play cards?
Yes.
Okay. Did you at some point leave the house?
I did.
Do you remember where you went?
I don't.
Do you remember what time you left?
I don't. I just have a.
Patricia, I just laughed out loud. He's got the face of a 4-month-old fetus.
vague recollection of meeting at some point for a short period.
Were you doing running errands or any idea?
I did often. I run to Safeway, was just down the hill. I'd go to Safeway sometimes twice a day, or Weimar was right down the hill too, if you were still.
Okay, so you left the house, Ted was still there playing cards with Marcy, right?
Yes.
And tell me about later, you communicate with Marcy again later in the afternoon while you're still out before you come back.
I communicate with Marcy. I don't know if it was while I was still out or not.
Okay. What about, we've seen some text messages about you going to get fruit.
Yes.
You call it, where do you go?
I went to Ichi. It was right down the hill in the same strip mall next to Safeway. It's like,
I agree, Nap Connoisseur. I only feel like experts should turn to the jury. The actual defendants or other witnesses is just weird. I agree. It's wow, even the way it froze, just him like side-eyeing the jury. It's very uncomfortable.
3 minutes from the house.
No.
They were closed, and so I texted Marcy. I couldn't remember if I texted her or called her, but that we had the Ichi was closed, and I was going to go to the Chinese restaurant.
And so you went there, what did you get for yourself? Do you remember what you bought for yourself?
Yeah, just broccoli beef. Just
That was all
meat
you
veggies.
your thing? Okay.
Yep.
And what did you get for Marcy?
The yakisoba noodles and lemon chicken.
So what was the plan for the rest of the evening? You know, Ted was leaving, right?
He had left already.
And so your two are going to be alone.
Yep.
What was the plan for the evening?
We were just going to relax, eat dinner, and watch movies.
Was that a plan you both had?
Yeah.
So you got the Chinese food, then what did you do?
I came straight home, and I prepared it on plates like I normally would. The noodles come in this giant tray. There's more than 3 people can eat, and so I'd always make her a plate, and she was sitting on the counter. I took her.
Okay. Do you have any idea what time you got home?
It was in the evening.
Was it already dark?
I don't believe so.
So you get home, start eating, and what else did you do besides eat? What did you do?
Just watch the movie.
And how were you guys sitting in the living room?
So we had a couch directly in front of the TV that was on the wall. She was on the right armchair, and I was on the left. And it wasn't. We didn't normally sit next to each other. The way that couch was configured is that the recliners were on the end, and so we just wanted to sit where the recliners were. But it wasn't normal for us to say sit under a blanket together on the couch.
Were you two sitting any closer that night than you were other nights?
No.
Okay, were you getting along that night?
We were.
What kind of an evening did you have?
It was just peaceful, where we weren't talking about topics. We weren't talking about the things that we had argued in the past, and it was nice to have a pleasant night.
And so at some point, did you two become intimate that night?
We did.
And I think we expect to remember with precision what time. Do you have any idea what time that might have been?
It was between movies, and I don't know. It was in the.
Did you say it was between movies or after movies?
Well, we watched 2 or 3. I can't remember what we watched, but it could have likely been between movies.
And where were the two of you doing that?
Upstairs in that room.
Let me show you exhibit 305, which has been entered. And can you just kind of show it to Drew and explain what you're looking at?
Yeah. So this is the side of the bed that I slept on. I even at work, I scrunch my pants down like that with the socks underneath. I've always done that. That's what my grandpa did. I didn't know I was gonna be a firefighter, but my grandpa, we joked about him always dressing like that. I always did it. That's the garbage sack right here that I placed in case Marcy was gonna vomit again. I had it ready to go. My side nightstand, I have a very small locked gun safe right there, and a charging cord for my cell phone.
And was the pants are on the floor. Were you wearing those pants that day?
Yes.
When did you take those pants off?
When I finally went to bed.
And so, what did you wear to bed there?
I had my Under Armour running pants and white t-shirt.
Now, we've seen some photos. We've heard some testimony that Marcy was wearing a bra to bed.
Yeah.
Was that uncommon for her?
No, she always wore a bra to bed.
Do you know why?
She had breast implants after Megan was born, and by Dr. Workman in Vancouver off 164th. And she was advised to wear one to help with support. I don't know beyond that any reasons why. I didn't ask any questions, but that was the reason she always had one on. It's either sometimes not just underwire, but a sports bra too.
Did she was she told to wear it for the next 20 years? As far as you know?
I think by how she wore it, I'd say yes.
Okay. But she always wore it.
Always wore it.
How does anybody think this is a good look for him? Talking about her implants, sleeping in a bra. She ate like crap. He ate healthy. I would love to know what the jury makeup was.
So then you two were intimate. How long were you in the room being intimate?
15 minutes, 20 minutes maybe. It wasn't long.
What happened after that?
I went back downstairs, watching TV.
And so, what did Marcy do?
I don't exactly remember. I remember she stayed up there though.
And then what if anything happened after that?
She came downstairs complaining of headache.
Do you have any idea how long after she went to bed it was that happened?
It's really hard for me to say. It was a short period of time, but not long.
I came down with a headache when she
Came down, immediately went for some ibuprofen. Went back upstairs. Of course, when she got the ibuprofen, I was asking her about the severity of her headache. It was just what I always did.
Is that the price of living with a paramedic? They're always asking you to
That is the price.
for your symptoms?
Yep.
And so she goes back up to bed with the ibuprofen. What happened next?
I can hear her vomiting aggressively upstairs.
Now you're downstairs at that time, right?
I am.
And so is she in the master bathroom or the guest bathroom?
Yes.
Guest bathroom?
Yeah.
So that would be coming out of the door, take a left, it's kind of on right there.
If I'm coming out of the living room,
Well, if you're coming out of the bathroom.
out of the master bedroom,
Yes.
it's straight across the hall from her side of the bed.
Okay. So she goes there. So she's up there throwing up aggressively in the bathroom, and you're downstairs.
Yep.
What is the path to get from the bathroom downstairs to her?
So if I'm looking at the TV where I was saying, it's a straight shot to the right, to the base of the stairs, and then it just kind of hooks back up to the top right, where the top of the stairs is where that bathroom is.
Is that a pretty good distance?
Yeah, it's a fair distance. Yeah,
Could you hear it pretty clearly?
I could.
Would you?
I ran up there, held her hair, and waited for her to finish.
And then
I started asking her about her headache again. I asked if she was dizzy, asked if she had visual changes. All the standard questions. I'm worried about a headache and vomiting. I'm worried about an aneurysm. I'm asking, did you feel a pop in your head? I already mentioned visual changes. She was stable walking. She didn't seem uneasy. Someone's having an aneurysm. It's the worst pain, the worst pop, worst headache they've ever had, and they have an unstable gait. I've seen it firsthand. So I was just asking questions, and nothing she said was of concern to the point that I needed additional or higher level of intervention.
now, after she was finished, did you help her get back into bed?
I watched her get back in bed. I wanted to see her walk on her own.
Did you do anything to prepare just in case you got sick again?
I did. That was the garbage sack I sat next to where I was sleeping.
Okay, so you're talking about next to your bed, you put a garbage bag on the floor just in case you got sick again?
Yes, I did.
Now this was a day off, right?
Yes.
How many days had you been off?
We were transitioning to a new schedule at the fire department at that point, and I think I had maybe it was my first 4-day stretch or a 2-day stretch I had. I just can't. I think it was my first 4-day stretch. I'm just not quite sure.
And but you were scheduled to go back the next day
That morning, the 8th.
at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, 0700. Yeah.
At 7 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah.
So what time do you normally go?
Normally 9 or 10. Not a night owl usually.
But that night you went to bed a little later.
Yeah, I did.
Did you that evening? Were you on your phone at all? Were you surfing the web or looking at anything else? As far as you know,
I don't remember.
it's possible you were.
I suppose it's possible I was. Yeah.
So when you finally went up to bed, did you take your phone with you?
Yes.
Where'd you put it?
On the nightstand and plugged it in like I always do.
Is that just your habit?
Yes, every night.
And where was Marcy's phone, if you recall?
Um,
or do you know for sure?
I don't know where her phone was.
Where did she normally keep it?
On her nightstand.
Was the bedroom dark when you came in?
Yes.
Did you, it was the night before shift, did you drink any alcohol that night?
No.
Did Marcy?
No, she didn't drink alcohol.
Not at all.
No, she did. Like if we were camping, it'd be like a pre-made margarita from you'd buy from say Costco. But she'd have one maybe, but it just wasn't her.
And how would you know how to wake up in the morning?
I'd set my alarm.
Did you set it that night?
Yes.
For what time?
Usually I get up at 5 to go to work.
And so you go to bed. Did Marcy know the pin to your phone?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because she'd use my phone for wedding research or projects. Like she'd have her phone, a laptop, and her phone, and just be comparing things all the time during the wedding planning stuff.
Were there times where you think she got through your phone?
Yeah.
Do you think why do you think?
Because I find it open.
Do you have any suspicion as to why she confused them?
I think she was suspicious of my affair.
Is that because you were absent quite a bit?
That could be part of it. I think I was pretty present, but I was on my phone a lot. I think that's why.
When you went to bed, did you get back on your phone again that night?
Not after I plugged it in.
Did you,
I'm not a social media person. I'm not surfing the web. That's not my thing.
did you hear Marcy get up during the night?
No.
Did she ever get up during the night you weren't aware of it, as far as you know?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Did you hear her fall or anything like that happen during the night?
No, I did not.
Did you hear her scream?
No, I did not.
And earlier in the day, I'm just going to go back for just a second. When you two were kind of hanging out during the day, was there any discussion about your birthday?
Yes.
What was that?
She wanted to take me to the coast. She was looking for places. We were discussing different cities.
So things are going pretty good.
Yeah, we had a good time.
So then, your sleep, what catches your attention, if anything? What wakes you up when you do that?
I woke up to my dog whimpering. She kind of whimpers, and barks. But she wasn't, and she was just whimpering.
Now, where, this is your dog, what's your dog's name?
Sadie.
And where did Cindy normally sleep?
She loves the pillow. She was either between us or literally between us up on the pillow.
And so you woke up to the dog whimpering?
Yeah.
Were there times when the dog would whimper and well, did you always get up when the dog?
No.
And, but would the dog get outside somehow?
No.
Okay. What, did you leave the door open so the dog could get out?
Out of the master bedroom.
That's what, yeah.
Yes.
And okay, so you, when the dog would whimper, were there times when the dog would go outside or go outside your room and get a hold of Megan?
Yes.
And would that be, why would that be? Why would you not get up?
Because I didn't hear it.
Would you and Martha both sleep there sometimes?
Yes.
And so, the dog's whimpering, what did you do when you heard the dog?
I tried to quiet Sadie down. That's my first thing. It was like, I'm sleeping, be quiet. And then I realized that I could feel movement in the bed.
Okay. Describe that. What did you feel?
I felt it's not quite a vibration. I think it's easiest to feel. It's not quite shaking. It's not like I was experiencing an earthquake in bed, but I could feel movement in the bed.
And what did you do next?
I put my hands on her, and I could tell she was shaking, and something was wrong. Immediately, I'm considering seizure in my mind, obviously right away.
Had you seen her like that before?
No.
Are you aware of her ever having a seizure before?
Never.
And so, but did you recognize it as a seizure?
Yes.
And so, do you have any idea how long she'd been seizing like this before you became aware?
No.
So what did you do?
That's my biggest concern, not knowing how long she's been in that situation. I wanted to get her out of bed on the floor where I could protect her airway the best.
Objection, non-responsive.
So, you find she's seizing.
Yeah.
What did you do?
I wanted to get her out of bed as safely as I could to the floor where I could have a space to work on her and evaluate her, protect her airway.
What, so she's seizing, I mean, how does she describe this? Maybe some people have experience with seizures. How is she behaving? How is her body position?
So she was, I didn't have much light, but what I could feel was her arms were on top of her body, positioned like so, legs straight out, and arching forward a little bit, shaking.
Did you try to talk to her?
Yeah, of course. I tried to get her to respond to me verbally, yelling.
Did she respond?
No.
What did you do next?
I lifted her from the bed.
And describe that. So she's on the bed. I'm gonna have Mr. West phone demonstration here. Yes. This is not what we're looking at. Does she have her side in bed or
No, she's lying supine on her back.
And so let's just pretend this is the bed here, okay?
Okay.
She's lying there. You're over here. Can you go over here?
Yes.
And
So if I was on this side, her head would be positioned this way. If I was on the other side of the bed.
okay, well, you were on the other side when you first realized.
Oh, correct.
So what did you do?
So when I was in bed,
Yeah.
Okay, so I was in bed and I was reaching over to feel her after I realized the dog was whimpering for a reason.
Okay, and so you go around to her side of the bed,
Yep.
And then go ahead and show us what you did with regard to Marcy. I think she's facing the other way at this point.
Well, if I'm on her side of the bed, then I am appropriately positioned beside her.
Okay.
And that pillow's here, nightstand.
Why don't you go on this side and show the jury what you did? Can you just position them sideways and show what you did?
Okay, so,
If you need to turn around, go ahead.
okay, thank you. So, one arm underneath her shoulders and one arm underneath. And as I brought her out, I brought her to my knee, and then I brought her to the floor. I couldn't support her weight. She was, I couldn't support her and even lift her from this area down, but
Oh my God. Now he's like, I couldn't support her weight. And yeah, I'm with you. True Crime Wifey asked earlier, was she obese? I mean, I've only seen just some head photos. Didn't look, she just looked like a normal sized person. I mean, Cynthia's not exactly, Miss America. So, God, he's a pig.
I brought her to my knee.
Now, were you concerned about any of the furnishings in the room?
Yeah, so where the pillow sits, the edge of the end table is here. And so when I brought her out to my knee, I just was mentioned that I cleared the nightstand. I meant that when I brought her past, I made sure her head didn't hit it. I'm clearing her from it. That's what I meant by that. I set her down and got
And were you able to clear the nightstand?
Yes.
Are you quite certain that you didn't hit her head on the nightstand?
Yes.
And so you got her down to the floor.
Yes.
While you were lifting her to the floor, did you have any contact with the throat? Sorry.
Not when I was lowering her to the floor because my arms were under her shoulders.
Okay. And you're trained in this move, aren't you?
It's a hasty move. And if we had people, we had different ways to lift people to protect backs. We don't want to do this on our own, but I'm not going to not lift her because being in bed is not a good place to treat her.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, I mean, having a seizure, it's soft, but I can't. I felt more. My instincts were just to take her to the floor, and I could get behind her, and I could get her in a recovery position.
Okay. What is a recovery position?
Placing the patient on their left or right side, supporting their head, and maintaining an open airway best you can, protecting them from whatever they're going through. So in a seizure, this is a good way to protect them.
Is she still seizing at this point?
Yes.
And is she assisting you or cooperating in any way?
No.
She's just 188 pounds of stiff legs.
Correct.
Okay. And so, would you do me a favor? Would you lower her to the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. And then show the jury how if this is the side of the bed.
Yep.
And the closet's over here, the walls over here.
Okay, she was 188 pounds. I mean, he's talking like she was on my 600-pound life on TLC. And I got news for him. He is not attractive.
Show the jury how you moved her to the ground, and then where you placed your hands, and how you moved her to the position.
Okay. So when I decided to make the lift, arms under the shoulder, other arm was underneath her. I brought it out and just slightly at an angle to avoid the nightstand to my knee, and then lowering her to the ground. I wanted to be on this side for her between the bed and her, my right hand dominant. So while I was there, I pulled her away from the bed. I was able to get to this side of her. I rolled her where I could place my.
I'm sorry, can you move back there?
Yes, I will.
Sorry.
I have my body up against her back to support her on her side, and I have my hand underneath in about this position supporting her head and neck. But my dominant hand is here. I can use it to protect her airway. I can use it to support her against my body. She's not going anywhere. I'm in control.
And now you mentioned that you put your hand on her neck.
I did.
Is that a standard part of moving someone into recovery position?
I think it's the place that you hold them because their head is so heavy when they're unresponsive that you have to at least hold it with enough energy to support the weight of their head.
Does your hand wrap around over toward her throat?
Not the anterior portion, but it would be the lateral moving towards that. The doctors talked about the sternocleidomastoid muscle that goes from the mastoid process down to the sternum, that insertion point. So I'm kind of on that muscle and under the jaw and the upper part of the neck where he's ahead. But that's the only time I was holding her in that position.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now, when you're doing those maneuvers and you're positioning her on the floor and you're rolling her into the recovery position, are you being super gentle, or how would you describe your movements?
Kind of like a hasty move. I'm wanting to do things quickly and efficiently, but safely. And that's what we always did in that line of work.
Would you describe your behavior as violent or aggressive or deliberate? How would you describe the behavior?
No, deliberate and concerned.
And were you trying not to hurt him? Were you working in the dark?
Yes.
Why weren't the lights
For whatever reason, our fan light wasn't working.
on? So is the fan light got a switch on the wall? Something like that?
Switch on a wall that would allow us to use the remote control to turn on not 3 stages of the fan and the light button in the center.
So when you came around the bed and helped her to the floor and put her in recovery position, were there any lights on at that time?
No.
So you're working in the dark.
Yes.
Were you able to determine whether or not she was breathing?
I assumed during the seizure she's not exchanging a lot of air at all.
Is that kind of the understanding for paramedics?
Yes.
And so at this point, you're a paramedic. You're trained.
It's been a long time since I was on any guns.
Sure. You're a paramedic. You've got knowledge of how to help people.
Yeah.
What efforts did you make to help her at that point? By the time you got her in recovery position,
Yep.
that was to keep her airway clear and all that, correct?
That's right.
So what, you have to use enough force to keep her head from tilting over on the side.
Yeah.
So at that point, what other efforts did you make to help her at that moment?
So it was when I had her on the floor, I had to run around and get my phone that was charging on my nightstand. So I ran around the bed, came back around and called 911 and put the phone on speaker. And so as I was demonstrating and I was supporting her head and she was against me, the phone was just on the floor right in front of me, so I could at least reach it. But that's where I had it.
There was a witness who testified earlier that you had told him your phone was on her side. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I don't recall that,
You don't
but
recall him saying that, or you don't recall doing that?
both. I always had charged on my side of the nightstand. I never slept on that other side of the bed.
But your phone was on your nightstand.
That's correct. Yes.
Do you know where your phone went between you're going to bed and you're getting up in the morning? Do you have any idea what your phone was doing?
Not in the slightest.
So you trained paramedic, you've got skills, maybe rusty at the time. What did you do next?
Next meeting, from the point of having her in the recovery position, having her on 911. The 911 call is ongoing. She's
Can I
yes.
ask you a couple questions about that? You're calling 911.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you know as a paramedic? What happens when someone calls 911?
Call taker receives the call. They code it based on the call type. I'm not a dispatcher, so I'm going to miss certain points. I was the liaison with City of Camas, Camas Fire Department, and CRESA. So I had the opportunity to sit in dispatch and watch them work and understand the process for just one day, but I did. The call taker sends it over to a dispatcher to get the appropriate closest units responding to the call.
The 911 dispatchers, are they just kind of winging it and just kind of going off the top of the head, or do they have any kind of protocol they follow?
No, they have a very strict protocol questioning that they have to ask every time.
And while they're doing that, do you have to tell the dispatcher, I need an ambulance, get someone here right away? Do you have to do something like that?
No.
Why is that?
Because if it's a stroke, this is a general medical call that requires an engine and ambulance in our area every time. If it's a cardiac arrest, it's 2 engines, an ambulance, and a battalion chief every time, unless more is needed by those that responded. That based on where the call is in the city and the call type of motor vehicle accidents on the highway to within the city, it's always predetermined what those dispatches and what resources are going to be sent.
So if you're stationed at Station 41, correct?
I was.
As a battalion chief.
I was.
And you had a dorm, that's where you slept?
Yes.
Okay. But when a call comes in, what happens? You're dead asleep, right?
Yep.
And a call comes in, how quickly is the fire department or the paramedics, how quickly are they notified there's something going on?
We're not always aware of like how long it takes from when the call was received to dispatch to the time it was dispatched to the time we receive it. But from the time we receive it with the soft alert system, red lights come on and a voice from the ceiling, automated voice from CRESA that tells us the units and the location and the nature of the call that we're going to go on. We wake up and usually we need to be on the rig within 1 minute.
And are you pretty successful in getting on the rig in 1 minute?
My shift was.
And so as you're making the call, you know all this is happening, right?
Yes.
You knew all these people were going to show up.
Yes.
Did you know, give us an idea, you called in as a seizure.
Yes.
When you're calling in as a seizure, what response do you know at that moment is going to happen?
So if Station 43 is our station in Washougal, it's the closest Camas Washougal station. If they are in quarters and not on another call, I know I'm going to get Engine 43 and Medic 43 rolling out of the doors at the same time.
Okay, so you're going to get at least 3 or 4 paramedics.
There's a minimum of 1 paramedic on the ambulance and a minimum of 1 paramedic on the engine. Quite often we have more than that. 2 paramedics on the ambulance we would always strive for, and 1 paramedic on the engine always as a minimum. So you could have up to 4 or as little as 2
And
on,
so-
on just an ambulance and an engine.
But now, when you tell dispatch that she's not breathing, what do you think happens then?
So I know they're automatically upgrading it to a cardiac arrest, CPR in progress. They're going to dispatch a battalion chief and an additional engine.
As far as, so we have 8 or 9 people at this point?
So yeah, at the time our minimums were 2 on the engine, 2 on the ambulance. So there's 4 in the initial response. You get additional engine, you're going to get another minimum of just 2. So you're only going to have 6 with 2 engines and 1 ambulance. Battalion chief arrives, you have 7. We also had East County Fire and Rescue that responded. They came with 2. So you get up to 8 or 9 that way over
Yeah.
time.
Is it common for law enforcement to show up as well?
We were great partners with Washougal and Camas PD. Washougal would often always be willing to grab gear. They had their AED in case they got there first to hook someone up and provide a defibrillation if needed. So they took care of us and we took care of them.
So you knew all these people were going to show up.
I didn't know who, but I knew I was going to get that number.
You've heard talk about this Halligan device, right?
Yes,
You know what that is?
I do.
And what do you know about the Halligan device? You make this call, who's going to have it? How long is it going to take to get there? What are you thinking when you make the call?
Halligan is a forcible entry tool. It's paired with a flathead axe. It's called the marriage because we call it the universal key. You can break into anything. There's lots of techniques and classes we go through to learn how to conduct forcible entry in a quick and efficient way. They are stored on a fire engine only. In our jurisdiction at Camas Electrical Fire, that's fairly common. We have multiple on there actually. I know that the ambulance doesn't carry them. When an ambulance arrives first at a scene and they're unable to gain entry, they're knocking on the door, they're yelling, fire department. Their next step is likely to walk around the house and look for another soft point of entry. When it's a real emergency call and you can hear someone screaming inside, you're going to force the door. You're going to kick the door. You're going to shoulder. You're going to do what you can with a residential. But that's really discouraged because it's caused so many injuries. It's just a delay in aid
Causes injuries to the firefighters?
to the firefighters by kicking. You lose knees, so it's very discouraged to do that.
So, in your experience, which is going to arrive first, the ambulance or the engine?
Ambulance.
And is that pretty much true every time?
It's not. It depends on where they're responding from. They're not always responding from the station. They come from another call. It might be that the ambulance is available in Washougal and the next engine is downtown Camas. So the ambulance gets there quick and there's a long delay for the engine to get there. So it's all variable. So you hope for, when you call 911, that the stations that are closest in your area have the resources there and ready to go.
And you want them ideally to show up at the same time.
Correct.
What is a typical delay between the ambulance getting there and the engine getting there?
Traffic can cause some minor issues. We have steep hills in Washougal. The engine doesn't roll uphill fast. The ambulance can get there quicker. We usually let the engine out of the bay and off the tarmac faster ahead of the engine, just for that simple reason. So it's commonly going to be there first.
Is your house located at the top of the hill as well?
Yes.
And so time-wise, typically how long after the ambulance do you envision the engine getting there under normal circumstances?
I think under normal circumstances, within 30 seconds of the arriving ambulance.
Could it be longer sometimes?
It can be.
And so, at some point, well, I'm gonna play for you. Exhibit number 22.
January 8th, 2024, 4/27/13.
911, what is the address of your emergency? Someone will be transferred emergency flush. Exhibit the address.
2573 34th Street,
Repeat the address for verification.
2573 34th Street,
What's your phone number, please, sir?
320-921-5833.
And what's your first and last name?
Kevin West.
Tell me exactly what happened.
She's having a seizure right now. She's never had one.
Okay, seizures are really scary. I'm going to help you. We're going to get help on the way, okay?
I'm a battalion chief of Camas. I've been a paramedic for a long time.
Okay, Kevin, it sounds like you're getting really good care of her. I hear it's her first seizure. Tell me exactly what happened.
She woke me up in bed. I have her on the floor right now on her side.
Okay. Are you with her now?
I am.
Okay, I'm going to go through some specific questions. Bear with me, okay? Kevin, it's not going out. How old is she?
48.
Is she awake?
No, she's not.
Is she breathing?
Yes.
Okay, hold on just one sec. Has she had more than one seizure in a row?
It hasn't stopped.
Is she pregnant or has she been pregnant in the past 4 weeks?
No.
Is she diabetic?
No. She has no medical history.
Is she an epileptic?
No, she is not.
Does she have a history of stroke or brain tumor?
No.
Okay, has the jerking stopped yet?
No.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm getting the paramedics to help you. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next.
I got her on the side. Her was clear.
You know what? She's going to be with a better person to take care of her. You were doing a really good job, and I'm required to read it, so just bear with me, okay? She's still breathing. Don't do CPR. Don't hold her down or put anything into her mouth. No dangerous subjects away from her. Tell me immediately when she stops seizing.
Okay, I will. I got you. Come on, baby. I got you.
And they're coming.
She's not breathing right now. Hold on.
A lot of times.
She's going so low.
Hold on 1 second. Don't do CPR.
I'm not. I'm just checking on her right now.
Okay, because it's really scary, but a lot of people don't breathe when they're having a seizure.
No, I know. I know what seizures are. She stopped.
She stopped seizing?
She had a headache at about 11 o'clock last night and she threw up, and I didn't think about it.
Kevin, help me understand. Did she stop seizing?
She has stopped seizing right now.
Okay, so we're going to check her breathing together to make sure it's all right. When I say go, watch her closely and tell me each time her chest rises. Are you ready?
You tell she's not breathing right now.
Okay, let's go ahead and start CPR, okay?
I'm starting right now.
Okay, if there's a defibrillator available, please I'm going to get it now and tell me when you have it. Okay, we're going to... Okay, I'm getting help, I'm just letting them know that we're starting CPR, okay, Kevin?
Okay.
Are you right? Okay, listen carefully there, tap flat on the back of the ground and remove anything under your head.
I've been CPR and I've been doing it for 20 years.
Okay, stay on the line with me, okay? So we're going to do 2 breaths and 30 pumps, okay? I'm going to tell you how to, I'm going to give you instructions.
I know what I need to do. I'm doing it.
Okay, I want you to do 2 breaths and 30 pumps.
Okay.
Place your hand, I'm going to tell you how to give mouth to mouth. Place your hand on her
I know
forehead.
how to do it. I'm a paramedic. I was. I'm EMT.
Okay.
Doing it since 1992.
All right, you are skilled and you know how to do this. For seizures, we want to do 2 breaths and 30 pumps.
Okay.
Can I count with you for the 30 pumps? Two breaths and 30 pumps.
Okay.
Can I count with you for the 30 pumps?
50 breaths.
Did you feel the air going in and out?
Yes, I can. I know. That's what I'm doing.
Great. So we're going to count together. I hear you've been a paramedic for a long time, but I'm going to help you count, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're doing a really good job. So stop and do 2 more breaths, okay?
Okay, I'm doing it.
When you're done, let's start compressions again.
I'm doing it. I'm doing compressions. I have a shot.
1, 2, 3.
When you're saying it.
You're doing a great job, Kevin. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kevin, are you still doing the compressions? Okay, stop and do 2 more breaths. Tell me when you're done so I can count with you. 2 breaths, 30 pumps.
I'm doing 2 breaths now. Okay, 70 compressions.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I hear you know how to do it and you're taking really good care of her. They're coming as fast as they can. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just going to help you keep count. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 more breaths now.
No. No, it's not as good.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stop and 2 more breaths right now, Kevin. You're doing a good job. They're coming as fast as they can. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Remember, hard and fast. You know how to do this. You're doing a good job. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I have to unlock the door. I have to unlock the front door.
Run to unlock the door and come straight back here.
Okay, I'm going to have her.
two. We're gonna do two more breaths. Do two breaths and start the counts again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Stop and two more breaths right now. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep going. You're doing a good job. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep going, Kevin. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stop and two more breaths for me. You're doing a good job. If they're not up, don't stop until they take over for you. 2 breaths and 30 pumps. You're going to do it till they take over for you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Stop and two more breaths. 2 more breaths. Keep going with concussions until they take over for you.
January 8th, 2024, 4:37.
Kevin, at the end of that call, that was that the EMS arriving as you were still giving compressions?
Yeah.
Who took over?
It was Eric Miller took over compressions for me.
When we made the call, you knew that the people who would come and look at this and scrutinize this were the same people that you had told you're unhappy with your marriage, didn't you?
Yeah, that wasn't my thought at the time, though.
But you knew that the people who would be showing up knew that you were worried about losing half of your retirement.
I didn't know who was arriving, but yeah, it could be.
And some of them knew that you were having an affair.
Yes.
Now, by calling 911, did you think it would increase your chances of survival or decrease?
Increased, absolutely. It's an absolute must for survival. I can't do it on my own.
Now, you've been on, before you became a battalion chief and a captain, you were on lots of calls, weren't you? Give me an idea how many you were.
We used to keep track, thousands. Yeah.
And was this different than your regular call? For you.
Yeah, it's personal. It's my life. It's different. I don't have any resources. I don't have any tools.
So then EMS shows up and it looks like from the video you stayed in the room, correct?
Yes, I wasn't either.
Okay. Is that kind of unusual though?
I would, as a captain, I was consistently managing the scene, charting notes of everything that's happening. But also, if someone needed an additional resource, they would tell me, and I'd be the one to get it rolling, get it there. And so, if a situation arises where there was a family member that wanted to be with a loved one, I would absolutely allow it if the room accommodated it and they were calm enough to manage the situation, they could be there. But if they were going to be a distraction or in the way, physically or verbally, I would be the one to be kind of the bad guy for the crews, but I'd have to escort them to another room so we could appropriately treat a patient.
Now, after Marcy passed, how long did you stay up there after she passed?
After she passed, I wasn't up there for very long at all. Efforts had stopped. I prayed for her. I said goodbye. I went downstairs. And I had people surrounding me.
And we see that about an hour and a half after she passed, you spoke to a police detective, correct?
I did.
Were you worried about that?
No.
Now, you talked to Kevin Bly sometime, was it that morning or later in the day you called?
I don't know if it was before I left for Seattle or if it was after. That's when I saw him. He'd been to the house a couple times after that.
Now, we understand from other testimony that your emotions were ranging all over the place. Describe how you felt, like if you were having a bad moment or nothing moment, how did you feel that day?
I had a myriad of emotions I was dealing with. I had to be strong for my kids. I wanted them to know that I was safe. I know that they were in fear, like Ophelio's dad now. There was a lot of conversations that were fear-based. I was always in a mode of making sure they had what they needed for the support. My moods were of extreme sadness. Seeing my kids' sadness was so incredible, so difficult, so incredibly difficult. My emotions went back and forth because we had so many problems that were unresolved that I was sad, I was frustrated, I was angry about that. But there's also
Okay, let's take a poll. So this video, I guess, was the full direct, and then there was like a condensed video. So do y'all want to continue this? I'll do whatever y'all want. I'm here for y'all. So this is 30 more minutes. But then there is a link that Kristen so kindly emailed me that's got cross and direct into one video, but we could just go forward to the cross. I just know that, I mean, I'll do whatever y'all want. You're ready for cross? All right. All right. Yeah, we all like cross-examine. Okay. Am I like breaking all the cardinal rules of YouTube?
someone that I loved very much for the funeral home donated 2 small hearts for each of the kids to me. They didn't even charge me. But those are the only financial things that Peggy and I spoke about. When she brought me that birthday card with $1,000 in it, I thought that was a gift or something to help with the wedding.
Well, speaking of Peggy and that side of the family, why did you not
on at the time? A lot of
emotion. 2801.
Did you go to Marcy's funeral?
No, I did not. I wasn't welcome.
How did you?
Look at him. I mean, this is true crime in a minute. So like, we just gotta get on through it.
In the 911 call,
right?
Well,
you didn't go to her funeral.
The operator trying to work on Marcy.
I don't blame myself for not calling 911 from your phone.
Kristen,
I did wire it myself months before. It worked just fine. There was that morning when I went to Seattle, my brothers and sisters that were there from the fire department contacted a heating cooling company. They came out and that's what they found. There was just a loose wire. They got it back in the thermostat. And then we did have heat. It was, during the ice storm.
Kevin, did you put your wife in a rear naked chokehold and strangle her to death?
No.
Did you do anything to cause the contusion on the back of her head?
No, I did not.
Did you do anything to cause Marcy's death?
No, I did not.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Cross-examination.
Here we go.
Mr. West, who took this photo?
Scott Slocum.
Scott Slocum took this photo.
Yes.
When did he take this photo?
The day we removed it from the house.
You see with it.
You have it. Can you please tell me the
Oh,
number?
I'm sorry. This photo right here.
Yes.
Oh, the number. 313.
And when was this photo taken?
The day we removed the furniture from the house.
Which was what date?
I don't know exactly which day it was.
You don't know what date the furniture was?
It was after my birthday on the 18th or the 20th when we had the gathering, and when the 23rd when the detectives first arrived.
Is it fair to say our office doesn't have the metadata of when this photo was taken?
I'm not aware of that.
I want to be very clear about the timeline, okay? What time did you and Marcy make love on the 7th?
I don't know what time it was in the evening between a movie.
Okay, then let's back up. What time did you eat?
In the evening sometime.
Not in the evening.
Events are very easy. Timelines are difficult.
Okay, let's start from the beginning. What time did you go to get Chinese?
Late afternoon, early evening.
What did you do after that?
I dished her up and we ate and watched a movie.
How many movies did you watch?
2 or 3.
And what time between the movies did you make love?
What? 8 o'clock hour?
8 o'clock?
Possibly 7, 8, somewhere. I don't remember.
And how many movies did you watch?
2 or 3.
And so you don't know what time you made love, you and Marcy.
I didn't look at the clock when we went up there, or my phone.
And after you and Marcy make love, what is the next thing that happens?
I went downstairs.
Did you go downstairs alone?
I did.
And how long were you downstairs?
For a short period.
What's a short period?
30 minutes to an hour.
And what happened next?
She came down and complained about a headache.
And then what happened?
She took ibuprofen.
And then what happened?
She went upstairs.
Okay. And then what happened?
She vomited.
And then what happened?
I could hear her vomiting, so I went upstairs
Okay, and where did you go?
to the bathroom at
And
the
then-
top of the stairs.
And then you came back downstairs.
I did.
While she had been up vomiting, you then left her upstairs and then you went back downstairs.
I watched her. I stated earlier that I watched her walk. I wanted her to walk on her own to make sure she was stable on her own. I watched her go back to bed.
And then so she goes to bed alone. What time would this have been?
9:30, 10:30, something like that maybe.
But you stayed back downstairs.
I did, yes.
What time did you go back upstairs?
I thought that I went to bed about 11, but times are difficult.
So your testimony today is that she went downstairs, went back upstairs, vomited. You went upstairs with her. Then you came back downstairs for an amount of time. She went to bed at like 9 o'clock, and then you went back upstairs around 11.
She went to bed a little later than that, but yeah.
When did you go back upstairs?
Well, I went up there once when she was.
Asked and answered. Some repetition permitted in cross applicable. Repeat your question.
When did you go back upstairs?
Well, I went upstairs when she vomited, and I went back upstairs to go to bed.
And you were or weren't Googling things on your phone?
I was not Googling things on my phone.
So then your testimony today is that at 11 o'clock, approximately, you would have put your phone on the nightstand and then not touched it until you made the 911 call. Correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And your testimony is that that Marcy knew your PIN code.
She did.
Your testimony today is that she was suspicious that you were having an affair.
I am guessing that she was suspicious about it. She told me that I was on my phone too much. And that was a combination of affair, handling work issues. I commonly got that as well.
So it's your testimony that you were asleep between the hours of 11 and 4:27 a.m.
That's correct.
And the only thing that woke you up was your dog.
That's correct.
And your statements that you're making today came after your Apple Health data came to light, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And after her Apple Health data came to light, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And your statements today are inconsistent with what you've previously told law enforcement.
I don't know how it's inconsistent with what I've said before.
You've never previously said you stayed up while she went to bed.
I've said the same thing over and over and over and over for the last 2 years.
You never told law enforcement she was suspicious about you having an affair.
Don't remember.
It's your testimony also today that you may have caused injury to her neck and head prior during the lowering process.
I never said that I caused injury to her, that I may have.
You may have caused injury to her head and neck during the lowering process.
I had my hands under her shoulders when I lowered her to the ground. There was no incident in lowering her to the ground. If it was a ambulance call, I document everything. If it's not documented, it didn't happen. If I was documenting what happened in this when I treated Marcy, it would have been unremarkable in the event of me lowering her to the ground. There was no contact with anything. It was a quick, hasty move, but it was a safe move for Marcy when I lowered her.
So no injuries were caused to Marcy during the lowering process.
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
your testimony today.
That's absolutely correct.
You did not touch her neck.
When I was lowering her?
Correct.
Absolutely not.
And you were asked directly, and you have no explanation for her injuries.
I have no explanation for her injuries.
You don't have an explanation for her injuries on the 31st of January, 2024, correct?
When I was interviewed, yes,
And you have no explanation for her injuries today.
that is absolutely correct.
You told your best friend, Kevin Valines, you feel bad for not feeling bad at 8 a.m. on the day of her death. Did you not?
If I said something to that effect,
That's you being strong.
I'm
correct?
sorry, what?
Was that you being strong?
She asked that she let the witness, you wish to ask a question, then wait for the answer before you ask the next one. Repeat your question.
You told your best friend, Kevin Valines, that you feel bad for not feeling bad, and that was at 8 a.m. the morning of Marcy's death. Did you not?
That's what he testified to. If I said something to that effect, that morning was beyond traumatic and difficult. I don't know half of what I said. I was also frustrated with dispatch. I was frustrated that I couldn't do continuous CPR. It was difficult. It was a difficult morning. I struggled a lot. If I confided in a friend that morning and it came out wrong.
I'm sorry, like any witness. You need to listen to the question asked, answer that question, then wait for the next one.
Yes, sir.
Mentioning dispatch, you actually called dispatch a bitch in the kitchen to your friends. Did you not?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor, please stay. Move to strike and instruct the jury.
There hasn't been any testimony to strike, disregard the last question.
You told your best friend, Scott Slocum, that a burden had been lifted. Did you not?
If I said that, that's completely taken out of context and was meant for some other reason. There was a lot of help and a lot of support where I could have justified saying something like that. I am not a cold person. I'm a warm. Sorry.
If someone asks you if you said something, the answer is yes, you said it, no, you didn't, or you don't remember.
Yes,
It's not an it's not an opportunity for you to begin speaking at will of whatever you want. So listen to the question.
I don't know who said it earlier, but he is like a Robert Tellis. If you watch that trial, the guy that in Vegas that did like a self narration,
For that, and answer that question.
Yes, Your Honor.
You told your friend and EMT trainer, Mark Whitland, sometimes autopsies don't come back with anything. Did you not?
I did.
And you asked him if it would be okay to get rid of her things. You said this unprompted, correct?
I don't remember that.
You've been a paramedic for over 20 years, correct?
Yes.
You understand the anatomy of a body.
Yes.
You understand the anatomy of a neck.
Yes.
You know not to put pressure on both carotid arteries, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Read the record.
Yes.
Kevin, you're asked repeatedly what time you did this, what time you did that. Did you not keep a log of everything you did that evening?
I did not.
Were you ever asked by the detectives if you thought your wife was suspicious of you? No. And when you said to Mark Whitland, sometimes autopsies don't show anything, what were you expressing? What were you thinking of?
Well, conversations with Marcy's parents, we all wanted to know why. We wanted to have an answer. We wanted toxicology to come back. I've never been through this. I didn't realize toxicology took 3 to 4 months or longer. We all wanted answers. I knew Marcy well enough that I didn't think there'd be anything in toxicology. She drank that Pepsi and took ibuprofen. She didn't drink. I knew her well enough that I just didn't, I felt confident in that, but not having answers for so long, we all wanted answers.
And you were afraid that you wouldn't get an answer.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any cross?
No,
I know that was the problem, forensic RN, and I couldn't get the whole cross. So none of this was live streamed. They basically Court TV and Law and Crime filmed, and then they were allowed to post them after. So I don't know why, but that's what it did. So I'm just going to hold on.
In George or something. There's another good.
All right, I'm just going to play the closing because that's going to be, I'm about over this. All right. That'll sum it all up for us.
In the beginning, this appeared to be a tragedy. A 48-year-old mother dying unexpectedly after a loving night with her husband. A 911 call, a seizure turned to cardiac arrest, CPR, her husband, a firefighter, performing resuscitation efforts. A hero turned breathing widower. And for a moment, just like the first responders, you may have thought that's all there was. But this is not a case decided on first impressions. This is a case decided on ethics. And when you look closely, when you look beneath the surface, the story the defendant told falls apart. It falls apart for a number of reasons. But it's proven blatantly untrue based on Marcy's body and his body. Now, the first thing that I want to address is the autopsy. What does her body tell us? Her body is going to tell us what happened to her. So you'll recall the testimony of Dr. Burns and the injuries that she detailed. It was pretty extensive testimony. But she detailed that there was hemorrhaging to both carotid sheaths just below the jaw, that there was a hemorrhage to the esophagus on one side, that there was a large contusion to the back of her head starting here at the bony prominence and extending about 6 centimeters down, and that she had bilateral bruising behind the ears. And behind one of the ears, there was something that appeared kind of like an abrasion. So you'll recall that she testified that the bilateral bruising behind the ears can occur 2 ways, right? So it can occur either as an internal injury by the compression of the jugular, so congestion caused by the compression of the jugular, causing the hemorrhaging behind the ears. Or it can be from external trauma, or it can be from both. These are not injuries caused by CPR. These are not injuries caused by a seizure. These are not injuries caused by the eye gel or the bag valve mask, and they are certainly not injuries caused by massage. They are exactly what you see when force is applied to the sides of the neck. When blood flow to the brain is deliberately cut off by the compression of the carotid. The medical evidence tells you how the patient died, which was a vascular strangulation. But what happened before and after is important. That tells us why. It's the motive, right? So people act for reasons. And we don't need to prove motive to prove a crime. You're not going to see that in the elements. But in this case, the motive is glaringly apparent. The defendant's marriage was deteriorating. And he was blaming Marcy for the deterioration of his marriage, just as he did in court. The defendant was deeply involved in an affair. Call it an affair is a little bit of an understatement. This was an obsession. He was meeting her family. He was introducing her to his family. They were making plans for the future. They were discussing marriage. They were discussing buying property together in Goldendale. They were talking about their new life together. He was telling his friends about trips that he planned to take them. He had retained an attorney. You see that in the text messages. And he had planned to move out. But divorce meant financial consequences. Because you'll recall the testimony from Casey Jones and Katie Linton, where they went through the worksheet, right? That was with Casey Jones. And they plugged in his salary and Marcy's salary and the number of years that they'd been married. And he determined that he was going to have to pay alimony indefinitely. And he changed his clothes and left work early. He was so upset. And Katie Linton tells you that she was asking him about the divorce. He said, I can't, I'm stuck. His financial situation hasn't changed. In fact, it's arguably getting worse, as we see in the text messages. Now, the timeline in this particular case matters. It tells us the how. So in this case, starts numbered quite a while earlier. It starts actually in July when he meets up with Cynthia for the first time, after they rekindle their relationship. But for purposes of this timeline, we're going to start on December 13th. So we're talking about 3 weeks prior to Marcy's death. December 13th, they have a pretty big fight. We read most of it to you. You'll have the text messages that you'll be able to review during deliberations. But Marcy's telling Kevin, I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm really tired of being berated. You have stated your feelings and I hear you. You haven't said one nice thing. Give me 2 weeks to find somewhere to go. The next day, December 14th, Marcy has a safari search for apartments for rent in Washington. She knows the marriage is on the way out. Presumably around Christmas, he's writing these Christmas cards that you have. Detective Arvizo already read them to you, but just highlight one little portion for you here. From the Christmas tree, to the food we prepare, to the home we make, to the decorations we display, our love will be present everywhere. Next year, 2024, will be our year. We will be together celebrating every day with love and understanding of what it means for you and I to be together. Our story will ring in the new year, loud for all to hear. I love you, Cynthia. Love forever and always, Kevin. 2024 was going to be their year. That was when it was all happening. And this is how we know there was an actual plan, right? You'll recall in the interview that Mr. West had with law enforcement, they asked him, was there a plan to leave? He says no. That was false. There was a plan, he had retained an attorney, and he had told multiple people when exactly he was moving out. All right, so exhibits 181 and 173 are text messages that you'll have. So on January 3rd of 2024, so we're talking 5 days prior to Marcy's death at this point, the defendant texts Walter Ward, who is Cynthia's mother, that he will be moving out on the 8th and seeing an attorney on the 9th. He's also texting with Paul Person, who is Cynthia's brother-in-law, the same day. And he says, I'm moving out on Monday, which was January 8th. You'll have a calendar to double check. And papers are done on Tuesday, January 9th. I know where I sit. So now we jump to the night prior to Marcy's death, January 7th of 2020 or 2024, right? And on this day where he's having this amazing night with Marcy and they're making love, he's texting his mistress's mother. Just felt the need to send you a message. Today has been a tough day. I keep thinking about how happy I was yesterday and how we laughed. I want you to know how spiritually connected Cynthia and I are. We have something so incredibly special. Yesterday, talking with you, her and I together felt so great. I can't explain the familiarity and love I have for both of you. You are my family, and I feel like we always have been. Thank you for your love and support. I will never be able to express how much that means to me. I love Cynthia to tears, and I will always give her my all. Love you, Mom. He later asks her, please know how strong we are and that nothing will come between us. I love you so much. And then again later, I'm leaning on you today because I feel so close to you. Cynthia has shared your struggles through life, and I know how strong you are. I don't want to worry my mom when I need you. I miss Cynthia so much, even though we are so close to being together. Today is hard because I miss her so much. I absolutely ache for her, wishing tomorrow would come. I'm so sorry for leaning on you, but you are someone I so trust and love. And then again later, he texts again Cynthia's mother, says, I will never let go. This is what he's doing right before he makes love to his wife. So then we have an account from him that she vomits, right? Different times in different interviews, it changes here in testimony. Somewhere between 9:30 and 11 is kind of where we're at. Now, today, he tells you that she vomited, that he went back downstairs and was scrolling on his phone. Why is he changing that? Well, he told you, because the Apple Health data came to light. So now he's got to account for why his phone's moving around a lot. Because it was inconsistent with his story that he told the law enforcement. The Apple Health data didn't match up. So now he's got to tweak it a little bit. So let's look at the Apple Health data because it's crucial in this case. All right. At 12:09 a.m., after in every interview he said that both of them were asleep, right? Up until today. 12:09 a.m., Kevin's phone logs 55 steps. At 12:10, Marcy's phone logs 86 steps. So they're up together. At 12:20, there's a Safari search on Marcy's phone for mother of the bride dresses. That's the last we hear from Marcy's phone before her time. At 1:09, there's a Google search on Kevin's phone for the hotel ledger. And then there's a break in activity where the phone's not moving around. Now, does that mean that they're sedentary? No. It just means that they're not holding the phone, right? Because this isn't a wearable device. They have to actually be carrying the phone around. So there's a break here. We don't know what's happening. It's possible that's when Marcy is killed. 2:11 a.m., his phone logs 143 steps and 2 floors. 2:22 a.m., his phone logs 164 steps and 1 floor. 2:38 a.m., his phone logs 119 steps. 2:48 a.m., his phone logs 128 steps. 3 a.m., his phone logs 457 steps. 3:10, 133 steps. 4:21, 198 steps. And then at 4:27 is when the 911 call starts. There's no steps at 4:27. The steps occurred 6 minutes prior. Now recall from his testimony, he said that he saw her seizing, right, the phone was plugged in, wasn't moving. He sees her seizing, the dog is whimpering, he runs around to her side of the bed, gently lowers her to the floor, we saw the demonstration, and then has to go back to his side of the bed to get the phone from the charger and come back over to Marcy to render it. It doesn't match. At 4:27, the 911 call starts. 1 minute and 50 seconds in, he's saying she's still seizing. 2 minutes, 34 seconds in, he says she's not breathing. 3 minutes and 9 seconds in, she stops seizing. 3 minutes and 22 seconds in, the 911 dispatcher tells him to start CPR. 7 minutes and 20 seconds in, he says he has to go and lock the door. And then 9 minutes, 30 seconds in, you hear the paramedics and the fire arriving. And then the call ends at 4:37 a.m. At 4:39, his phone logs 8 steps. So, unfortunately, this is really what we can know about what was happening, because we have no report from Marcy, right? We can't ask her back. But the phone told a story, and it was inconsistent with what he had told law enforcement. So he had to change it. All right. After the 8th, after her death, we have at 8 a.m., he starts telling his friend Kevin Belines, one of his best friends, when they're alone, because he acts very different when he has an audience, right? Just like up there, just like in here. But when he's one-on-one with those that are closest to him, his true colors come out. And he tells his best friend, Kevin Belines, I feel bad for not feeling bad. This is approximately 3 hours after his wife was declared deceased. Now, during the day, that same day, he asked Mark Widland about getting rid of Marcy's things, and he makes the unsolicited comment about how autopsies often come back inconclusive. It wasn't weeks later, as he made it seem during testimony. It was the same day. And again, later that same day, he tells his other best friend, Scott Slocum, that he feels relieved, like a burden has been lifted. Now, during testimony here today, he tells you, I didn't mean about Marcy. Right? I was just talking about the fire department. They were alleviating so many of my concerns. Scott was pretty clear what he was talking about. And he told you. And then at 5:22 p.m. on the day of Marcy's death, he texts again with Cynthia's mother. Cynthia told me you're aware of Marcy's death this morning and how hard it's hit my kids. I want you to know that I'm okay, and I have my mom here and soon my dad. My daughter has her friends over and I hear laughter. Ted is stuck up tight to my mom, and I was talking with Cynthia. Thank you for your prayers and thank you for your love. Heart emoji, I love you, Mom. And then at 6 p.m., he texts her, I don't need more time because your text messages warm my heart. On the 11th, and again, we don't know what he's actually texting with Cynthia because they're using WhatsApp and it's an end-to-end encryption, so we can't access those. But he's telling her mom quite a bit, right? So we can see a lot of what their communication is between he and Cynthia through these texts with his mom, with her mom. So on the 11th, 3 days after, or sorry, let's go back. The night. So this is the day after Marcy's death. He texts with Cynthia's mother again at 9:16 a.m. We had a good night last night and had some good laughs. Spelling errors from the text. So, then at 2:20 p.m., he texts her again, thinking about you and want you to know how incredibly close I feel to you. Thank you for accepting me into your life and supporting Cynthia and I right from the start. I'm so deeply in love with her and will always give her my best. She will always feel loved and feel safe and secure. I'm so grateful to be part of your family. Heart emoji, I love you. Heart emoji again. 2 days later, he texts her again. Cynthia has dedicated huge support to me. I know it's hard for her, so hard for her not being able to be here and do more and doing more. I want you to know that she is filling me up with so much love that I would never be able to get through this without her. And then he later tells her that he's taking his sister down to see Cynthia so they can finally meet. On the 19th, he texts Cynthia's mother again. Just want to say hi, heart emoji, I love you, so in love with your daughter, heart emoji. Just want you to know we're better than okay, heart emoji, we're great. And then the 20th is the birthday party / gathering, depending on who you ask, for Kevin at his house when Cynthia comes over and is introduced to the kids as Kevin's sister's friend. His plan to replace Marcy with Cynthia without the financial ruin has been successful. But how he's behaving in the aftermath of Marcy's death is important. These are not the actions of a grieving husband. Again, we've already gone through the comments that he made to his friends. Casey Jones also came over that same day. He was showing her the deer butt bottle opener. She said he was fake crying. Asked how she knew. Well, she'd seen him real cry. There was no tears, or many tears here today either. He literally erases Marcy from his life almost immediately. He removes pictures of her from the walls and hides them. He gets rid of their bedroom furniture. He gets rid of her personal belongings. He deletes her contact from his phone, unless he never had it saved in the first place. He brings his mistress into the home he shared with Marcy 12 days and introduces her to children. He deletes incriminating messages from his phone after he has contact with police. There's a number of messages, and you'll have all the text messages. You'll be able to review them during your deliberations. And in those text messages, you can see the dates that they're deleted. A number of them were deleted January 26th. So those weren't deleted to hide them from Marcy. Who was he hiding them from? This is not grief. This is a man who could not be more ready to move on. And he's deleting the messages he's worried about getting caught. So I want to discuss the jury instructions with you. The judge just read them. There's a number of them. Lawyers like to find things. So it starts with witness credibility, which is a big one in this case, right? Because you've heard from a number of witnesses and you've had conflicting accounts, including the defendants, right? So maybe. Okay. And you have these instructions, you'll have them with you. This is jury instruction number 1. Yep. Okay, this tells you how to evaluate the credibility of a witness. So in considering witness testimony, you consider these things: the opportunity of the witness to observe or know the things that he or she testifies about, the ability of the witness to observe accurately, the quality of the witness's memory while testifying, the manner of the witness while testifying, any personal interest that the witness might have in the outcome or issues. This is kind of a big one in this case, because many of the people, the witnesses that defense paraded up here, all family members of the defendant. Right? They don't want to see him convicted. Understand. Any bias or prejudice that the witness may have shown, the reasonableness of the witness's statements in the context of all the other evidence, and any other factors that affect your evaluation or belief of a witness in your evaluation of their testimony. And there's a separate instruction also that gives you some additional criteria for expert witnesses. All right. I think this is important. And this is, again, in jury instruction number 1, adjudication. You must reach a decision based on the facts proved to you and on the law given, not on sympathy, prejudice, or personal preference. There's a lot of testimony meant to pull at your heartstrings in this case. But that's not what it's about. It's about the objective evidence, the objective facts. And then reasonable doubt. Talked about this kind of a lot. And you find a good definition. So,
This is jury instruction number 4. A reasonable doubt is one for which a reason exists and may arise from the evidence or lack of evidence. It's such a doubt as would exist in the mind of a reasonable person after fully, fairly, and carefully considering all of the evidence or lack of evidence. If from such consideration you have an abiding belief in the truth of the charge, then you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt. We define a lot of things for you. We don't define abiding belief. Submit to you that it is a lasting belief. All right. This is direct versus circumstantial. Talked about this one a little bit in voir dire, about how circumstantial evidence gets a little bit of a bad rap. But this tells you that the law does not distinguish between direct and circumstantial evidence in terms of the weight or value in finding the facts of the case. One is not necessarily more or less valuable than the other. What's the direct evidence in this case, right? So the direct evidence would be the defendant's account. He was the one that perceived it. But this is a perfect example of why that could be flawed and why we need to look at the circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence refers to evidence from which, based on your common sense and experience, not required to check your common sense at the door. In fact, the law tells you to use it. You may reasonably infer something that's at issue in this case. So, there's hemorrhaging on the carotid sheaths. You can reasonably infer that there was some sort of a trauma there, right? There's hemorrhaging to the esophagus. You can reasonably infer that there was a trauma there. All right, there are 2 counts in this case. And it's going to get a little bit confusing, I think, because there's count 1, which is murder in the first degree with premeditation. And then there's count 2, which is murder in the second degree, which is charged under a different theory. So we have premeditated intent for count 1. And for count 2, it's something called felony murder, right? So the defendant engaged in a particular felony that resulted in the death of a person. And you have to consider them separately. So your decision on one should not affect your decision on the other. So let's look at first at count 1. Count 1 is the elements for count 1, jury instruction number 9. Okay. So to convict the defendant of the crime of murder in the first degree is charged in count 1. Each of the following elements must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that on or about January 8th, 2024, the defendant acted with the intent to cause the death of Marcella West. 2, that the intent to cause death was premeditated. 3, that Marcella West died as a result of the defendant's actions. And 4, that any of these acts occurred in the state of Washington. Now, this 4th one is just what gives us our jurisdiction, right? So this is what allows us to prosecute this particular crime because it occurred in the state of Washington. You might have wondered why we were always asking, is that in Clark County, Washington? That's fine. And there's no dispute to the date, right? Everybody agrees that it's January 8th, 2024. So really the question before you is whether the defendant acted with the intent to cause the death of Marcella West, Marcy, and whether that intent was premeditated. So you then have to look at those 2 definitions. We give them both to you. 10 is intent, which is pretty intuitive, I guess. A person acts with intent or intentionally when acting with the objective or purpose to accomplish a result that constitutes a crime. So were you acting with a purpose to cause your death, basically. Premeditation is a little different. And there's this notion that premeditation needs to involve days of planning, weeks of planning, hours of planning. It doesn't. Jury instruction 11 just means premeditated means thought over beforehand. When a person, after any deliberation, forms an intent to take human life, the killing may follow immediately after the formation of the settled purpose, and it will still be premeditated. Premeditation must involve more than a moment and point of time. The law requires some time, however long or short, in which a design to kill is deliberately formed. So, if you have a crime of passion, right, there's an argument, and you shoot someone, maybe that's a murder too, right? Maybe that's not premeditated because it does not involve more than a moment and point of time. It's an immediate act. Strangulation is different. the testimony of the experts, depending on which one you find more credible. Dr. Burt says you typically go unconscious in 5 to 10 seconds, and then you have to maintain that pressure on the carotid arteries for somewhere in the neighborhood of 3, I can't recall her exact range, but the low end of it was 3, so we'll use that. 3 minutes. Maintaining pressure on an unconscious person's carotid arteries for approximately 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 50 seconds, that's premeditation. You could sit in silence for 2 minutes and 50 seconds. That's a while. That's more than a moment in point of time.
You know what? Kevin also mentioned carotid arteries when he was talking to the police. I just remember him bringing that up. I mean, I know he's EMT guy, but I thought that was kind of odd.
But there's other evidence for premeditation, the motive, the multiple acts of violence, right? So she testified that this contusion on the back of the head probably wasn't part of the strangulation event, right? I asked her, could it be from this maneuver? She says, no, not likely. So a blow to the head at some point occurs, and then the strangulation. Now, if after full, fair, and careful consideration, you cannot agree as to whether it is premeditated, then, or can agree on the crime generally, right? Then you go to the potential lesser included. So there's a lesser included of murder in the second degree for count 1. And jury instruction number 12 tells you that murder in the second degree is a lesser included of murder in the first degree. Here's the only difference. It's the premeditation. It's the same otherwise. So, same date, defendant acted with intent to cause the death of Marcella West, that she died as a result, and then it occurred in the state of Washington. All right, so that's count 1. Count 2 is a little bit different. Count 2 is felony murder. You hear about this sometime in like bank robberies or things like that, right? So people go in, they're robbing a bank, one of the participants shoots someone, a security guard, for example, during the execution of the robbery. It's technically murder because they were involved in the commission of a felony at the time. But in this case, this is also felony murder because the underlying felony is the assault in the second degree, which is assault by strangulation. So, let's try to straighten that out a little bit. Okay. That's not working out really well. Close enough. All right. So here's the elements, a little bit crooked, for the felony murder count 2, murder in the second degree. Different than the lesser included for count 1, which is also murder in the second degree, which is how why this gets a little bit confusing. So for count 2, again, same date, January 8, 2024, defendant committed assault in the second degree. The defendant caused the death of Marcella West in the course and in furtherance of such crime, and that she was not a participant in the crime of assault in the second degree. She's not like a co-defendant or something along those lines. And that any of these acts occurred in the state of Washington. So the crux really is what is assault in the second degree. Pretty straightforward. Jury instruction 17. A person commits the crime of assault in the second degree when he or she assaults another by strangulation. Okay. He does not have to intend to cause the death for count 2. He only has to intend to assault her by strangulation. So we then have to define for you what assault is. It's an intentional touching of another person that's harmful or offensive. It's offensive if the touching would offend an ordinary person who is not unduly sensitive. Certainly, pushing on someone's neck, putting your arms around someone's neck, whatever the mechanism is. Defense is very focused on the vascular strangulation, the chokehold. He likes to call it a rear naked chokehold. The rear vascular restraint hold is one potential mechanism, said Dr. Burt said. But she also said that it could be just fingers to the carotids, right? From the front or the back. And if you're putting your thumbs from the front in a person's carotid and hooking your fingers behind the ears, that could cause bruising. And if you're going from the back and putting your fingers into the carotids and putting your thumb behind the ears, that could also cause bruising. And then she testified also if you're in a rear vascular restraint chokehold, the arm and the pressure to the ears could cause the bruising and abrasion. So there's multiple potential mechanisms. We don't know. We weren't there. Marcy can't tell us. But any one of those would fit the vascular restraint or the vascular strangulation. So then we need to define what strangulation is. Okay, we're starting to lose paper here. Basically just means compressing a person's neck and obstructing their blood flow or ability to breathe. So either it's an anterior compression where you're compressing their breathing, their trachea, or it's a lateral compression where you're compressing the carotids and the jugular. This cuts off your air, this cuts off your blood flow. Both effectuate death. This actually effectuates death a little bit faster and causes unconsciousness much faster. And then there is a special allegation. So if you were to convict either on count 1, the murder in the first degree, or the lesser included of the murder in the second degree, or count 2, the felony murder in the second degree, then you go to the special verdict. And the special verdict is just whether or not they're intimate partners. And so you may have wondered why we were asking, were they legally married? Do they have biological children? Things like that. This is why. Jury instruction 21, intimate partner means spouse or persons who have a child in common. So Marcy and Kevin were legally married. They had children in common. They were technically intimate partners for purposes of the law. In this case, her body tells us what happened. The affair tells us why. And the timeline tells us how. And when you put it all together, there really is only one conclusion that fits with every piece of the evidence, which is Marcy was killed by a vascular strangulation at the hands of the only person that was there, which is her husband. The law requires proof beyond a reasonable doubt, not proof beyond all doubt. The standard has been met in this particular case, and I'm going to have one more opportunity to speak with you because it is my burden, but I thank you for your attention during closing arguments and during this trial.
Kevin did not kill Marcy. They did not prove that. They loved each other. It was not a perfect marriage. They've been together for about 22 years as a married couple, good times, bad times. But it was, in fact, a failing marriage. Along the way, they managed to put their own interests aside so that they could raise these 2 wonderful kids that you saw maybe. They were a great team, and Kevin speaks highly of his wife. I won't go through all the details because you've heard them all just recently, but I'm going to kind of jump to this part. In 2017, they buy the new house. And you've heard that with the house comes this bed set with a nightstand. You're probably really sick and tired of hearing about nightstands. You know why this is important? Because it doesn't mean anything. They have made the nightstand the centerpiece of their case. This is the bed set that came with the house in 2017. They paid about $800, I guess, for the entire lot. This piece went here. It was always there. Here's why it doesn't matter. Because even if, in fact, it wasn't there that night, Kevin was used to it being there. You know how it is when you walk into a room at night and you've been in that room a million times. You know how to walk around your bed. You know how to avoid the night. You know how to avoid everything and find everything, even in the pitch black, because you've been there a million times. You have that muscle memory. It doesn't matter. And it's pitch black in that room. But at the same time, Kevin says it was there. And Will says it was there. Eric Miller said it was there. He didn't remember telling me that. So we can question his memory a little bit. But when I interviewed him, he said he saw the nightstand. Who else saw the nightstand? That was Silva. Mr. Silva came in. He said he saw it. He'd never even been in the house before.
Wait, Sir Tedrick Walker, you called Jack Campbell's office and said arrest Wendy. She's perjured herself with her 4 different drive-by crime scene testimonies. Her immunity needs to be revoked, and there was plenty to convict her. So we need to hear what she said. And yes, Sam, we want you to come on. I want to hear your narrator voice.
So was the nightstand there? Yes. Does it really matter? No. He said he cleared the nightstand, and for some reason, the detective said, well, no, I saw the nightstand. It had things on top of it, so it wasn't clear. The nightstand was there. It doesn't matter. It's a red herring. They raised their kids and they arranged their lives so they wouldn't have to have daycare. This is true cooperation of parents. They had their ups and downs. Kevin wasn't happy with the physical side of the relationship. He was very happy with her as a mother of his kids, loved that part. It was great for his kids, and he wanted what was best for his kids more than anything, more than for himself. So he stayed with her for the kids. He spared them from their arguments. He didn't tell them about the affair. He wasn't completely honest when it came to the affair. He hid it from his wife and his kids, but he told everybody else. Kevin is a very open person. Two of them. He tells everybody that he has financial insecurity. He tells everybody he's not happy with his marriage because she spends too much money, she's not working enough, and she's not intimate with me enough. Tells everybody that stuff. He tells people he's having an affair. These are the same people that he called to his house that night when he needed help for his wife. He told, and this is important, the state keeps saying, without any basis at all, his story kept changing. He got interviewed 3 times, the story kept changing, and even here it kept changing. It didn't change. You have all 3 interviews. If you have the patience and the time, this is an important thing, listen to all 3 of those interviews if you have the time. The story is the same every single time. I got Chinese food, I went home, and we watched movies, we were intimate. He doesn't say that part every time, but he's never asked. And at some point, Marcy went to bed. She came down for ibuprofen. She went back upstairs. She threw up. I went to help her. She went to bed. I went back downstairs. It's the same story every single time. And he's not planning for this. This is not a plan. The first one is when his wife died unexpectedly. And he's being approached by a detective first thing in the morning within an hour and a half of her death. He tells the story. And then he doesn't know an investigation is going on. And on the 23rd, this is just about 2 weeks later, detectives show up unannounced. He invites them in, talks to them for a long time, and tells the same story every single time. He mentions the garbage bag on the floor. That never came up to the detective because that would have verified the story. He told them about it at that time. They could have gone back and checked the Washington Police Department pictures because the investigator who went out there took that photo that has the pants and the garbage bag on the floor. That was left there before everybody came in because once Marcy was pronounced deceased, everybody went downstairs and Officer Southern cordoned off the area of the garden and let everybody back in. There was no way for him to plan and make up all this stuff. And with regard to finances, sure, wish they had saved more money, but were they having financial difficulty? No. They made pretty good money. And in all this 2 years, all the investigation they've done, all the records that they've recovered, the financial records that they recovered, you know how many deaths they found in default? 0.
Objection, facts not in evidence.
There was no evidence.
Sorry, I overrule the objection and remind you that the argument is just that. It's not evidence. If you hear a statement that's not supported by the evidence, disregard it. If you hear a statement and it is supported by the evidence, give it such weight as you think.
There's not a single shred of evidence in this case that they had a loan in default anywhere, ever. Marcy tragically passed away. Marcy had underlying health conditions. We will never know all of her underlying health conditions because she never saw the doctor. She complained of having chronic headaches. She had headaches nearly daily, every other day. Carried a Costco-sized bottle of ibuprofen with her all the time for headaches. That's not normal. Who has headaches every single day and doesn't go to the doctor about it? Who has chest pain starting just a few months before this matter happens? Who has chest pains periodically and doesn't go see the doctor? She never has medical care. There's not a single record of her ever having one single physical or annual checkup with the doctor. Nothing. All she has is urgent care. That's it. The one thing that she did have was the life scheme. And why did she have that? She had that because Kevin wanted her to have it. It was a benefit they had available for her. He scheduled it a year in advance so that she would at least have this check. And she went there and said there was really nothing wrong. But what did it reveal? She had fatty liver disease. She had high cholesterol. She had PVCs, which may or may not be a big problem in combination with other things. She also had a resting heart rate of 95. And back in the medical records, the Dr. Stanky said that her resting heart rate was 100 at some of those visits. That's a high resting heart rate. And it means, according to Dr. Stankus, that her heart was not operating efficiently. When we have these kind of underlying conditions, it could lead to trouble. That's why we see the doctor, because we could run into a problem like Marcy did. The story he told over and over and over again to you is the same story about getting Chinese food, coming back, watching movies every single time. It's the same. Now, the phone records that the state brings up, this I challenge. Look through the records. Here's what you'll find. You'll find that there's activity on both phones, kind of off and on throughout the day. People live with their phones. I don't care where they go. You sit around at home, they got their phone. We go to dinner, a lot of people keep on the dinner. Some people do it in the car. It's with us constantly. We do everything on these phones. So it's not surprising there's activity. But if you look at these phone records, if you look at them side by side, you got steps data for Marcy and for Kevin in there. And understand this, it's not the person, it's Kevin went to bed about 11 o'clock or so. Marcy is still surfing and she's looking at Mother of the Bride dresses between 12 and 1 o'clock in the morning. Kevin is asleep. Yes, he told the police they were both asleep because that's what he thought. He believed they were both asleep. If you look at the records and compare them side by side, and you can make head or tail of them, you'll see that the two phones traveled together 4 times in the evening. The phones are traveling at the same time. Marcy knows his passcode. Marcy's following up on his web search. There's one point where Marcy is checking. You saw it on the display. She's looking at hotel ledger. She's suspicious. She's checking up on her husband. She's suspicious, and for good reason. On January 8th, Kevin wakes up to the dog window. Now, this is where the exhibits that we have in are kind of important. The leggings that were brought in, they're in one of the exhibits that you have in the back there. If you do want to take them out, if you wear gloves, handle them carefully. They're important for a couple of reasons. One is they have pet hair all over. This would corroborate the fact that she's in bed when whatever happened. That's part of it. There's also a picture in one of these where she has a big worm skin on it. I'm going to explain why that's really important in just a minute here. Kevin wakes up and he finds, she sees something's not right. There's kind of shaking. He's having a hard time describing, and she realizes she's completely stiff. He's seen this before because he is a paramedic. He knows what a seizure looks like. It doesn't mean you have to diagnose the problem. You just have to recognize the seizure. It is a symptom, something that happens. He runs around the bed, checks on her after trying to quiet the dog down. He checks on her, and he can't wake her up. He's shouting at her. He can't wake her up, and so he lifts her up for her. Now, this is the part where Kevin has had 2 years to come up with another reason why she got injured. He explained to you that he lowered her as carefully as he could, clearing the table onto the floor. Didn't touch her neck. He could have said, "Oh yeah, I was really in a hurry. I touched her neck." He didn't say that. He could have. He gently put her on the floor. He got her on the other side, and he rolled her up on her side. This is the part where his hand gets under her neck and comes around toward the front. This is the only time. He does not believe that he hurt her. Did he? Remember, this is 181 pounds of a stiff body, a person who's not cooperating, not helping, and this is Mr. West doing this all by himself from a dead sleep in the middle of the night in the dark. And he is trying to roll her gently on her side, which he did. He realizes that he can't help. He's a paramedic, and he's calling for help when he's the one who's supposed to be the help. That takes a swallowing of pride, a person who thinks about somebody more than himself. So he calls 911. You will have the 911 call with you. And I encourage you to listen to it again. I know you've heard it twice, but I strongly encourage you, because when you listen to that, you can hear what's happening. It starts out as a seizure. He's alarmed, but he's not panicking. He's trying to do all the right things. When you listen to this, ask yourself, does this sound like a man who just choked out his wife? No, it doesn't. This sounds like a man who's trying to help his wife, a man who's worried about his wife. It progresses. It goes from a seizure, she stops seizing, and then she's not breathing. Now, look at the timestamp on this, because it is not until 3 minutes into the phone call that she stops breathing and the seizure stops. This is one of those long duration seizures that Dr. Stank has talked about, the ones that she has been caring for, and she's been watching people monitor the glucose levels. This is what we found out. You need one of these long sustained seizures. That's at least 3 minutes, plus maybe the minute before that it took Kevin to call the police, plus whatever was happening with her before he woke up. Sometimes they don't wake up when the dog remembers, right? Sometimes Sadie can be whimpering and they don't get up, and Sadie goes down the hallway to find Megan. Maybe Sadie did, couldn't find Megan and came back. So we have minimum 4 to 5 minutes of an arch position, full body seizure. And now the reason that's important is because they brought the blood glucose level. Dr. Burt never considered it. She didn't check it. She was asked about it later. It's in the report, but she never saw it. It wasn't part of her analysis at all because she wasn't looking for something that could truly explain it other than what was being proposed by the state. So a 300 glucose level is a very high level. It is not something that you would ordinarily expect from a strangulation, from a fight or flight situation. That's what Dr. Snake said. She treats these people all the time. People have come in from a terrible fight, and she checks their glucose level right away. It's never like that. It never spikes 300. She said it's most consistent with a heart attack and a seizure combination. Remember the Dr. Stankus, all the doctors you saw her. She's the only one who's seen a live patient in the last 20 to 25 years. She sees them all the time. He goes to unlock the door at 7:23, minute 7:23 in the recording. He's gone for a total of 20 seconds. The reason he does that, and the state brought this up, that the Halligan tool to demonstrate that somehow that he was causing delays because he didn't care or something like that. He professionally should know not to go down there and stop doing compressions. But he was gone 20 seconds. This is a man who knows that if he didn't, that the Halligan device is going to be on the engine, which might be 1, 2, 3 minutes later in an ambulance, which would not have one. So he's gone 20 seconds. It was a good judgment call that he made. He was doing his very best to make her chances of survival the best, to make the chances of her dying minimized. That is what he did. In the call, you'll also hear him say something like, "I should have known."
Sam, it's a great comment. Fire chief, trained medically as a paramedic, has no medical knowledge of her condition, though he'd been watching movies and supposedly had sex with him, and he doesn't understand a seizure. Yeah, exactly. This is so far-fetched. And I swear these attorneys get paid by the time or something. I'm going to forward and so we can get back to the prosecutor. She at least makes sense. I don't think y'all care.
I should have known. He's talking about when she threw up and he was caring for her. I should have known. I should have done something. He should have helped. This is not a man who has just killed his wife. It makes no sense. The 911 call speaks volumes. So he calls 911, find Kevin not guilty of murder in first degree, not guilty of murder in second degree.
Because the state has the burden of proof, they also have the last opportunity to.
I really can't stand this judge, but here we go. Got 20 minutes with the prosecutor, and then we got the verdict.
Unless you win the rebuttal argument if they wish. Did you wish to make the rebuttal argument?
That was a lot. There was a lot in there that was not in evidence, that was not testified to by any person. And I think it's an important reminder that what I say and what defense counsel says is not evidence. The evidence is the testimony that you've heard and the exhibits that you'll have with you. I'm not going to go through everything he talked about, but there are a few things that I'd like to touch on. One is he said Kevin's had 2 years to come up with a way that she was injured, but he hasn't, except he has. Remember, he paraded in his son, who had given a demonstration of a massage that he had given his mother, right, where he only touched these parts. In fact, he was very careful to say, sometimes I lift up on the jaw, but I didn't on this occasion. That video where Mr. Walker interjects and says, but that's not how you do, you just don't really remember. You can watch the video, it's in evidence. And then he comes in here, and now all of a sudden he's taking his elbow to the back of his mother's head, which is completely different than what he did in the video, and he's massaging his mother's carotids. It's not reasonable. It's true that His kids love him. There's no doubt. And there's no doubt that they love their mother. And they probably can't imagine a scenario where their father would hurt their mother, so they're willing to do whatever it takes. He was the baby. It's understandable. It's not reasonable. They're saying it's not reasonable. They've been manipulated. As far as the phone deletion that he was talking about, he's saying that, yes, of course, he deleted the fight because he was going to give Marcy's phone to his daughter, Megan. Except the information that was deleted was on Kevin's phone, not on Marcy's phone. That was not the phone that was being given to Megan. In any event, Marcy's phone was still in the house. Megan was back at UW. Megan hadn't taken the phone. Now, there's a lot of talk about what's going on in the room, right? We're talking a lot about the side table, the nightstand. Why is it important? Well, it's not the smoking gun. It's something that comes up in one of his interviews. It's a little weird, where he says that he had to clear the nightstand to get her off the bed. And when they look at the body cam, there's no nightstand there. A little strange. It wouldn't be a big deal if he took the stand and said, I thought there was a nightstand, maybe there wasn't. He's doubling down. He just keeps saying there was a nightstand, there was a nightstand. There's no nightstand. Why is he lying about it? The table was not there by Marcy's side, probably because they weren't really sleeping in the same room together at that stage. Remember, Chris Castle said that the defendant had made a comment that this was the first time they'd slept together in a while. And that makes sense when you look at their texts. They're continuing to make it an issue. They're bringing in additional exhibits of the bed and the nightstands. There's no one saying they moved it. There's no one observed moving it. The body-worn camera starts shortly after the paramedics arrive. The first person in is Rick Burnham. He says there's no nightstand. Didn't see it, didn't move it. Take it for what it's worth. As far as the bed and the urine are concerned, we can't say definitively that there was urine in the bed, but Mark Woodland testified that there was a substance on the bed that was consistent with urine. Unfortunately, by the time law enforcement executes the search warrant, the bed is gone, the mattress is gone, the bedding is gone, or washed. So it's hard to confirm, but her pants do have what appears to be urine on them. So it makes sense that there could be urine in the bed. Does that tell us how she died? No.
I mean, yeah, you get some urine. I mean, look, she's had 2 kids. There could be a little urine in the bed. I mean, you ever sneeze after you've had kids?
Because you'll remember Dr. Burke's testimony that even people that survive strangulations often urinate themselves. It's a common hallmark of a strangulation. And it's a common hallmark of dying. And it's a common hallmark of a seizure. So it doesn't really tell us how she died. It just gives us maybe a clue about where she was at some point during the struggle or the death. Now, defense counsel showed you a photograph of the bed with her phone in it, where she presumably was, and the sheets. Now, you'll notice that the sheets are also a little bit strange. Sheets are pulled away from the side of the bed, toward the center of the bed, which is a little bizarre if he's pulling her off the bed this way. Why is that? Is it a smoking gun? No, it's a little weird. Her pants are inside out, her bra is fastened strangely, she's wearing an underwire bra, there's a lot of discussion about the bra. Take it for what it's worth. It's things that are just a little bizarre. Do we fully understand their significance? Probably not. But it's possible that they didn't go to bed that night. It's possible that they were having a fight. It's possible that he had told her he was going to leave. Perhaps she told him she was going to leave. We don't know. We weren't there. But it certainly wasn't a situation where both parties went to bed, slept, and he awoke to a seizure. Because we can tell from the phones that he was up. I want to talk a little bit about the experts. Defense counsel brought up Dr. Stankus, Dr. Nara, Dr. Burt. There was 2 others. There was 2 paramedics that were called as experts. There was Wade Fairclough from defense, and there was Mark Woodland from the state. They were called. So as far as Wade Fairclough was concerned, he really didn't have a whole lot to contribute. He said that he testified about the ETCO2 levels on the run sheet, but conceded that it doesn't tell you anything about when she actually died. Their levels could be consistent with somebody that died hours prior. Mark Woodland is arguably more qualified than Wade Fairclough. Mark Woodland is the EMS trainer, as you'll recall. He's the one that brought in the valve mask, the Lucas, things like that. He testified that Marcy's glucose level was inconsistent with someone in his training and experience who has just had a seizure, and testified again about what the ETCO2 levels showed and don't show. And he is consistent with Dr. Burt. Dr. Burt said that the glucose levels were more suggestive of a trauma, such as the strangulation and whatever else happened, some sort of a blow. She's got some bruising on her elbows. We don't really know, but there was some sort of a struggle. And she explained to you in great detail what her findings were and why. She ultimately ruled that this case was asphyxia due to blunt neck trauma and a homicide. She did actually cut into the carotid sheaths. Defense counsel's a little bit confused. She didn't cut into the carotid artery. The carotid artery is the thing that takes the blood to the brain they use for the embalming. Doesn't really matter. She was able to fully visualize the hemorrhaging to the carotid sheath. There wasn't an injury to the carotid artery, so there was no reason to cut into it. She was able to fully visualize that. She testified as to why that would be the case. The carotid sheath is a much thinner substance. It's more vascularized. The carotid sheath, the carotid artery and the jugular vein are thicker, more harder to damage. But that the hemorrhaging to the carotid sheath was consistent with the pressure that would cause occlusion of both, so cutting off the blood flow. Dr. Burt also testified that rigor mortis and lividity would not set in a few hours, as defense counsel just told you. There was no testimony of that. Dr. Nara was a forensic pathologist that defense called, but she's also the one that peer reviewed Dr. Burt's work and agreed with Dr. Burt's work. She agreed to the cause and manner of death, blunt force trauma to the neck, asphyxia, and the manner of death being a homicide. Dr. Stankus, she's not a forensic pathologist. She's not a trained death investigator. She's not a neurologist. She's not a medical pathologist or a surgeon. She's an ER physician who works in that capacity approximately half the time. She arguably has a financial motive. You'll recall she charges $500 an hour. She was not provided all of the information. She was not provided the police reports. She was not provided all of the autopsy photos. She's working with an incomplete set of data. And all she really testified to was that she would expect more petechiae in a strangulation death, and which Dr. Burt refutes, and about the blood glucose level, which is refuted by both Dr. Burt and Mark Whitland. But just as important as what Dr. Stankus does testify about is what she does not testify about. She has no explanation for Marcy's injuries. And you'll recall that she's qualified to. Defense counsel.
Counsel's argument that's not an evidence.
Overruled.
Defense counsel asked Dr. Stankus,
This
isn't
judge.
it true that part of your job is identifying the mechanism of the injury? You recall that? And she said yes. But then they don't want to have her actually identify the mechanism of the injuries, because she won't. She testified that she was asked to opine on the massage causing the injuries, but was not comfortable doing that. Why not? Because as Dr. Burt testified, a massage would not cause these injuries. She also had no explanation for the hemorrhage to the carotid sheath, no explanation for the hemorrhage to the esophagus, no explanation for the bilateral bruising behind the ears. No one of the first responders indicated that they ever put their fingers behind Marcy's ears. In fact, Michaela was asked that and said that she did not. She also said that she didn't use this mechanism for the head tilt. She used this. And so the bruise, that slight bruise that defense counsel just put up, that's down here, Dr. Burt testified that that's over the carotid sheath. That's over the area that the hemorrhage is. Now, defense counsel says Marcy has chronic headaches, right? And we're somehow supposed to make believe that chronic headaches lead to death. There's no testimony about that, but for the sake of argument, let's go down that road. Connie Hahn sat next to Marcy for 20 years at work and testified that she never saw her complaining of a headache, never saw her exhibiting signs of suffering from a headache or a migraine. You'll notice that every witness has her having significantly more headaches. Ted said 4 a year, I think. And then Megan was like every day, every other day. It was pretty frequent. And then when the defendant got up there, he said she's having them every day or every other day. The ibuprofen in her purse has gone from a travel pack to a Costco size bottle. I want to play you a clip. This is from the defendant's first interview on January 23rd. And remember defense counsel saying his story never changes?
I love this. She's brought the receipts.
Did you have to have headaches? She didn't have migraines. She didn't have headaches.
Oh,
She didn't have migraines. She didn't have headaches. That's what he said. That's what he said in the first interview with CCSO, January 23rd of 2024.
damn. I should be an investigator and prosecutor. All right. We're down to like the last 6 minutes, and then we got the verdict.
That story has changed significantly. Why? Because he needs to come up with an excuse for how Marcy died. Defense counsel would have you believe that Marcy basically caused her own death and that she caused the affair. They want you to believe that Marcy, her sedentary lifestyle, her bad eating habits, her fondness for Diet Coke. You hear about Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi. It's got a pretty bad rap in this case. That's what killed her. And while they're at it, they want to also blame her for his affair with Cynthia. They want you to believe that lack of sex, poor housekeeping skills, lack of cooking, in opening and again closing, they talk about how she wouldn't go to social functions. We now have a pretty good idea that that's because she wasn't invited from the testimony of Casey. They paint a picture in court that's pretty consistent with the blaming in the fight from December 13th. The text between the defendant and Marcy just weeks prior to her death, where he's blaming her. Much the same way they blamed her in court. But that was not who Marcy was. Marcy was a loving mother, she was a daughter, she was a friend, and she did not deserve what happened to her. The defendant in this case is willing to pin this on everyone and anyone. First responders caused the bruising. Ted caused the contusion, maybe the carotid hemorrhage. The cat caused him to have to empty the room. Marcy is blamed for a lot. And now, finally, she's blamed for carrying his phone around all night. According to the defense, the only person not responsible for any of this is the defendant. But there's a number of leaps that you need to take in order to buy defense's theory in this particular case. First, someone had to have caused the hemorrhage to the outside of Marcy's esophagus. It wasn't Michaela, it wasn't the eye gel. Dr. Burt told you why that doesn't make sense, it's on the outside. This is a very protected structure. It's between the trachea and the spine, the front and the back, and the carotid sheaths, the carotid, the jugular sides. There's also a number of muscles right here. It's deep in the neck. This is your food tube. They have no reasonable explanation for that injury. The carotid sheaths, there's hemorrhaging to both of them. They're high in the neck, just under the jaw. They're putting up a picture now and saying it's a shadow. It's not reasonable. Dr. Burt explained in great detail what those hemorrhages were. You saw them in photos. They're taking photos of photos and putting them up. You'll have the actual photos with you. There's no reasonable explanation for that injury. The Apple Health data, you'd have to believe that Marcy got up and was running all over the house with the defendant's phone. Basically all night long. She has her own phone. If she's trying to go through his phone, that's not necessarily something you'd be running around the house for. Defense would have you believe that she had his phone until at least 4:21, where the phone takes 198 steps. And then she plugs it in on his side of the bed. She sneaks back to her side of the bed. She tucks herself in. She has a seizure and dies. It's not reasonable. If she was up all night going through his phone, it's reasonable to conclude that that's motive, right? He wakes up to her going through his phone, but that's not what happened here. The person walking around with the defendant's phone was the defendant, probably trying to figure out what the heck he's going to do after he had just strangled his wife. And the answer he came up with is stage an emergency, stage a medical event, and call your buddies. And the date. You'd have to believe that it was just a coincidence. That she died from natural causes on the date that he told multiple members of Cynthia's family that he was going to leave. Messages that he later tried to conceal by deleting them from his phone, not from the phone he gave to Megan. The only reason he deleted them was to conceal them from law enforcement. The defense in this case has reminded you that the defendant is a firefighter, mainly times. But uniforms do not change anatomy, and uniforms do not override medical evidence. This case is not about what Kevin West did as an occupation. This case is about what Kevin West did behind closed doors. Marcy's body tells us what happened to her, his phone tells us why, and when you put all of it together, there is only one conclusion that fits every piece of the evidence. Marcy was killed by vascular strangulation at the hands of her husband. The law requires proof beyond a reasonable doubt, not proof beyond all doubt, and the standard has been met. On behalf of the state of Washington, we ask that you return the only verdict consistent with the evidence in this particular case, and that is guilty on both counts. Thank you.
She did a good job, I thought. I liked her better this time than the first time. All right, y'all ready for the verdict? I know you are. It's been a long day, but it's worth it. So it was I think it was like 2 hours and 14 minutes. And the judge reads the verdict, just like it's bingo numbers. He looks very scared.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Juror number one, I see you have some documents in your hand. Are you the presiding juror?
Yep.
The jury reached the verdict?
Yep.
Would you hand the documents then to the committee? All right, verdict in count 1A. We, the jury, find the above named defendant guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree. Verdict count 1B is blank as required. Verdict count 2A. We, the jury, find the above named defendant guilty of the crime of murder in the second degree. Special verdict form were Kevin West and Marcel West, intimate partners. Answer yes. All right, so I'm now going to poll you to make sure that these are your individual verdicts and that they were the verdicts of a unanimous jury. So I'm going to ask you those two questions. Were they your individual verdicts and were they the verdicts of the jury? If you would answer no to any of the counts, be sure to let me know. So juror number one, were these...
That's his sister holding his hand. And do y'all notice he has a wedding band tattooed on?
Your individual verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number two, were these your individual verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number three, were these your verdicts? Yes. And were they the verdicts of the jury? Juror number four, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number five, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number six, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number seven, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number eight, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number nine, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 10, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 11, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
And juror number 12, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Jury's been polled and found to be unanimous, and the verdict forms are signed and dated in proper form, so they'll be filed with the clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your assistance in this case. We could not have a functioning jury system if citizens such as yourself weren't
It drives me
willing to
crazy
take
that
time
they
out
let
of
the
your
sister
schedule
just
to make these
holding
very
his
important
hand.
decisions for us.
Everett would
We know
never.
it's sometimes an inconvenience, and we do appreciate
I mean,
it. You're now
Marcy's
released from the
family would
obligation.
love to have been able to hold Marcy's hand, you know? And I'm used to them like getting a guilty verdict and they cuff them right there.
That you not discuss the case. You're free to discuss it with whoever you like. In a couple of minutes, I'll be off the bench. And
The best I've seen is just the sister and dad are there for the verdict. I have not seen the kids or his mom, and I saw Marcy's mom there.
stop by the jury room to see if any of you have questions or wish to make comments, and sometimes the attorneys do that as well. The flip side of that is that you are not required to discuss this case with anyone, and if I come to the jury room and find that not one of you wanted to spend one additional second there, I won't be offended in the least. In either event, you're discharged. Thank you again for your service. Counsel, do you have a memo then?
I do, Your Honor.
The defendant will be remanded into custody without bail until sentencing. And for sentencing, I have February 25th at 9 o'clock. That would be an in custody motion docket or change of plea docket. That date is acceptable. Or should it answer?
The only thing I would note, Your Honor, is that I do anticipate there will be quite a few impact statements, so I don't know if we want to do it as a special.
Marcy's mom.
All right. You indicate impact statements that are going to be read then?
I believe so.
Well, Emily, could you step out for a moment? We have about an hour that we can devote to sentencing towards the end of February.
For the end of February, I'll go take a look. And we could do it sooner, Your Honor, if needed. There aren't any priors to prove up, so.
I'm sorry.
I don't anticipate that there are any priors that we need to prove up or anything like that, so we don't need to collect certified, so we could do it sooner if needed.
All right.
We could do Friday, February 27th at 9 a.m. We have all morning.
That work for the party?
Can we do a
Isn't that
little later in the morning,
ridiculous
like around
that
10?
this is on? I mean, this is what I think.
That would be fine. We have
I
all
think I saw the verdict before I watched any of it, and I
10
was
o'clock
so
then?
pissed.
All right, February 27th then at 10 o'clock for sentencing. Did you need the attorneys regarding exhibits then?
Yeah, I think he even gets to hug him too.
All right, if there's nothing further, counsel, we're in recess.
Thank you.
Takes off his cross. Well, I was just going to see if they showed him hug his dad. Yeah, first time Mrs. Doubtfire got a consequence. But there's Marcy's mom. She leaves. I feel bad that she didn't like get to see him get cuffed and walked off. I just think that is a huge injustice. I didn't like this judge at all. All right, well, Well, maybe they have updated this video. Okay. Yeah, it's got 2 minutes left. They've cut this out. Look at the sister. I don't know why the judge wouldn't let it be streamed live, but I hear they're doing the same thing in Corey Richens. Look, they're letting them hug. I mean, remember Donna? They wouldn't let anybody near her, and they like whisked her away. It just makes me mad that they're just standing there like giving him time. It is crazy. I almost wonder, is this how they do this for everybody? That would be interesting to see. Yeah, the sister, she tested, we showed her testimony. I don't remember her teeth really. The fangs. Yeah, the sister did look just like the mom. I know they let them hug. I mean, look, they're just still, he's probably, I mean, they're just sitting there talking. I just think it's crazy. We may not get to see him put into cuffs. It took a couple days. No, I don't think we'll get to see it before I found it online. Yeah, that's true, Pumpkin. They did they got Donna way out of there fast. I mean, look at this. They're like getting to hug. I have never seen anything like this in any court. And there's his dad holding his arm. Yeah, forensic art. And then you think it's preferential treatment. No way would the average criminal get to do this. I mean, he is hugging his mom, his sister, and his dad. But see, I don't see the kids. Yeah, they could give him a Xanax or anything. But yeah, you can see him cuffed if you Google. You can see a picture. But I did have one video the other day of it, but I'm not going to look anymore. So, all right. Well, I appreciate y'all. I don't know how people do these 8-hour lives day to day to day to day. Because let me tell you something, there's no way. But yeah, Tennessee wouldn't allow this. We know Florida wouldn't. But thank y'all so much. And we got some other good stuff coming soon. Grish and True Crime Wifey and I are going to do a part 2. We got to get a date. And we've got some other stuff. But y'all have a great week. Hope everybody stays warm. Bye.